Take a bow.
Holy shit, what was that? 1v5, and that's the only round Wildcard have. That is it. I mean, that's 4 rounds in a row that Knights have made just look so cheesy easy. And then Wildcard starts here. Makes it a 1v4. Second one to follow. And from that point forward, it was the emo show. Josh, I mean, he played it as well as he could, but there was just no hope in winning that fight. The ace is locked in.
Oh, gnarly work from a gnarly player. Emo-Rin for this roster for longer than I will ever care to remember. This man has been doing these things to teams that, quite literally, it's not family friendly. I don't think we're allowed to show that kind of stuff on stream. And now Knights have kind of gifted Wildcard around there, and there's no doubt about it, right? It was just one after another, right into Emo-Rin's, just his open arms.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely could have been played better by Knights. You can't be too upset with the last guy. I think Josh, a 1v1 is a 1v1, right? Like, I think that probably favored Emo, but yeah, there were definitely a lot of moments that round that it could have been a simple fix. I think Knights got a little bit excited there on the back of it. Just everything. This game has been Knights every step of the way until that moment. And what I want to know is, like, does this turn things around for Wildcard? You've got 3 players on the team on donuts. Geo with the breadstick. Emo-Rin on 8 kills, 5 of them from that ace round.
Incredibly gnarly. Now, I guess this is the resilience that we need to be seeing from Knights. How are they going to bounce back after this one? So important that they don't allow Wildcard back into this game, that they don't allow them an inch. But for all intents and purposes, I mean, Wildcard could take that inch. You don't even have to give it to them. They are a team that can do this, and just because they haven't started out in the greatest and most convincing fashion doesn't mean it's going to stay that way.
Nice usage of the Rotero from Flores.
Flores.
They put a bit of an accent on it there. I certainly don't want to make any claims that I know the correct pronunciation. But yeah, good usage of the drone. That's what I can comment on. And Knights are starting to pick apart this. Once again, very aggressive setup from Wildcard. Just look at the angle here from Milo all the way back in pit, looking onto the balcony. But the ACOGs, those magnified scopes that the Knights players are going to have, certainly would be favoring these gunfights.
Doing a good job so far at pushing Wildcard back to site, but now it's about how they execute onto this. Really, how do they displace these members? That's going to be a dirty nade. It just Oh my goodness, that is gorgeous. Knights are not taking any chances whatsoever here.
But Emo's found the first, and if there's anything we've learned, it's that you cannot count out Emo. Doesn't matter the scoreline, doesn't matter the opposition. Emo-Rin has certainly got a shot. Vinny's going to have to come up big on the flank with Milo going down, but Knights have no clue. Josh doesn't manage to win that. Emo's down. So the pressure is mounting.
What is going on?
What is bloody happening right now?
It is literally the game of trades, but Wildcard closed things out in the last 2 kills. This game is, I don't even know, but Wildcard are back in this. Wildcard are raring to go.
Yeah, I mean, from what I was saying is this could well be a 6-0, 5-1 half for Knights with the way that those first 3 rounds panned out. Wildcard looking lost. And now they've won a 1v5 from Emo, and then that absolute monstrous mess we just witnessed on Dorms, which, bit of a trade fest. Honestly, I don't know how some of these kills came through for both sides. Hey, sure, reset the score, say it's 0-0 right now. Wildcard has woken up, took them 3 rounds to do so, but now honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. They could definitely make this an even half and redeem themselves for a shocking start.
Again, not to, you know, bring up old wounds, but really, this is what we saw last night, okay? Please, I beg of you, Knights, do not go down this same path. I'm just going to check back and make sure. I am talking about the right game, aren't I?
Yeah, yeah, Knights and Victus went so well, right, at the start. The Knights, like, they looked to completely control them. And Invictus absolutely fought back. We're starting to see that pattern as well here from Wildcard. And I will say, like, I mean, I hate to throw shade. Like, Wildcard aren't playing the most amazing Siege we've ever seen. I think that's, you know, a political way to put it. But it's working. And if it works, you know. At the end of the day, you do what you got to do to win the round. And with the way that I think Knights, I hate to use this word because it implies something that I don't necessarily want to imply, and I'm not going to tell you I know what Knights are thinking, but like, it looks like after the 3-0 lead, Knights got a little complacent. They stopped respecting Wildcard a little bit. Like, you look at that 1v5 from Emo, that was kind of enabled because Knights didn't give him the respect that he perhaps deserved.
Yeah.
And, oh, that wall bang, that would have been very, very fortunate. I don't think there was info there. That was just good read there from, I believe, Milo in Attic. Little things like that is certainly going to make, well, Knights second guess themselves.
Oh, God. Anything you can do, I can definitely do better. Was that Dino through the wall with no information as well? It's all just pre-fires.
Oh
Game of pre-fires. Jiho is shut down by Josh. Like, this is one of the most... this is the hardest game I think I've ever cast because I just don't know what's going to happen on any given second.
Yeah, look, I don't blame you whatsoever. This game is certainly something... Pat! How is he there? Like, what?
What is going on?
He just managed to flank upstairs again. Knights, where are your flank watch drones, man? I mean, they've lost most of their drones. Only 4 left. Wildcard must have known that they've shot so many drones. They're trying to play into it. Well played for Pat, but it does get traded. So 2-on-2 now could swing either way. There's a whole minute to work with. Emo's got 2 Yokais on the table, though. And he could do a lot with them. Essentially, Wildcard have more info than Knights.
Benny now wrapping back to more of a favourable position to support his teammate, but this is now a huge problem for Emo. He is well and truly stuck here, Dev.
What can he do but find that kill? Surely the trade comes through. No! Emo! What can he not do? This man has just made this winnable. That's the half. 3-3. Well, that was quite something. Knights came out of the gates 3 rounds in a row, one of which was flawless. Wildcard could barely find a kill. And then Imorin 1v5 ace. And then Wildcard made it 3-3. This game is something else.
Look, I mean, there's only one thing I can say, and that is if you want to be as sharp as Imorin, there's only one feasible way in which you could ever possibly be that good. And that's by grabbing an NVMe SSD from Samsung. There is no possible other way you could 1v5 a team like Knights without one of these gorgeous SSDs. If you'd like to find out more, all you need to do, go ahead and type exclamation mark SSD in the chat. Find out more. But let's get into it, because this is juicy. And I'm not talking about the Knights.
Absolutely. I mean, that plug was just about as sexy as that ace from Imorin. And hey, I'm all about it. I'm so ready to see if Wildcard can bring this momentum into their attack half. We already prefaced that defense probably would swing to a little bit of favor here. And par for the course is 3 rounds. Wildcard pretty happy with that one. Let's see if Knights can do the same.
Still just absolutely baffles me that Pat's on 1 kill, Milo's on 0, and it's still 3-3.
I mean, Emo's got 12 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. But like, what?
Yeah, it is very cooked. It's the word of the week, the word of the day, the word of the night. This is just absolutely bonkers.
Still trying to stay family friendly on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a dictionary next to me. I'm flicking through the pages, and I'm in the safe for work section, and there's not always vocab there that can describe what I'm watching.
No. Not the friendly kind anyway, but this is very calm from Knights right now. Unflinching from Haywood as he moves back into security. And he can stay there for as long as he needs to. He's got support from Juicy on white stairs. He's got support from his teammate down in Freezer. This is a very bunkered position right now.
Yeah, and that pre-placed C4 we saw from Haywood does go to the double window. That jump in. So if anyone does vault in, for example, Emo here, then he would get a warm welcome. At the moment, oh, actually, Emo's downstairs. Didn't see that.
Baited.
He's down in showers. He's the one trying to catch out these roamers downstairs. It doesn't look like anyone's in position to jump in that window and be vulnerable to that C4, as Wildcard's going primarily for a master side push. I didn't quite see how the X-Kairos was destroyed, but somehow was not detonated on that master balcony yet. It does mean that Wildcard lacking somewhat in holes with which to puncture the site. That's a nice angle for Dino. And the first blood is drawn.
That it is. And with 30 seconds left, oh my word, Knights now putting it to Wildcard. Haywood's now given himself the positioning that maybe, just maybe, Emorin might be able to capitalize on. Don't forget, 15 seconds left as he tries to flank in behind Emorin coming up white stairs. He's got so much work to do. Is Pat going to be able to stick this? Gio's going to be able to watch him from the double window. Oh, Pat's going to be able to hold this, and now it turns into a 2 versus 3. Haywood gets taken down. Pat tries his best, and now Gio, he has to play this from the window. Both players looking to stick the defuse, but well retaken from Josh and Sage.
Indeed, an excellent retake from the Knights boys. They had man advantage, but they made sure that they didn't let that slip. Wildcard had pretty strong positions. Excellently played in the 2v1 as well. As soon as they knew where Pat was coming from after that pre-fire was through, it was a flurry of bullets. And Knights do take the lead once again. They didn't lose it for very long, but most importantly, Rob, the momentum has been retaken. It's not a choke. It was looking pretty grim there for a moment, but Knights have shown that, look, this is going to be a tight contest.
Could become one for the ages, you know? One of those games that just goes back and forth now that Wildcard have found themselves some momentum and kind of settled themselves in the game. Obviously, that is a huge, huge round for Knights to take to disrupt that. As you mentioned, the order of the way Wildcard were moving forward, it was menacing. It really is menacing, you know? You get 4 rounds straight, then you start to think, why not 5? Why not 6? Why not just not let Knights back into this game? But now we have a game on our hands. Very curious to see how Wildcard approach. Obviously, Knights had quite a heavy emphasis on their freezer and laundry take previous rounds, so Wildcard's different.
Very interested in, I mean, I hate to rely too much on stats, I hate to throw players under the bus, but I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, you look at the players' kills and deaths at the moment, like it is pretty clear that there are some really unusual stats. Like the last game that we saw Wildcard play, Milo went 10-5, 2.0 KD, just running rampant, 100% cost as well. He used every single round he either got a kill, did an objective, survived the round, or was traded when he dies. And now he's on 0-7. And my God, he's having a roughie. You just need to bounce back from things like that. Like, I know it's so tough, but my God, this has been a very strange match. And I have no doubt that while the primary focus is to win rounds, I know that Milo will be much more satisfied with his own performance once he can find a frag or two.
Guess if there's one player that you know has the potential to then, you know, kind of move off the back of that, as you're saying, Dev, it is Vinny, it is Milo. So you really, you know, as much as it sucks that they haven't had the impact yet, there is still that ability for them to have that impact. And that could be the game changer. That could be the entire flip of this game. Maybe Wildcard start to run away with it, but we are going to start to ask bigger questions of those two members. Geo falls down at the minute 40 mark, and it's Wildcard in the deficit.
Always nice seeing the Thunderbird make her appearance, but it's not only the Thunderbird where the action is going down. Vinny and Hayward, a direct trade. Not a terrible result here for either team. I think the main concern here is just that Wildcard are a man down, but yeah, what is this? Emo better drone? Oh, no, he hasn't droned it. Oh, no, Emo, you can't miss drone that, my dude. Oh, I really, really hope that one of those Wildcard... No, Milo's a dead man.
Oh, no, that is going to be so tilting.
0 and 8, he's going to be. There you go.
Oh, he got one!
Oh, he got it! Bless you, Milo. Oh, my God.
No.
Everyone pays for Emo's mistake. And the Knights stretch their lead to 2 rounds.
The worst part is you know what the conversation is going to be like in the team chat right now.
Yeah.
It's going to go something along the lines of, who happened to drone rear stage? I'm not angry, I just want to know.
Well, you know, Emo would have been like, you check T1, he's like, okay, tier 1 is clear, like, all right, you're good. And Milo's like, okay, great, I'm going to go play rear stairs. He's watching rear stairs, like, yeah, I got a kill, let's go. And he's probably halfway through calling that kill when he dies. And I would love to hear the comments, because I bet you the call was like,
oh gosh darn it. oh gosh darn it. I am upset. I am a little bit angry.
I am disappointed. That was an unfortunate moment.
I could
not to blame anyone, but
I could hear Milo saying that. You know, oh, that's a real bother. It would have been better if that didn't happen. Bother. Oh God, I know they're gonna watch that VOD back and they're just gonna look at that moment and it's just. I mean, it's just gonna go silent about it. Oh, you have to. What else? Like, how are you gonna get angry at that? Like, it's just. Yeah. Why would you ever expect him to be in that position as well?
I'm a firm believer that self-deprecation is the first step towards self-improvement. So if you can have a laugh at yourself when you make a really shocking mistake like that, then I mean, sure. And hey, can you really have too much of a roast of Emo when he is literally the only reason they won that first round?
I guess. Out of everyone, out of every single person you could have a go at,
he has the license to make a little mistake like that.
100%. You love it. You do love to see it, and we love to keep high hopes and high spirits, and I guess Wildcard have to at this point. It's certainly going to be frustrating what's just kind of what's happened, but it's much, much easier to move on than to dwell. And the problem is, Knights one away from that point, one away from securing at least the 1 point, in which, you know, Wildcard, I think we got to talk about it. This is a very serious season for them. They are kind of, in a way, facing relegations at this point in time. We still have another 4 or 5 games left to play, and it's possible. So this is really quite serious about the fact that we need Wildcard taking every point that they can really be willing to grab.
Absolutely. Imagine Wildcard themselves relegated not only necessarily from APAC South, but from OCN. That would be dire, and it is a real possibility. Looks like Overt is locked in for one of those relegation spots, but the other likely to be either Wildcard or Rhythm. Wildcard need every point they can get.
Milo starting to extend, but Sage swings. Geo goes down. At least there's a trade, and who else but Emo in? Honestly, I feel like a broken record at this point saying his name.
And now he's dead. Juicy takes him down at bot white. Nice shot from Milo, clearing out Pit. Numbers advantage for Wildcard. Really strong vertical position now taken by Milo, as well as a strong horizontal position In from meeting, now in kitchen for Vinny. Flashes out that player at split. Josh on the other side. A lot of time left, but the real thing here for Wildcard is they just don't have info. They still have 6 drones up. They'll need to use some of them to find out where these players are.
Flash and a nade is all they've got as well to accompany those drones. Because there is a C4 still in the hands of Josh. Vinny trying to find and isolate this fight. He hasn't seen Haywood. Oh no is right indeed, but that's the trade that they were looking for, that they were hoping. And so they have been granted. Josh now, what can he get done in the 1v2?
Ooh, nice C4, but Pat is safe on a plan spot. That's a trade and a half, and Pat the one to survive it. Milo does fall, but he does get the winning kill nonetheless. Wildcard, they have got one step closer to tying this one up, and a 3-point win is still on the cards for them.
Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but my parents used to tell me you can't play games in the dark because it ruins your eyes. I think we need to sit down and have a talk with the Wildcard boys, because that cannot be good for their eyes if it's true.
I do wonder what's worse, though. Like, we're sitting here with all these, like, bright lights shining down on our faces.
That's true.
And the players are all sitting there with no lights whatsoever. I feel like a natural balance, some mood lighting, you know, get some RGB. That would be the perfect balance.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, I guess that's probably a better way of putting it, isn't it? It's now coming back for Wildcard that is really the big question mark here, because we've already seen it, already seen them achieve that. But whether or not they can run it back, you have to say, from the first half and prove to us that they can continue to do so on their attacking half as well. Remembering that, you know, especially in Oceania, teams are going to have a better result on their defensive side overall on Oregon. This really should be favoring Knights at this point, but I guess it will come down to what's the resilience like on Wildcard. What is the morale and the mental like? That's where you got to dig deep.
Well, they've had the resilience to at least take one win, but the concern for me is that Wildcard have only won an attack on Knights' tertiary site, their kitchen meeting. Haven't managed to break dorms or laundry. As we go back to dorms now, this was the retake round that Knights managed to pull off. Wildcard got the plant down, and I believe it was a 2v3 or a 3v4. Oh, surely this is a kill. Haywood full flash, but they don't manage to confirm it. Vinny whiffs his own flashbang. Emo almost loses his life. Haywood still persists here. Wildcard are really struggling at dealing with him.
That's a big opportunity gone begging, and I'm sure that's going to haunt them in the later parts of this round now. It looks like Wildcard are well and truly going to address this extension down below, and oh God, that's what you want to see if you're a Wildcard fan. Executed to perfection. They take first floor control, and now Knights may be the team that have to try and play a little bit more aggressive, that have to try and take these risks, because a two-man disadvantage is not favorable in any way, shape, or form.
It was a nice idea there for Haywood. He actually had Juicy use one of his gases to smoke the bot white stairs to try and obstruct the line of sight as Haywood sprinted past. You can see he got out the pistol, looked down at the ground, tried to just sprint across that line of sight as fast as he could. And it worked. The only problem for Knights is that Milo had taken control through lobby and Z hallway, so countered that well. And now, like you say, 5v3, but Sage is going to take down Milo. Unfortunately, reaching double digits in the death column. Really, it's been a rough one. Now Vinny, Emo stepping up, doing their best to try and make sure that this round does not fall to the wayside.
Well, see, this is where rounds start to fall apart, right? You have that two-man advantage, but you start to go closer to the realm of taking a little bit more of a risk, and Knights start to punish you bit by bit, isolate the fights that they need to. You can't find the trades. All of a sudden, it's even. This is where it comes down to a knife's edge. The next pick could determine the entire outcome of this round.
Good flash. Dino also affected. Juicy goes down. Emo in a prime position. Now he's taken top white. 15 seconds. And Dino put under the pump, but he finds the first.
That's massive. Pat comes in to save the day, and Gio's watching the cross from Pit, and it's beautifully played. Honestly, really well.
Yeah, what an execution. You could see earlier in the round, Pat was checking where the mute jammer was on that closet wall and saw that the far left side was not jammed, so Gio got a breach with the Hibanex Kairos on there. Then Wildcard basically just stood at every single door and that breach and kind of just made sure they were watching every angle, just all pushed at once. Really well played for them. Even though Dino found the lead off, it didn't matter. Wildcard fought back. Now we're at 5-5, Rob.
This is exactly the game that we had hoped it to be. I think it's been a little bit more hectic and crazy than maybe we anticipated, but this just a wee bit there, just a little bit, you know, just a bit of extra put on the side, that's for sure. But I guess we are going to see it's the distance. We have to go the full regulation now. I do love seeing the yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Overtime's still looming at this point.
Yeah, and I certainly would not be surprised if that's where we're heading. It certainly feels like this is going to be an overtime game. But you know what, Rob? The last time Knights defended Laundry, we saw Josh being a little bit cheeky. He was the one who prone down in T1 underneath the D4 camera behind that little metal box. And Emo misdroned him, leading to a catastrophic result for Knights, or for Wildcard, rather. A fantastic result for Knights. Surely Wildcard are going to be more thorough this time around.
Have to be. Hopefully. No, I think that round in particular would show how thorough Wildcard can be from start to finish. It looked beautiful, and you'd expect nothing less. Again, all that was in it was Emo Rin missing a pixel. 5 pixels on his screen to be able to spot that out, and then that whole round may be completely different. Maybe not. You know, maybe it doesn't. But Emo Rin needs to be careful at the moment. There is a player in Trophy and moving back into Attic. His position now known. Wildcards start to team up a little bit more. Need to be careful here because there are a couple of players isolated for Knights that can definitely take one-on-ones if given the opportunity.
Good clear now for Wildcard. They do spot out that Roma, and Vinny punishes Josh, not able to slip into the woodwork this time around. They'll be very, very happy to take that X Factor down. Josh was being honestly a little bit of a ratty player this time, but I mean, that's fine. It worked for him last time around. It's on Wildcard to punish, and they did this time. So really an excellent start for Wildcard, Rob. This is a well-positioned point for Wildcard to start focusing their attention on the site and setting up.
That's just it, the setup. Where do we see Wildcard approach? Is it a frontside take? Do we see pressure in blue? Stage? Many questions yet to be answered because it still feels like it's quite a decent spread. By the way they're standing, you'd kind of assume that they are going to be putting pressure in Laundry as well, but that can all change very quickly. Minute left, and Knights are very calm on site. They are not looking to do anything that might risk an opening. I guess that's the big thing on a site like Basement, Laundry rather. If you do give another opening, there's just so many different angles that you then have to watch.
40 seconds, and it looks like they're rotating for an electrical push, perhaps. I mean, I can't tell now. They've got Gio rotating back main. Is he just trying to bait with some flashes? Ooh, Vinny's going deep. This could be big. In through Freezer.
Oh!
Great flick from him. Traded back.
And it looks like Knights are starting to fight back here. Dino, is he going to go unnoticed? Emo Rin manages to find the kill. But this is now coming down to the wire. 20 seconds left. Pat and Gio versus Haywood and Juicy. And look at this push straight into Freezer. Haywood can't find the kill. But they are in prime position. Wildcard start to go deeper. Oh, that's unfortunate. You hate to die to the smoke, babe. But a great round from Knights nonetheless, considering the 4v5 disadvantage.
And a match point for Knights as well. They look serious as ever going into their final opportunity to close this and take the full 3 points home. great flick. As we see the slow-mo replay, but the trade was immediate as well. Wildcard did their best in that 5v4. They couldn't quite commit one side or the other. They couldn't quite decide. While they did have a good opening, they just couldn't stick the landing. Now Wildcard, the best they can do is push for an overtime win now. But Knights still have that full three-pointer on the cards.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Good to see that, you know, Milo and Vinny have both stepped up a bit more in this half. I mean, 4 kills is better than no kills, that's for sure.
It's just a mental thing, honestly. Like, when you look at the
100%.
scoreboard, I mean, a lot of people unbind the scoreboard. I think Vinny was one of the players that did that. He unbound the scoreboard button, so you don't actually get in your own head. Because at the end of the day, like, kills don't matter. It's the round win that matters. The only number that matters is the number of rounds. And,
Oh, really? Vast told me that the only thing that matters is KD.
Ah, yes, that's, yeah.
Makes sense.
My bad. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just a lowly cast. What would I know?
5 seconds.
But hey, you know, sometimes it does get into your head a little bit. I know it certainly has affected me when I've been playing, you know, ranked 4. You know, if you're on 0 kills, you're like, oh
I've
my
never
God,
been on
you
0
know?
kills in ranked before, mate, so I can't. Honestly, I really can't.
Well, there you go. I'm guessing you've also never been tilted before. So
Me?
you just can't relate.
Me? Come on, mate. You're talking about
Stone
the
cold killer
Gandhi.
you are.
You're talking about the Gandhi. I am just as cool as a cucumber. I don't think I've ever lost my cool once. Humble
Look.
as ever.
I'll believe it.
Oh, Dino!
Yeah, right, mate. Yeah, right.
Attackers recover the bomb.
I'd be mad. I'd be so mad if I was Pat. Unbelievably mad.
You can unbind the scoreboard all you want, but that's not going to help you from tilting there, that's for sure. God damn. And in such a crucial round as well. Oh, man, that is devastating.
The way to start what could be a final round of the match for
Attackers
Knights.
have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Hayward droned out below, but it's one thing to know there's a player roaming and another thing to be able to flush him out. Wildcard consistently struggling doing so.
Attackers have
We have
recovered
seen
their
them
diffuser.
win this bomb site on the attack beforehand. It's a lot easier said than done.
Hayward now coming back. Join his teammate over toward the backside of Attic as Milo pushes up the main stairs. Need to be careful here. Hayward, what are you doing? He's about to be all sorts of cheeky. He has been spotted out. The jig is up, as they would say. But this is still just not looking all that great for Wildcard Dev.
1 minute left. Bit of time to work with.
Attackers have recovered the diffuser.
These
Attackers have located
pretty
the bomb.
extensive reinforcements
Attackers
from
dropped the
Knights
diffuser.
do limit Wildcard's options, but also give them a safety net.
Attackers have
The
recovered
gas
their
coming
diffuser.
through as well
Attackers have dropped the bomb
onto that
diffuser.
breach is going to make Wildcard take a moment to step back. Still 2 gases left, but no, Juicy goes down. If there was any player that Wildcard could pick, it would be Juicy. And now Wildcard have an opportunity to push for overtime.
Dino, what can he get done? I don't think he can swing wide enough to try and deny Geo, so he's going to be all calm, safe and sound, but Milo's not. He goes to the grave and Emo in 2. Vinny and Geo, all that remain. 3 points on the card here for Knights. They need to take this down, but now Vinny starts to step up. Geo, can he do well? It's up to Vinny! Surely he can't bring this back from a 1v3, Dev.
Oh, the impact!
Oh, no!
Impact! Dino with the Pokeball clutches it! What a retake for the Knights! They polish off this match, 7 rounds to 5.
What a way! What a way to close out the game from Dino. A 3K in the last round as well. I don't know if you can hear the big woofer in the background, but he's cheering for Knights too. And a much needed 3 points, and even more so than that, to see the grit and determination in OCN from Knights.
It's a courage secure.
Light me up.
GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Oh, shit! Okay! I get it! Shit! Thank OCN.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes make me afraid.
No, not to
I won't
Running
lose
around,
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus.
I
Oh my
feel
God,
you
what a
waiting for my fall.
Don't have the SMG can play pushing it from behind. He finds that kick on the drift. He swings the fight.
Still on the bounce. Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in the dark.
Surely he can't. Oh, what a double. What is going on here? Oh, swing there from Wade. Oh, my God. The bank zone. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it 1 versus 1? The 2 look out,
Champions, you never count them out.
both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't It's OCN 95.5. You've just heard our new theme song for the year, which is Chosen by Banks Arcade, of course, available now on all streaming services. Type !Chosen in the chat for more information. We are back for Playday number 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. We got rid of Turtle. We gave him the old one and done. We got Guards in, the expert, and of course we've got Vast, Mr. Two-Face over there. One face in the light, one in the dark. How are you, Vast?
Yeah, I'm good. Having troubles fixing my lighting, but we'll get there. I reckon after the 4th Playday, we'll finally get some good lighting in here.
Nice. Guards, how are you, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing amazing. Look, it wasn't expected to be on the desk today, so might be a little bit rusty. Won't be near as good as War Turtle, of course, but excited to be back. OCN Playday 2. Obviously, the last Playday was pretty exciting. So.
Very quickly, show us your shirt. Banks Arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets picked up by the green screen a little bit. It's actually quite an aqua font, so you can see it gets picked up a little bit. But nice shirt, very comfortable. I very much like it.
Nice. Let's go and have a look at the standings and see where we're at. It's only been the 1 play day. We're still very early on in this stage, of course, to start off 2022. Some new faces in terms of teams, of course. I'll go to you on this one, Guz, because last year, compared to this year, quite a big shake-up.
Yeah, I mean, half the names are unrecognizable compared to last year. We've had a couple of new orgs jump in. There's been shuffles all around in terms of players. So it's ultimately been we've basically hit the reset button heading into this year, and expectations, we can almost throw them out the window. Obviously, we still have, huge names. We have the back-to-back-to-back champs in the Chiefs, for example, still kicking about, and plenty of other teams that are recognizable as well. But as the standings show, the first Playday maybe not going quite to plan for some of those bigger names.
Last, you were obviously part of the broadcast for the first Playday. Any standouts from those first games?
Probably Ludovica winning against Knights. And maybe, I feel like Bliss, I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily upset. I think we've kind of grown to that spot where Bliss can beat teams.
Right. Is it Ludovica? I thought it was Ludovica.
Ludovica.
Come on, Vast.
I think literally Manic, myself, and Turtle all got it wrong last week.
Right.
Probably get it wrong for a while.
You got to know these things. All right, let's go and have a look at the schedule for today. Of course, Playday number 2 for the Oceanic Nationals. It's a bit of a doubleheader, by the way. We play not only today, but also tomorrow. So, nice little back-to-back. For tonight, though, of course, we've got Vertex versus Ground Zero.
Chiefs versus Onami. That one I'm sure I'm going to mess up at some point, guys, and go with the old Akami. Knights and Wildcard, two organizations, of course, we're very much apt and known here in the Oceanic Nationals. And then we close it off with Ludovica versus Team Bliss. Guz, any standouts for you in today's games?
Maybe a bit of bias because Chelsea and I are casting it, but I think the third game of the night stands out as a big one. Two big OS teams in the Knights and Wildcard still trying to find their feet, of course, in APAC South, but also here in OC. And keen to see whether or not the Knights can bounce back after their performance in the first Playday, where they were unable to get the win against Ludovica, and Wildcard looking to continue on their form. They had a 7-1 victory against Ground Zero in the previous Playday, so for me, that stands out as being quite a big matchup.
Vast, any sort of highlights for you tonight?
I'd probably say the third and fourth game, really. I mean, we kind of expect Chiefs to win their game. I mean, maybe the first game's a bit of an unknown.
Rightio. Well, let's go straight into the predictions. The first game's an unknown, and hopefully it means on the predictions it will be a difficult one to predict. And for the most part, it is. In fact, only Vast and Mandy going with Ground Zero. Everyone else heading the way of Vertex. And then from there, it's all pretty cut and dry, except Chelsea is still on the Knights bandwagon. Clearly, she likes the Knights, Guz.
Yeah, and honestly, I think like every single prediction graphic, if it's a little bit one-sided, it's not because we're all thinking with 100% certainty that a particular team's going to win. In fact, for that wildcard Knights game, I'd say for me it sits like a 60-40 split in terms of my confidence on that pick. So good to see that the Knights are getting at least some representation because, in my opinion, they do deserve it. As for the rest of the games, I think it's probably a little bit more representative. Chiefs, in my opinion, heavy favourites in that second match. Bliss, heavy favourites in the fourth. Obviously, Vertex, Ground Zero, I think there's a lot more question marks surrounding that sort of matchup. Two teams that we're yet to really see have the spotlight here in OCN outside of the first play day. So for me, I think I basically just flipped the coin for that one and still what's stuck. Yeah. Still what's stuck, honestly.
Well, to be completely blunt here, Vast, I ended up going with Wildcard, but that was before Knights took down Chiefs in APAC South. I would imagine maybe you could be the same here. Do you think that has been something that maybe in this instance we kind of put in our predictions early and now having seen that result, maybe some would have changed it?
Yeah, I agree. Like, I was actually thinking that, like, we put our predictions in on Wednesday, and obviously Knights played last night, and, you know, they actually played really well. So, I mean, maybe if you ask me right now,
yeah, I
mean, I'd probably say Knights. They actually kind of looked a lot better than we've kind of grown to see them the last few weeks. I think the first game actually is kind of surprises me that only 2 people picked Ground Zero. I think that, you know, I think a lot of it could have been really just nerves for their team. I think we've seen, if anyone kind of watches OCL, I think they've definitely shown in the past they're a lot better than what they showed on their first game. I'm surprised everyone went Vertex.
Yeah, for those unaware, of course, it was only last night that the Knights took down the Chiefs in APAC South. So obviously some thoughts there that maybe they might actually be heading into this game against Wildcard as the favourites. Let's go to our first matchup of the day, though, which is going to be Vertex versus Ground Zero. Now, of course, 2 new organisations when it comes to Oceanic Nationals, Guz, but the players and the teams themselves, not exactly all that different. For Ground Zero, familiar names, especially from the old Fury roster, which, I mean, technically wasn't in OCN, but OCL. And for Vertex, I mean, obviously you got Cake and you got Supremacist that previously from Oceanic Nationals. Ultimately, it's a difficult one to choose. And as Vast kind of pointed out, Guz, is maybe not quite indicative from the predictions themselves. This one's probably a little closer than what we make it out to be.
Yeah, exactly right. That's when I saw the prediction, when I saw the fixture, I was like, I really don't know who to pick heading into this one. So again, I basically just took the flip a coin logic. And the fact that Vertex as well did get a win in the first play day made me lean a little bit more in towards them. And you can see their roster on screen now. If you've been around in the scene for a little bit, if you've watched a bit of OCN in the past, there's a couple of names here that will step out to you, right? Kaken, the interview god himself, the master chef, Supremacist as well, a big name in the scene. A couple of newer faces as well, Zane, Jacana and Neptune, kicking around in the Tier 3 scene. So I'm super keen to see can Vertex step it up here. It's fair to say that after the first playday, maybe Ground Zero have been shaken up a little bit. So it's probably a good opportunity for Vertex to get a second win on the board.
Vast, any sort of comments, I guess, for Vertex? Of course, they got off to a pretty decent start taking down Onami on Playday 1, but it was 7-5, kind of close. Do you think they're going to be able to have what it takes to get over Ground Zero? I know you ended up tipping Ground Zero.
Yeah, I mean, again, we don't really know much about these guys. Like, they're literally a brand new roster. It's not like they're a team from OCL. They're literally a brand new, team. They haven't been around that long, so there is a lot of unknowns. I think the way they, I really like the way they played their aggression and confidence, especially Neptune in the first half of that game really impressed me. I think Zane as well. I haven't really watched much of him play, but he really impressed me. I think roster, definitely a few players that have potential, but again, it's a big leap for these guys. They're kind of very behind a lot of other more established teams.
Let's go to their opponents for tonight, which is going to be Ground Zero, who got a very unwelcome introduction last Playday against Wildcard. It was a 7-1 shellacking. It's probably the best way to put it, guys. Despite this team having some pretty notable names when it comes to this roster, you kind of look at it on paper and it actually looks pretty good. Yeah, they were completely uncompetitive against Wildcard.
Yeah, and it was on Chalet as well. They were unable to get a single attacking round win. The only round they did get was on their defense. So a big couple of red flags shoot up there after that first game. But you look at this team and there's actually, at a domestic level, quite a bit of experience. President at the helm, for example, he's been around now for a couple of years, and a couple of young gunners now sort of flowing in towards this roster. On paper, they're a top 14, in my opinion. So I don't know if the first Playday was a blip on the radar. Sometimes it can take a little bit while for teams to get themselves into a stage. So that's the storyline for them heading into this Playday, right? Can they reverse that form? Can they show some improvement? Vertex, again, shouldn't be as challenging of an opponent as Wildcard. So the match for them must be a lot closer, and they'll be pushing really hard for a win here.
Yeah, I mean, the team on paper is quite talented, vast, and you can look at that and you think, oh, this is actually a team that can compete for top 4, but yet their Playday 1 result was just awful against Wildcard, and in my opinion, it's a factor why I kind of went for Vertex tonight, but when you look at the team on paper, it's no surprise why you predicted them to win.
Yeah, I really want to give this team the benefit of the doubt right now. I think just their first game in OCN, there was probably a lot of nerves. They were versing Wildcard, who are pretty good on Chalet as well. I don't know if it's kind of the playstyle they're going for, but something I spoke about on their match was just how passive they all are, except for Brendo. Brendo was the only player that was kind of in Wildcard's face and playing aggressive. The rest were like really shy, and I don't know if that's their playstyle, but I've seen them play in OCL, and they've played a lot more aggressive and confident in OCL. So I kind of just want to pinpoint that defeat to just them being really shy and nervous.
Yep. Well, of course, we'll go and have a look and see the map veto and where we're going to be heading for this first game of the night. Pretty big talking point, because as Vast brought out, Chalet was good for Wildcard. We head to Cafe, which is a map we haven't seen too much of in the start of the 2022 season, both APAC South and OCN, guys. We did actually see it once for Playday 1. Ultimately, though, not your favorite map, but do you think this could be a map that maybe Ground Zero might be a little happier with?
Yeah, well, it's I think important to highlight the fact that Ground Zero did take Chalet off the board, so clearly they're not wanting to risk heading back towards that map, and maybe signs that that's a map they're just going to stay away from a little while. Also a sign that maybe they were quite happy to go towards Skyscraper, but Vertex able to claim that ban. We head over towards Cafe. It's a map that has been in the pool for what feels like an eternity for me, and as I say, basically every time it gets to a veto, it plays out very, 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 very similar every single time. There's been very little innovation on some of these objectives. That said, who knows? Maybe these games can bring slight tweaks to the table. Obviously, it would have been played out in OCL a little bit different to OCN, so we might see that meta start to creep its way in. But it's obviously going to come down, in my opinion, to the team that has the fundamentals down pat. And if Ground Zero, with all that experience on their shoulders, can show that in this game, that's probably going to put them in good stead. But Vertex as well, they have a couple of big names on their team as well. So a lot of experience, I would hope, on this particular map.
I'll pose this to you, Vast. Of course, Vertex, they had the decision between Skyscraper and Cafe, despite being a new team with a completely different roster. Do you sense they've made the right decision going to Cafe versus Skyscraper, where maybe they could have just sort of thrown caution to the wind and had a bit of fun on the new map?
I mean, obviously, I don't know what their game plan is for today, but they played Cafe last week. I think it makes a lot more sense to ban Cafe. Ground Zero could have, studied that. That's probably one of the only VODs they'll ever have of this team. It's a brand new team. So I think, why not go to Skyscraper? There's a lot of unknowns on that map, and yeah, I just feel like unless they plan to kind of be a bit more loose and unpredictable on Cafe, I don't really see the logic for that map pick.
Well, I mean, guys, obviously, Bars brings up a good point. Cafe's already been played, but that also goes into their favor, right? Having already had the familiarity with the map back on Playday 1 against Anami, it was a 7-5 result, and they had a pretty good attacking half, actually, and that's kind of what set them up for the win. Going back to Cafe again, that in itself, I think if you're Vertex, it's a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, that said, it was quite a close game, right? So 7-5 in best of one. You could say that really could have gone either way, as we love to preface all the time. I think it depends how much respect the Vertex giving in this veto, right? Were they anticipating Ground Zero to even bother watching the VOD? Because maybe Ground Zero didn't. I don't know. We don't have that information. They're not in APAC South, so I would hope that Ground Zero are putting in the time and VODing their teams, and as Vas said, it is the only up-to-date VOD. It's the only official that's been played so far this year by any of these teams. So super interesting dynamic. Vertex will probably have to step it up. I don't think a 7-5 against Onami is going to probably hold up against Ground Zero.
Final thoughts, Vas, before we let you go and get into the first game?
I think Ground Zero are going to win this. I think the only way they lose is if they play kind of very shy, not getting in Vertex's face, and not kind of, just not playing the way we're kind of used to seeing them play, I guess. Alrighty,
let's head into our first game of the day. It's Cafe here, Vertex versus Ground Zero. Well, maybe second time will be the charm for Vertex. They won out in Playday 1 against Anami on Cafe. They head back there for the first match of the day against Ground Zero. If they win this one on Cafe, and it might just become a bit of a home ground advantage for them.
May well be the case. Keen to jump into this one. Two teams that we haven't had an opportunity to cast as of yet in their current form, so keen to see what they can bring to the table. Ground Zero looking to bounce back, of course, last week or last play day. Very, very disappointing for them, but they have an opportunity now to get a little bit of revenge and try to stake their claim on the standings.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point. Neither of these two teams in APAC South, so full focus, of course, for the Oceanic Nationals, and whether you really want to go all the way. And the teams that generally do go all the way will put the extra time and effort in. They'll look at the VODs and they'll have a look and say, okay, Vertex, they played Cafe. Map veto comes down to Cafe getting there. So you should know these things. You should then know how they're going to want to play this. Nice early little timeout midway through the ban phase. So Flores Thatcher taken off the board. No real surprises there. The other thing to sort of take note of, especially with these two teams in particular, and there are maybe 4 teams in OCN this year, I should say, where it's going to be very difficult to predict. You see that one Playday game for Vertex, a new roster that's just been put together, doesn't necessarily mean you now know everything about them. Things can change very quickly. Playday 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. And by the end of this stage, going into the next stage, you could be looking at a team that plays entirely differently. So pretty much from day to day, it's going to be very difficult to predict these teams.
What is Jay Kenner watching? Is that like a canoeing POV or something?
I think that's surfing, mate. That's surfing,
yeah.
Canoeing.
I couldn't quite tell. It's a little bit small. It's a little bit small. We are just having a pause in the action. A couple of disconnects and reconnects for Ground Zero, hence why the ban phase is being stretched out just a little bit longer, but there's R's in the all chat, so assuming that will kick off once more pretty quickly. Flores Thatcher off the board first. 2 pretty oppressive attacking bans here, but it's Cafe, and Flores is powerful in clearing out key positions, particularly on the top floor, and Thatcher's all around really strong. Valkyrie banned out here. That is a replication of Vertex's defensive ban last Playday. So that kind of opens it up. Oh, sorry, it was actually Vertex to take that ban. I was going to say if Ground Zero banned it, it opens up the gate for Vertex to have free pickings, but it'll be up to Ground Zero to make their choice and a mute. So that should hopefully bolster some of these roams a little bit, or at least make them more tricky for them to be bolstered, and that leans into the attack.
Ground Zero on the defense first, Vertex on the attack, and looking back to last week, it was their attacking half that got the job done. It was a 4-2 attacking half on Cafe against Anami, which at that point, you go back to that first half and you think, well, they're flying. Like, this is actually pretty good. But it was a 3-3 second half that was a little bit concerning. So a rather attacking side at Cafe, which we don't tend to always see. Now, Cafe is not exactly the bunker down 60% defensive win rate that maybe it has been in the past. I think it's a little closer to that 50-50 margin. Don't tend to see Cafe as much in probably the APAC region over the last few months, but we'll see how it does play out. As really, it's all about figuring out where these teams are at. It's hard to say. You know, Vertex take down Anami. What does that really mean? 7-5 close score. Where do we rate Anami? We just don't know. Ground Zero got taught a big lesson by Wildcard. Is that a one-off? Or are they the team that is actually on paper? Can they bring that into the game? Community is alongside us, and that this is a very difficult one to split. 52% to 48%. It's probably bang on the money.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
We tend to agree. Kitchen for the first round here in the matchup. The first round of Playday number 2 here. The Oceanic Nationals. And 2 teams battling it out for their opportunity to fight for a spot in APAC. That's the ultimate goal for the teams that aren't already in the league. Try and finish with enough points to earn your position in the promo relegations. The ultimate goal for all 10 players inside of the server. Cafe, as it traditionally does play out, normally pretty top down. We do see the red hatch being popped. That said, Vertex actually, majority of the team establishing themselves outside of Bakery. The castle barricade taken down by a breaching charge. I almost thought that would be the trigger for Vertex to send it in quite aggressively. But instead, they'll sit back, drone ahead, and just ensure that they can get this control relatively safely. But Supremacists over towards... I was going to say Supreme, and then I was going to say Supremacist. I got stuck in the middle, but he didn't get stuck. Got that pick on the friendo.
Yeah, pretty big opening elimination. Take out the Warden. And still just under 2 minutes remaining, so plenty of time here, Vertex. The Jackal is a little surprising for Kitchen cooking here. I mean, it depends on how much roam game Ground Zero are going to put up above. Go for that Vert hold. Wet just with a bit of a wide shoulder peek. Does take a bit of damage from Kochek, and yeah, that's not good. He's going to get pinned down and already low on health, so does eventually get finished off. Jakena gets that. Now it's a 2-man advantage for Vertex. Still a lot of time, 90 seconds to be exact. And Zane starts to push in through prep. Just getting site control too easily. Not a good look right now for Ground Zero on the defense.
Novakes and Prez left to clutch 70 seconds on the board, and Ground Zero looking to try and regain momentum in this stage. Having a slow start here on Cafe. It's a flawless start for Vertex. Is this a sign of something more to come?
Yeah, that's just too clean, right? And not ideal for a team that already lost 7-1 in their opening Playday to Wildcard. And, you know, I mean, it's still so early days. This is the problem. But how many times have we seen in esports in general, in redacted titles, that you put a team together on paper and you think, oh, wow, this team's amazing. Look at these names. How great. And it just doesn't work for whatever reason, right? It just doesn't maybe work. So I hope that's not going to be the case for Ground Zero. I definitely hope that is not going to be the case. It's still a long way to go to see where they're really at. And of course, our sponsors, as always, a big part of the Oceanic Nationals in this instance. Couldn't do it without 2400. Of course, if you want to save on band merch, you can use OCN at the checkout. Now, it's between the 1st and the 11th of April, so you've got to get in nice and early if you want to use that discount code of 10% off.
Then you might look half as good as well. No promises, though. They are comfortable t-shirts. Just looping back in with that discussion, though. Yeah, sometimes teams just don't click. And it is obviously way too early to have these sort of doomsday discussions for Ground Zero. But if they lose today, especially by a big margin, I mean, it has to be raising eyebrows. Long way away from that coming into fruition, but the first round for Vertex, great signs for them. Just finding picks, a lot of them uncontested, long angles, and really wasn't much Ground Zero did at all in response. Dynamic will shift though as we change sites. Vertex going for a top-down approach expected here on CAF. Sledge getting to work on those hatches, and there'll probably be quite a bit of responsibility, I think, on Zane in this round. Ying, bit of a pocket pick in the current meta, can make or break some rounds, right? You often see Ying either have 0 impact or really help in attacking pushes and, I guess, confusing defenders. Going to be tricky for Zane to have that impact, though, right? You've got Jaeger and Wamai on the board. Oh, that missed.
Well, the Gon 6 is going to let down Neptune there, trying to get rid of the bulletproof camera. Maybe just a little bit of fortune going the way of ground zero. 90 seconds remaining in the second round, and so far, not a whole lot here from Vertex. Quite slow going. Of course, though, Bar Cocktail can really leave it to the final seconds. There's not really that much distance between your position and the site. Johan still inside of washrooms, has the mirror windows, of course, so something to keep an eye on in the late game. Will be difficult to clear him out initially.
Mirror in play on Cafe, always tricky to contest. Frequently banned out, but slips through in this match. Now it's up to Vertex to try and push through, but the later they leave it, the more powerful these mirrors become. That said, they've crept forward, gained a little bit of ground. Brendo down below on the defense. Over towards Pillar. A strange position. Droned out, though. I think, at least there was an outline of a drone. Vertex unable to find that kill as of yet, though. Candelas go out, 40 seconds left.
And it's Jay Kenner who gets the opening pick onto Brendo. This is time for Tuhan to probably swing out over towards Pixel and see if he can find elimination over towards Cigar. Well, it's just all too little too late. One does push over to Pixel. That was Kaken. Does fall to Tuhan. Swings out, loses that fight immediately. Now President in a 3 versus 1. And still play off of the mirror windows, but the timing on that Nitro Cell, it would have got the kill. Unfortunately, was a second or two behind and pushing out White Stairs. Nice easy elimination. 2 rounds to the good now for Vertex. Looking good here on Cafe.
Yeah, they're looking really solid. I'm loving their structure. They're playing really patiently, and I was getting the impression that maybe in that previous round, their patience was actually going to be a little bit of their downfall as the time was beginning to apply some of that perceived pressure, but they were able to still push through. The mirror windows surprisingly didn't have a massive impact, and that's, wow, just such a positive sign for Vertex. In that last game they played in Playday 1 on Cafe, Mirror was banned out, so that significantly changes up how they need to approach some of these attacks, but as shown in that second round, not having too much of a negative impact on their ability to push through these defensive setups.
And it's a repeat of Bar Cocktail, which is a little surprising. I feel like when we started to see Cafe make its way out of the meta, and we started to see a lot more of the other maps, especially things like Bank, Chalet, for example, but Bar Cocktail started to become a site that I feel like attackers actually started to really get their hands on. Obviously, reading Fireplace has always been a site that I think defenders have generally done a little bit better at defending, and Kitchen Cooking was more of that tertiary kind of site where both attackers and defenders would do well at. So, a little surprising to see Ground Zero go back to Bar Cocktail. Could just be an instance where you've got a team that's still newly put together, you want to try things out, you want to say, okay, this didn't work in the last round, let's try and repeat it again here in the third round and see if we can just fix a few things, play this one a little bit better. If we do, we should be able to then win the round. And that confidence is fine from a team as long as you put that into practice. If they lose this round, they will get off Bar Cocktail 100%. Maybe go back down to Kitchen Cooking, or at that point, you surely would just try out Reading Fireplace.
Good read there by Supremacist, using the shock drone to find Electro Claws down below, and that will aid some of this hard breach clear. I think that claw was covering in towards washrooms. As Wet finds the first.
That's pretty important. So far, it's been Vertex that have been able to find the opening kills. Only 2 rounds gone, but still, for Ground Zero to get on the board early. Get rid of the sledge, get rid of the 4-1, Jay Kenner. Big result. Red Stairs for Neptune again. Of course, saw him play the same position in the last round. Doesn't have to worry about the Gon 6 as you've got Supremacist on the Twitch. Gets rid of the bulletproof camera. 90 seconds remaining in the round, so still playing out largely similar to round number 2. The only difference this time being Ground Zero have the upper hand.
Man, Supremacist has gotten really good bang for buck with these shock drones in this game. Not only did he clear Electro Claws, but the BPC, even a Wabine Magnet to threaten his pixel position. So he's done a lot of hard work helping set up the team, in particular Neptune with grenades to clear out a couple of these spots. So I think Vertex, once again, like the previous round, have put in some really good groundwork. Neptune gets a freebie Brendo over Peaks. And just like that, with a minute to go, their chances of winning the round have shut up quite a bit.
Still a minute remaining in the round, and obviously with Bar Cocktail, again, time not generally going to be that much of a factor. It is going to all come down to that explosive finish, as you generally expect. Kaken throws out the Salmas, trying to open up Cocktail. Novax responds the gas canister still has 2 more. Now, Neptune still has 3 Adrenal Surges, used none of them, goes down to Tuhan, who finds the double kill. Suddenly, these Candelas plus the smokes, is it going to be enough for Vertex to turn the tide? No, it's not. Wet does go down to Supremacist, but over towards top white stairs, the position is known in 1 versus 3. Very unlikely to be able to win it now. Ground Zero, very much going to be on the board here with their first round win of Cafe.
Good shutout there by Ground Zero. A little bit of a disappointing finish to the round there for the attack. Vertex unable to link up that utility that they had available. The Adrenal Surges not coming out, the Candelas too late, and by the time they could have had an impact, there were no players left to capitalize. Good shutout there by Ground Zero. They can find a bit of comfort now that they're able to get around on the board.
Such a difference when you're winning those initial engagements. If Tuhan doesn't get the double, and let's say Tuhan falls, then suddenly you're going to be in a position where Neptune can get off those Adrenal Surges. That aids Zane with the Candelas dropping down from Skylight, has that extra health, has extra players to then go for the trade as well. Everything just kind of snowballs off of those initial engagements, and Ground Zero this time were able to win those initial fights, despite it even coming back down to a 4 versus 4 towards that final execution. So, well played to Ground Zero. Definitely much better in that round. Still early days for both of these two teams, of course, and it's, to be completely honest, sometimes it takes multiple stages before you really can see the full potential of teams come out. And stage 1 might be slow, then stage 2, you start to see signs of greatness, then by stage 3, you might see them at their best. So, you can never judge a team too early on. And I think, though, the biggest thing for a new team is still to gain confidence. You can't really lose 7-1 and then lose 7-1 and expect everything to be hunky-dory. It'd be good to get some rounds. It'd be good to be playing well. That's really all you can want from Ground Zero right now.
Go back downstairs. Reading a library. Yet to see this objective played as of yet. So no real expectations or precedents heading into this round. Don't mind this from Vertex, though. A little bit sneaky over towards Pillar. Neptune thinking about maybe
There's a rush, by the way.
It could well work. 1 player on site. Ground Zero is still completing their setup. They overwhelm it effectively. It could work.
Do have the Warden in play, though, to counter out Zane. But you're right. This could work simply because with Bar Cocktail being defended above, not that many down below. But of course, that does mean there is going to be some pressure from above as well. Veto gets the entry shot. Goodbye. No Candelas here. Ooh. No Adrenal Surges either while the rush is over. That's probably the round 2 because you put pretty much all your eggs in that basket. And it is cooked immediately, so it doesn't quite work. I mean, how often do we really see these rushes play out to the benefit of the attacking team? It's not that often. Remembering, if you're rushing in towards Reading and Fireplace, Bar Cocktail's still taken by the defenders.
Oh, the Nitro from below. Prez not quite able to capture that sledge.
No, I think that was just an EDD.
Maybe it was. Actually, it wasn't a Nitro. He still has one in the pocket, so apologies. The explosion radius was huge. I was like, a nuke went off upstairs, but no, yeah, E1D. Half HP to Jay Kenner. Round all but over, you would have to imagine. But Ground Zero are a little bit separated here. Just need to be mindful that they don't feed any ones.
Still full control, top white. I think they've still got someone over towards Cocktail as well. Wet, though. This is a big fight. You lose to the player over at Pixel. And then suddenly, White Hallway's available. Oh, he's got coming one. Wow, he's completely pinched. He's got to fall off this. I think you just got to give up this position. 35 seconds left. Keep that man advantage. Oh, he's so brave. He gets the kill onto Kaken, who did probably expect him to fall off. And Wet does not completely fall off. Now it's only Jay Canner. Well played, Wetables.
Drops down to Pillar. Isolates one and gets the kill. Low on HP now. Single
He
breath
doesn't
of
have
that
diffuser.
smoke babe will kill him, and no diffuser in hand. Spotted at 90 Hallway as well. So both players from Ground Zero know where he is. And it's Wet to round out the round.
Yeah, really well played from Wet. I think you can commend the effort. It is one of those moments where if he makes that play, but he doesn't get the elimination and he dies there, you're like, why did you not just fall off? Why did you not just fall back? Play time. You've got the numbers advantage. You do not need to make the hero play. Obviously, when you hit the shot and it all works out, then it's like, job done. You know, you're amazing. Ultimately, the damage was done and inflicted at the very beginning of the round. The rush attempt with the Ying, the Finker, falling short immediately. But full credit to Ground Zero. They bring it back to 2-2. Nice little game here on Cafe.
Yeah, and showing some good signs there of not playing shy and passive, which Vast was mentioning on the desk could be their downfall. That last round, the first 3 picks were all super sharp shoulder picks and quick picks to deny the rush. It was really nice to watch, and it flowed on to the rest of the round where Wet got that fade away, and then even the final kill, the aggressive double peak and the 2v1. So just all around, well played by Ground Zero. Definitely some concerns after the first few rounds, but it seems like those have now subsided and they're finding some confidence.
Taka repick, Sledge and Jackal come in instead of the Ying. Didn't quite remember which Akena was originally going to play, but this does suggest it will be more of a top-down clear and then vert control above over towards Dining and Train from Vertex, which would also mean they're slowing it down a little bit and less of that rush game that we saw in the last round. It definitely plays more into their play style. Premises again with the shot. Oh, big miss. Couldn't quite get rid of the default camera. Then loses that shock drone. Fortunately, there's one more. Oh, hello, Brento. Get through to Kaken. He's having a tough time of things here on Cafe. That's an early Nitrocell outside of Bakery. That is not ideal for Vertex. Neptune should be able to retrieve that diffuser, no problems, but you lose your hard breach. Your only hard breach.
Yeah, getting back in this round now. Super tough for Vertex. Don't even know what the play is here in terms of what rotation would serve them best. Probably need to try and find picks, and there's one from Supremacist once more over towards this bus window. Great opening kill onto Tuhan, playing behind that whiskey bar. And that's the sort of flow-on effect now that Vertex need to capitalize on. Try and keep isolating ones and find picks, so that when you need to enter sight, your lack of hard breach doesn't cost you.
You almost need to hunt them down at this point and force those ones and really clear out, get a strong man advantage so you can then funnel on. To be fair,
wait, what?
Neptune's inside. So this is a little bit surprising. We both got caught off guard here, and he actually finds an easy kill onto President as well. This is a little bit of a capitulation from Ground Zero, despite getting that opening kill and that being on the hard breacher. They've just let them walk in onto site. Claymore down, but Wedables gets one back onto Jay Kenner. Gas babes go out from Novaix, but it is Zane who's going to get this diffuser down. Supremacist really needing to stay alive because he is the form player at the moment for Vertex. Diffuser down in the 3 versus 3. Retake needed now from Ground Zero. Inside a freezer, headshot, easy one for Neptune. Another one on site, gets pinged out. Oh, that was clean from Neptune. Did have the ping, did have the call out, but still a nutty little shot. Nicely done from Vertex. Did not panic despite losing the hard breacher, but Ground Zero, some questionable defending.
Yeah, it's Neptune's world, and Ground Zero were living in it in that previous round. Great start by Supremacist to get that trade back. That was a really opportunistic play there to get that kill. And I think that then opened up the round quite a bit. He was able to push down that red hallway. Meanwhile, Neptune was inside doing damage. And once they got that diffuser down, pretty simple post play. Some sharp shots, of course, again from Neptune. But Ground Zero, it's obviously a little bit hard for us to say from what we're seeing. How did they let Vertex just stroll into sight? Hard breach was down. I assume they just didn't have enough pressure over towards prep, and it was either droned or Neptune just said, lads, I'm going to make a play, and committed to it. It worked out, and it was actually a really, really solid attack.
Well, now an opportunity for Vertex to get a 4-2 attacking half on Cafe, which would actually replicate what they achieved back on Playday 1 against Onami. Cafe a bit of attacker-sided now, Guz.
Wasn't it trending towards attacker-side anyway?
If it was trending that way, it has completed that trend, and it is now attacker-sided. Because you think back to Playday 1, and as I mentioned in the pre-match discussion, 4-2 in favor of the attacker, and then in the second half, 3-3. So Attacker Cafe on the cards here. I think Wet's gone for an opening pick, got the down onto Supremacist, but a nice trade from Kaken, and yeah, not ideal to lose Wet that early on. Tuhan also for a bit of a pesky window plate.
I'm keen to see what do Ground Zero do here, right? Sometimes teams that are confident and will back themselves in, they'll now get aggressive, try and find a pick back because they know in a 5v4, their chance of being able to trade out the round is significantly diminished. But maybe we see Ground Zero go into a little bit of a shell here and have the mentality of, oh, well, we can't afford to lose another pick now. Well, that's definitely the round over. Vertex on the roof, not feeding them anything, so it's challenging for Ground Zero to find something back. And that's well played by the attack. They're not going to take that little advantage that they gained early in this round, and they'll pry it open later when it actually matters.
I don't mind them going for the opening pick, though, because on Bar Cocktail, when you're defending, you are very much sat back, holding angles. You're not really going to be in a position where you can go for much flank opportunities most of the time. The attackers are going to be on the roof. Then when they do get top red control, then, you know, they're not really in a position where they're going to get swung on. Somehow Jay Kenner finds a kill onto Novaix. That was through White Stairs' window.
I think he was on the AC boost and you found the angle, maybe? Not quite sure.
This round's falling apart, though. That's the smoke gone, and suddenly two-player advantage now for Vertex.
As I said before, at this point, 5v3 round unofficially over unless Ground Zero can find something in return. Tuhan at Pixel. It's one but not the second. Neptune 7-2, so sharp in this match thus far. Now President needs to lean into these mirror windows alongside Bruno to try and hold back another 60 seconds of this attack.
There's still 3 smokes to be thrown out and the Candelas, so not a lot of vision going to be available for Ground Zero. And Neptune now free range to just walk straight up White Corridor, get the easy swing on the President in the back. It's a 4-2 attacking half to Vertex, looking very good here on Cafe.
A solid first half. If it does end up trending towards the attack, however, then 4-2 is par of the course. I will say I think Vertex probably had their opponents numbered in that first half. A little bit cleaner across the board, and Ground Zero, particularly in the early phase of a couple of those rounds, struggling. But we could see that flip now. Dynamic, when we head into the second half of any game, can significantly shift. And it's already going to be a change up from what we saw in the first half. Upstairs, we played first here by the defense, and we'll have to see what... Oh, sorry, Reading's going to be played first here by the defense, and we'll have to see how Vertex can set up and play this out. They're bringing the castle, so we're going to see a bit more castle in play now. Thunderbird as well being leaned into. So I'm expecting Vertex to try and continue to play quite aggressive and confident here.
Vertex still defended pretty well in Playday 1 against Onami. 3-3 was the second half. That's all that is required of them in this game as well. If it does play out that way, it would be 6 points from their first 2 games for Vertex, which would put them in good stead in terms of making top 4. Not an easy top 4 to get into, guys. Wildcard, Bliss, Chiefs, Knights. When you would think of maybe the top 4, you would be probably thinking of those 4 teams. So it's very difficult to push one of those teams out. You need all the points you can get. And that also then means, I'm happy to just say, if Ground Zero lose this game and they're on 0 points after 2 play days, they're probably not making top 4.
Oof. It makes it tough. Makes it really tough. Good opportunity, though, in the second half here to start bringing this back. It all starts on Reading, of course. Interesting start to the round, with Ground Zero looking to maybe enter towards Train and President playing the OSA. An operator that still, for me, has a lot of questions to be answered. Expectations maybe not met on this operator so far, but President gets the first. A great drone from his teammate, Yellow Ping, aiding in finding that first kill. And now he can sit up in Train. Secondary hard breach from Wedables as well, opening up this objective for Ground Zero.
To be fair, we did see inside of that first half, Ground Zero get opening kills a couple of times and just weren't able to fully capitalize. Oh, Tuhan's got multiple players in his sight lines. Got one, could have honestly got 2. Kaken got one back as well, so keeps it at just the 1-player advantage for Ground Zero. Knows there's a player top White Stairs who's gone back over to Cocktail. Tuhan, of course, has bot White secured. Still, minute and 18 seconds remaining in the round does mean there is a lot of time here for Ground Zero to maybe find another kill before they go for that site execution.
Well, they tried to get it down over towards Dining behind the Vulcan shield, but President got blown up by a C4 as we were watching Tuhan, and Wedables unable to recollect that and really do much damage. Now it's a 3 versus 3. Tuhan progresses to taken down, unfortunately for him, by Neptune. Wedables pushes deep and finds that kill back. It's a trade. Now Supremacist, isolated over towards White, needs to try and win out the 1 versus 2. Wedables will commit to the plant. Novaix low on HP. Supreme through the wall might be able to find the kill. He does. That's the plant denied. The diffuser on the ground, and Novaix, so low on HP, has 40 seconds to try and bring it back.
I mean, even just getting it into this 1 versus 1 position. Massive for Vertex, because this round looked like it was going to be a round that Ground Zero should be able to win. Supremacist 7-3-2.
Oh!
But it's no Vex who puts him into the grave. That got Cuz excited.
Jeez.
Not a whole lot to it in the end. A simple peek through the door, but a shot nonetheless. Ground Zero get the opening round of the second half. Just keep themselves in good stead. This was the moment I thought Tuhan was going to get a double. Only got the 1. Could have come back to bite them in the round, but didn't, fortunately, for Ground Zero. They make it 4-3.
I thought Supreme had it here at the end, but Vague's holding that tight swing, able to get the pick, even though he was one shot. Bit of a clutch up there for them. Didn't look great for Ground Zero, particularly after the first plant denial, but I think with Tuhan having a bit of pressure over towards White, he was able to keep his team in it for a little bit longer. And even though the trades to the mid portion of the round were a little bit scrappy, and it was a 1v2, ultimately in the end, they were still able to get it across the line relatively cleanly. We head back above, upstairs now. Vertex looking for a response. They've looked good so far in this game so far, but maybe looking back, a 4-2 lead after the attacking half could not be enough. It's obviously very tricky to get any more than that on most maps, but Ground Zero looking pretty solid here, at least after that first round.
And this is where it's so important for Vertex to understand if this was going to end up being an attacker-sided cafe. They can't just sit back and hope. They're going to have to be proactive in their approach. Look to try and find those opening picks in the way that Ground Zero kind of tried to do in their attacking half too. Didn't quite always work out, but still tried nevertheless.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Novax on eastern rappel. Western, no, south rappel. Might as well go through the whole compass at that point in time. Ground Zero as well over towards the skylight. I don't think they'd be wanting to make an aggressive play this early into the round. Keep it pretty standard here. Push through lounge over towards Pixel, get that control, convert in towards sight. Interestingly enough, Vertex are not leaning into the mirror. It was banned out in their Playday 1 duel, and maybe they've continued that across here into Playdate number 2. Without that mirror, it could be a little bit tough to hold down some of these longer lines of sight.
Yeah, Ground Zero are definitely not going to go for a skylight play. They don't have the equipment for it. No smokes, only 1 flash left from Wettables, and honestly, besides Tuhan on the Finker, I just don't think they're well equipped for it. Definitely more of a sweep clear kind of approach, open up sight lines, and then get the job done on site. Yeah, they drop down top red now, and they'll probably get a bit of a presence just on that second floor as well. Neptune 10-3-3. Having a fantastic game here for Vertex. And Wet's just been taken down. Zane's found an angle. Now, immediately brought back up. The adrenal surge from Tuhan does get used to bring Wet back up. All is well. Still low on health and gets rid of President. So no hard breacher now available with just a minute left. Not really going to be that much of a factor, though, I don't believe. A lot of the sight lines already opened up, and generally speaking, should be able to still get on site regardless. Jay Kenner in a big fight over towards Corridor, and yeah, round's over.
Tuhan. Not if he has something to say about it. That's 2, could be a 3rd, but no! Jay Kenner just holds on. Able to find that pick, and now Brendo is isolated. A great nade, though. 30 seconds, it could be winnable.
Tell you what, I think I've gone a little early here because Ground Zero have done well to just keep franking and pushing through this little exchange. Picks up the diffuser. Now top white stairs, still a play, but he's pinged out, is he not? Yes, he is. So that's Kaken, who gets pinged out. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Oh, Brendo gets it done! I went way too early. Egg on my face. Ground Zero come through with the win. And suddenly, they've tied this game up here on Cafe. It's 4-4. Big round loss for Vertex. They should have won that round.
Cast a curse. It was cast a curse. You did it to him. It should have been, though. You freeze it here, 4v2. But then Tuhan makes that
3v1.
Run. Yeah, you're not wrong. Brendo hits the nade. Then they had really good information on site to find the first. I think there may have even been information on the second as well for that clutch. And really well played. Great composure. I hope Kaken has more FPS than his webcam, because that's like 3 FPS.
Maybe that's why he lost that little 1v1 with Brendo. I think even Neptune, right, needs to probably be in a position there to get that trade rather than slow peeking into Cocktail. Just leaves himself way too vulnerable. Really nicely done, though, from Ground Zero to get those pings out and have that information. We've got a game on our hands here, guys. Suddenly 4 of the last 6 rounds have gone the way of Ground Zero, both attack and defense for those 4 rounds. So they're looking pretty good so far. Vertex have not been able to prove they've got what it takes on the defense here on Cafe. It now means from 8 rounds played, 6 have been attacker round wins, only 2 for the defenders.
It's a pretty damning stat if you're looking to close this out on the defense. So Vertex need to start getting rounds back. The last should have been theirs, but it wasn't. So now they need to show that they have the mental fortitude to be able to reset and dig deep. The best teams can go against those global numbers at times, right? Just because a map league-wide or even against a particular team is attacker or defender sided, good teams can break through that mold and find rounds, and that's what Vertex need to be able to show here. They clearly had a good start on their attacks. Now they need to start showing that form on the defense.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Well, it was at this point in the first half that we saw Ground Zero down 2-0, and then they won 2 defensive rounds. We're going to need to see something similar from Vertex. We've been singing their praises, especially at the close of that first half, and admittedly, of course, we didn't discredit the fact that this may end up being attacker-sided, and it has played out that way. They should have still probably won that 8th round. We'd be looking at 5-3. They'd be heading to reading 5 players again, and you'd be thinking, okay, they should be able to get the job done, but Ground Zero are not going to go down without a fight. Nothing too crazy from Ground Zero in that last round either. Getting picked went the way of Vertex. They honestly did a very good job at wounding and making it difficult for Ground Zero to even fight their way onto site. Just a 1v3 special from Brendo, who I believe was 1-7 at that point. So it never really matters where you're at. You could be 1-7, 10-1. Does not matter. Got to be able to step up at any time.
Control over towards Cigar Shop here early for Ground Zero. Also playing the Eastern Repel here. No Vegas once again. Weather was on the roof. I think Ground Zero are trying to maybe just find a free early kill, but nothing really presenting itself. Brendo unable to find any swing over towards the new balcony. Instead, he'll reposition. The extension up above here from Vertex. Quite strong, but I'm sure they'll be willing to fall back eventually. They haven't really felt immediate pressure as of yet, and the time is dipping quickly. Only 1:15 to go. Ground Zero need to start expediting this a little bit faster.
In fairness, as long as there's about a minute left, once you get Cocktail control, I don't think there's generally an issue, and this actually kind of works out. They've got a player pinched inside a Cocktail. Although Neptune, that's a lovely little shot onto wet. Clean as you like. Brendo at least gets the response onto Jay Kenner. They know that Neptune is still there, trying to get the play on the repel. Trades in favor of Ground Zero. They have Cocktail control, 50 seconds left. Nevak's still on the roof, but he'll get going down now. They can still drop a pillar. Cake, a nice little fade away with the SMG-11 onto Tuhan. 2 versus 2. Again, another close round finish here. This time in the 9th round.
Zane in an awkward position. Could have looked to make a play, but pressure from up above, lines of sight, drone as well. So instead he'll find a little bit of safety. President Salma's over towards the reading wall. That's his last one left. Diffuser in hand. Zane's position compromised, but he could still make a play. No one now up above.
Still gas, babe. Still one more. I don't know where Kaken's positioned though. Can he get it over to default? No, he's actually up. He's over towards Fireplace. So this is a chance for the 2 players for Ground Zero to really play off of each other. Novax just says, forget that. I'm going solo here. Gets the double. Ground Zero take the lead here on Cafe.
Yeah, the smoke has the placement there, maybe costing the defense the round. It's always hard to say. Sometimes the visibility both ways can be a little bit strange. But I don't think that was ever a realistic entry or plant point there for the attack. It was always going to be default, right? Maybe there was a world in which they could have tried to pull something off, but Either way, Zane's position was key, and that smoke making it quite difficult for him, I think, to see that player over towards Pillar, and he lost that engagement from that point of view. From that point onwards, Kaken, long way away, SMG in hand, one shot. He wasn't going to win that. So once again, well done by Ground Zero.
Concerning at the moment for Vertex, they've still not elected to even attempt kitchen cooking, which was, although, in fairness, won by the attackers entirely in that first half. They're not even trying yet. So far, have not been able to find success on raiding Fireplace or Bar Cocktail. Almost found success on Bar Cocktail in the 8th round, and technically almost found success in the 9th round. I mean, technically, the last 2 rounds have come down to a 3v1 win for Ground Zero, where they were the 1, and then a 2v2 close round. I mean, you're looking at a game that, quite honestly, the last 2 rounds could have gone the way of Vertex completely, and you wouldn't have been saying, oh, that should have gone the way of Ground Zero. If anything, 8th definitely should have gone the way of Vertex, and the 9th one was a 50-50. So Ground Zero just winning those mini battles at the moment more than Vertex are.
Yeah, just edging out, especially in the late round. I think the early to mid, for the most part, it's actually been quite even. I mean, so then in the last round, a lot of heavy trades over towards that cocktail position. Ground Zero ultimately did just edge out. Maybe that was what helped them in getting a little bit more heading into that late round. Either way, though, Vertex need to find something. Penultimate match point for Ground Zero. If they win this next round, it will be at least their first points of the stage thus far. Critical points at that. There is a very real chance that these 2 teams could be contesting for a spot at the APAC playoffs. They might even be both fighting it out for the 2nd spot if Team Bliss are really strong and manage to take the other spot. So, quite a battle between these 2 that might be brewing all year long. At the moment, Ground Zero, they do have their number.
Just barely though, right? Like, it's not as if it's significant. They're basically just edging them out. Only the 1 round. One of the best signs for Ground Zero is that no one is necessarily top fragging in the sense. I mean, I know Nova X85, whatever, that's fine. It kind of gets taken down by Wet. But it feels like a very significant team effort right now from Ground Zero. You could almost argue the same for Vertex as well. So it's good signs for both of these 2 teams that it's not just 1 or 2 players getting the job done. Get solid core 5-man roster on both of these 2 teams. Once again, though, Ground Zero with the opening elimination. Something that has become a big trend here on Cafe, both first and second half, is Ground Zero getting these opening kills.
Electroclaw again from Zane, playing the meat locker position, much like last time. Doesn't deny the second of the Selma charges. So there is a line of sight, only 1 wide. Bit of a strange canister in response. I guess it does delay a little bit of time. Zane still holding down the line. 45 seconds on the board. Ground Zero with the man advantage. Stacked in towards shop. Trying to maybe get control of lounge. Probably need to see a player or 2 send it down that white corridor and apply a bit of pressure on the backline.
30 seconds remaining in the round, though, and suddenly this might be a chance for Vertex to get back into it because there's just not that much time. They don't have the numbers, though, but Ground Zero, President, if you can get that diffuse down, that's probably the round over. Does get it. Not only that, but they're getting the kills, too. Neptune just stuck over towards Bart. Couldn't find anything from that little angle. K can go on, and so did Neptune before he fell, but it is Ground Zero in the kill feed everywhere. Suddenly, they are looking like the team that's hard to beat here on Cafe, and question marks are going to be asked of Vertex. It's match point for Ground Zero.
Well, it's definitely attacker-sided confirmed in this matchup, only slightly for Vertex in the first 6 rounds, but Ground Zero stomping their opponents here in the second. A 2-round buffer, match point. Their first points of the stage confirmed as well for Ground Zero. And it's been a solid performance from them. And of all the attacks so far, I don't know if you would agree, but I think that was probably one of the more confident ones. They didn't even need to send it down that white corridor and attack the backline in towards Cocktail like I thought they would need to. They were still able to get the plant down towards default, or at least apply that pressure, and they found those kills. They really are just looking super sharp. And at this point, it's very, very difficult to stand alongside Vertex and say, I still think they can do it. I still think they can come back, because they just haven't shown anything in the second half.
I haven't really been aggressive on the defense either, have they? Really haven't seen them go for window peaks, haven't seen them really go for plays early on. Neptune's 12 and 6, but a lot of those kills coming in late or midpoint of the round where the damage has already been done. I'd like to see them just try and be a little bit more aggressive here. At this point, you haven't really got anything to lose. It's double match points for Ground Zero. We've now won 6 of the last 8 rounds. Staggering. 4 rounds in a row now to Ground Zero. A big test for this Vertex roster who, you know, for the most part, probably had a pretty comfortable game against Adami. They went up 4-2, held their own in the second half, 3-3, kept it rather close in terms of the scoreline, but probably never really panicking. At this point, they are down. But big credit for Ground Zero to bounce back from, you know, the 7-1 result after losing a wildcard in Playday 1, then starting slow in the first half, although admittedly now it's very attacker-sided. Did not let it get to them in terms of being behind on the scoreboard. And now they've got 2 match points for all 3 points.
Confident map control here from Ground Zero. Vertex haven't really been leaking too many picks in the early round, so we could give them credit for that. But maybe we need to see a little bit more aggression to try and force more gunfights and try to have an advantage themselves, because entering most of these late rounds, it has been Ground Zero with a man advantage, utility advantage as well. And so trading out picks is significantly easier, and that is translating to round wins and that current margin we are seeing now. And as I say, that second floor now secured by Ground Zero. Air jabs will be used to lock down these rotations. So Vertex are really backing themselves in to be able to play on the site itself. But once Wettables gets in up above on that buck, going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, very defensive setup. Smoke, the Echo, even the Aruni as well. It is just so defensive orientated sitting on site. And as you said, it allows Wet on the buck to just go to work above on that first floor. There's no semblance of attack or proactiveness from Vertex. They are sitting back and waiting for Ground Zero to throw their best punch. And so far, we've already seen Ground Zero's best punch is good enough to knock them out.
Whiskey Bar being locked down here by Jay Kenner. A pretty key position as the attack looks to transition their control from the second floor down towards the first floor. And this is going to be a key engagement. Nades from Tuhan to try and disrupt this position. Doesn't land. In fact, I think it got caught in the window. Now 35 seconds. Neptune gets one in response. That was Brendo dealt with. Vertex really putting the foot down here in this match point round.
Yeah, much better from them hitting their shots. It's really all you can say. I mean, positioning is obviously for the defense here more than anything, but at least they're just able to get their shots to land. 4 versus 1. We've already seen a 3v1, but yeah, even though Wet is inside of Freezer, didn't have diffuser, didn't have time, didn't have a chance. Now a chance for Vertex to maybe send this one to overtime. It's 5-6.
And this will be the first time in quite a while that now there's actually a little bit of pressure back on towards Ground Zero. We'll see a tactical timeout called by Wettables in response to that. Just have a bit of a breather, reset, heading in to what they will be hoping is the final round. Because if Vertex end up turning it around after not winning a defensive round up until that point to then push overtime, that would be pretty disappointing for Ground Zero because they were in such a good position to close it out. But it's not over just yet.
No.
You're allowed to have one loss on the attack, right? But now they need to bunk it down and really lock in the next. That last round, it really just never got going, right? Before it could even begin, it was over. They did get third floor, second floor. But when they tried to take over Whiskey Bar with about 60 seconds, 55 seconds left, Vertex just came alive. That initial nade missing gave them that small opportunity to reaggress, and it really just mounted on from that point onwards. And we haven't seen that from Vertex as of yet, and Ground Zero did struggle a little bit in trying to find a response. Would
you say that overtime's fair for both of these two teams? We've got one more round to go, and it does kind of feel like if Vertex wins this round, it's a fair conclusion to go to overtime because, you know, 4-2, 4-2, can't really put it any other way. And despite Ground Zero winning 4 rounds in a row here in the second half, and obviously with the recency bias, we have to think back to the first half, and Vertex were just as good.
Yeah, I think that as being a neutral bystander watching this match, I think overtime is probably deserved. I will say it probably is recency bias, but I do feel as if Ground Zero on their attacks have been a little bit tidier across the board. But you can contradict that, and you could argue against that by saying that there were quite a few 50-50 rounds, and in fact a couple of rounds where Vertex actually had the advantage and threw it away. So I think ultimately overtime would be fair.
Attackers are heading out.
And like I said earlier, maybe this is a serious rivalry that's going to brew throughout the year as both of these teams try and duke it out for an Apex South spot.
It does kind of feel like there's starting to become a bit of an emphasis on Neptune to find some kills. 13 and 7, a big factor in terms of winning some of these rounds for Vertex, not just in the second half, but also to start with in the first half. Back on the attack. As for ground zero, oh, this is just poorly timed.
Just a fraction too late from Supreme. The Nitro, if he had have deployed it a little bit faster, could have found the opening pick, but not meant to be, and that's one less Nitro for the late round. Bit of a loss there in the util department for sure.
They still have one more Nitro cell through Zane. Grenades as well for Jay Kenner on the Wamai. They are playing into the mirror as well. You mentioned before that Vertex, of course, it was banned out last week and had the opportunity in the second half to use it. Haven't really been using it as much, but now, and on the light, do bring the mirror out.
Can ground zero counter it though? They themselves with 3 nades available. Only a single hard breach, so President under a little bit of pressure here to ensure that a couple of lines of sight at least can be created from
Look how
lounge
far back they're playing though, guys.
Located.
No pressure over towards washrooms and Pixel.
That said, last time Ground Zero didn't abuse that, right? They just pushed straight in towards side. I don't think there was much pressure over towards White Corridor at all. So maybe Vertex not wanting really to expend a player over there, instead have Jay Kenner down below probing, maybe threaten a flank or even have play a bit of Vert. Still has an impact in hand.
I guess Jay Kenner can push back up White Stairs and play that corridor position, which essentially in turn also kind of plays that Pixel position too. 60 seconds remaining in the round. Sightlines beginning to be opened up now with the Selmas. Still 3 Adrenal Searches available for 2 arm for that initial plant rush in. No smokes for ground zero, but they do have 3 flashes through wet. Throws one out. And a second one, and the third one. So
that's a kill.
Well,
yep.
It is. It's a double kill, in fact. Goodbye to Zane and Supremacist, and Vertex's defense has just been sliced open. 3 points up for grabs now for ground zero with a 2-player advantage. Neptune is down as well, so it's only Jay Kenner and Kaken.
20 seconds. Kaken needs to desperately find something. Jay Kenner's still down below, manages to find one, but he'll be called out, and that retake will be tough.
Plant going down though from President, and Tuhan now secures White Corridor as well. Getting rid of Kaken. Neptune's still down on the ground, and it's only Jay Kenner back on second floor. Nice nade, but the diffuser's down. Only 40 seconds left in a 1 versus 4. Ground zero had put in the work. Started a little slow in the first half, but this very much is an attacker-sided cafe, and they've played like that here in the second half, and they are now making sure there is no way that Jay Kenner is going to pull off the 1v4. The GG's out in chat, and all 3 points secured for ground zero. Their first points in the Oceanic Nationals.
Ground Zero would have been very disappointed after the first play day, but they show up big here in the second. They had to fight it out, especially in the first half, to stay within arm's reach, but they really did close it out nicely in the second, only dropping 1 round on the attack. A super solid performance, and I think they'll take away a lot from this.
Yeah, definitely. 7-5, decent result against a solid Vertex roster, who of course played on Cafe and Playday 1 against Onami. So both of these 2 teams now on 3 points after 2 play days, which may not be enough for top 4, guys. But I think for, honestly, the majority of the teams that are outside of sort of the, we'll say, APAC South kind of teams, and then plus Team Bliss, probably the goal is to just have a decent stage and see what can happen, rather than, oh, we've got to hit top 4. That's our 100% goal. Of course, they'll want those, and that'll be the aspirations, but easier said than done. And I think for the time being, at least for stage 1, it's so difficult to sort of know where these teams are at against each other. And Army and Vertex and Ground Zero and Ludovica for that matter. Welcome back, Fast, of course. Big game for Ground Zero. All 3 points gained. Anything that stood out for you from that match?
There was a lot that really stood out. I think for both these teams, I really could just pick apart where they were going wrong in their fundamentals. Just something that kind of surprised me is the lack of Barb and Info and Legion from both these teams. I mean, their only real info is bulletproofs, and I think that it was a small detail, but it was kind of really important.
That's why we pay Vast the big bucks. Guz, anything that really stood out from you for this game? I know it's still early days. It's only Playday 2, and it's hard to get too ahead of ourselves, but at least good signs for Ground Zero to bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. I think there were definitely concerns after the first Playday that Ground Zero, maybe that was going to set a bit of a precedent for them, but they fought really hard in this matchup. And like Vast said, it was by no means the most perfect game of Siege, and there were fundamentals lacking, etc. But they showed the mental fortitude to dig really deep, and Vertex had some great moments as well. I don't think we want to discount their efforts too much as well. Obviously, they don't walk away with any points, but as we had that discussion throughout the match, probably deserving at least one, because it was really close for the most part, unfortunately. There were just a couple of rounds, particularly in that second half, where they were in a 50-50 position or a winnable position, and they let it slip.
But I want your thoughts on this, because back when you were playing, Cafe was maybe a little bit more defender-sided to a degree, not necessarily to, say, maps like Oregon or Clubhouse, but still, this was extremely attacker-sided.
Yeah, I think it was mainly due to how both of these teams were playing it. Both of them kind of gave the other a lot of room. Didn't really contest much entry. Kind of just played side, played those power positions, played util, and kind of hoping the other team would just stall out and kind of beat them in the late game. Didn't really see. I mean, we saw Ground Zero try a few spawn picks here and there, but I mean, I wouldn't really call that like contesting entry and stuff like that. So I think that's why we saw a really attacker-sided Cafe, because in my opinion, both teams played their defense really just poorly.
I guess in the end, guys, going to Cafe played out for Ground Zero for Vertex. What does that put in their mind now? 1 on Cafe and then a loss on Cafe. Do they head back for a third decider in Playday 3? What do you make of that really in the end? Is it? I mean, obviously we'll have the interview soon and we can ask that question. Was, the VODs watched, was this something that was taken into account? For Vertex, everything was pretty much going the exact same way as it did in the first half against Anami, and it just flipped on its head in the second half.
Yeah, and I don't know what that means for the future, right? Are they probably going to play Cafe again anytime soon? I'm no expert. That's probably better for Vast to answer in terms of veto strategy. I would say probably not, because now you've got 2 fresh VODs, and if they've played it out relatively similar both times, then teams are going to have a super good read as to how they're going to play. And there were definite things, like on the defense, for example, standing out, right? Just super passive, no entry, contestation, etc. So, yeah, I don't think that we're going to see Vertex go to Cafe anytime soon.
Let's go to our interview with our winner, E, which is President from Ground Zero. Congratulations on the victory. You're first in the Oceanic Nationals for 2022. It must be great, obviously, to not only get the win, but to bounce back from what was a disappointing Playday 1.
Yeah, no, definitely feels good to finally get our first win on the board. We're a bit down with ourselves with our performance against Wildcard last week. When we knew this was going to be a tough matchup, but we got it done in the end, so it feels good. Yeah,
I guess kind of want to talk about, how the roster mania has affected you guys. What have been kind of the difficulties you guys have faced with your roster changes?
So obviously the first big one was losing Quiz tonight, so we were kind of stuck for a couple months because everyone was trialing everywhere, so we got lucky getting Wet and Nova in. They're 2 really experienced players, and they've brought a lot to the team so far, so hopefully we're only going to go up from here.
Yeah, I guess from here, Prez, right? The ultimate goal would have to be top 4 and try and fight for your spot at Apex South. Who else are you looking at to try and take that position? I think it's probably fair to say Bliss are looking really strong, but who else stands out to you?
Probably going off last week's performance, Ludovica. They were looking good against Knights, so it'll be a really good matchup tomorrow against them. So we're really going to need to get that win against them so we can secure top 2, because I'd say Bliss are probably pretty secure with that other spot for South Rellos.
Obviously, those are the end goals, mate, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Still a new team gelling together. Of course, a lot of new teams gelling together. I guess, do you have sort of mini, small-term goals for Stage 1?
I think for us, it's just getting that experience under our belts. I mean, I've been around for a while, but it's kind of my first go on OCN. Tui and Nova have only been playing... Sorry, not Nova. Brendan have only been playing for 6 months now, so just getting that experience under our belt and working to improve day in, day out.
Awesome. Thanks for your insight. Any final words before we let you go?
Just shout out to the boys. We put in a lot of work this week to get the win, and we got the job done. And shout out to Ground Zero. Love working with them. So, yeah.
Well, the work definitely showed, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the stage and the year, of course. Hopefully we can have many more interviews to come.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a good one.
Big result for ground zero, all 3 points against Vertex, and Guz has kind of already been alluded to, a potential rival and for the whole year to get one over them nice and early. It was a close one though, which is really nice to see that it wasn't, too one-sided. I'm sure ground zero would have liked maybe a 7-1 or so, but in the end 7-5, a really good result for Vertex. It also means it's not end of the world, right? There were some little moments that things quite go the other way in those little 50-50s. It could have been a 7-5 to them.
Yeah, for sure. For me, the biggest takeaway from that interview, I know it was my question, so I don't want to sound like this is an ego thing or anything, but tomorrow, right, they're taking on Ludovica, and he's already, Press has already said that maybe that's one of their biggest rivalries for that second spot. If Bliss are a bit of a super team here once more in OCN, and that other spot for Premier Relegations is, somewhat secured, then tomorrow's going to be really good insight as to whether or not Ground Zero do have their match against Ludovica, and if they do, well, that's already 2 other teams that can make it to Premier Relegations that they've taken down, and that's a really, really good sign for them. They don't need to necessarily be taking down teams that are already in APAC South. They're not who they're really fighting for that position. So the first play day, you could almost write it off just a little bit.
Well, that's for tomorrow. Of course, we've still got way more games to go today. When we come back from the break, it's Chiefs, and it's an army.
Drops down to pillar, isolates one again.
Versus 3. Retake needed now from ground zero inside of...
Thank for OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
So, just coming into the new season of OCN, I want to give you some pointers as to how to be a commentator. So there's play-by-play.
Thank for OCN.
2. Can he make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times.
Champions, you never count them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't Well, Ground Zero took all 3 points against Vertex to open up Playday 2 here of the Oceanic Nationals. Chiefs and Onami coming up next. Of course, for the Chiefs, they are our back-to-back champions. A slightly different roster, but still, nevertheless, and forever and always, they are the heart of Oceanic Nationals. Guys, you reckon they can go 5 in a row?
Oh, gee, that's a big question. I don't know. Chiefs have shown that maybe Bliss are their biggest rival once more here this year. Unfortunately, did lose to them in the previous Playday, but the Chiefs have shown that despite their roster changes, they are still super strong, if not even stronger than their previous form. Ooh. So this Playday offers an opportunity for them to show that.
Well, Vars, and we look at this list, of course, far removed from what it used to be when you were on this team. Slowly, it's shaping into its own iteration. What do you make of this roster for the Chiefs?
I think, yeah, just the way you put it, like, it's shaping into its own, identity, 2 roster moves, and pretty important roster moves. I mean, Fisher was kind of, the glue, and, he pretty much did everything for Chiefs. So, kind of replacing him and having Ethan step in, it definitely just changes, just everything, the whole team identity. And you can kind of see that in their gameplay. I think mainly in APAC South, you can see they're trying to play a different playstyle than what they used to play in 2021. It's a bit more loose and aggressive, and I think that reflects in their pickups with Bouncing and Board. It kind of seems like that's the approach they're kind of going for in 2022.
We'll see, of course, if it has overall success. So far, I think it's pretty decent, guys. Obviously, that's including APAC South, maybe less so in OCN. They did lose on Playday 1 against Team Bliss. Was 7-4 that result on Chalet. So not an ideal start to the Oceanic Nationals. They will be looking to bounce back today. It would actually be quite disastrous if they do lose to Onami, so could end up being a bit of a trap game.
It could be, and there have been teams in the past that have been the boogeyman of the Chiefs, and I'm sure Vars can attest to this, that, sometimes they have to be a little bit careful of these quote-unquote trap games, but, I mean, if we're being realistic on paper, this is a very, very strong head-to-head in favor of the Chiefs, and they'll be looking to just get in, get out, and get it done quickly.
Yeah, hopefully they can make pretty quick work of Onami for their own sake. We'll see if that happens. Of course, let's go and have a look at Onami and their lineup. A team that already copped a bit of an L in Playday 1, although it weren't too bad against Vertex Fast. There was a 7-5 on Cafe, held their own. Familiar names, but also some new ones.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone will know Ghoul and AFX from last year, but we do have 3 new players to OCN. If you do watch a lot of OCN, I'm sure you'll recognize these names. On paper, again, it's similar to Ground Zero. On paper, this team actually doesn't look half bad. I think that they have a few pretty good gunners, I guess you could say. But much like Vertex, there's a lot of unknowns about this team.
Guz, unknowns, but also there are some knowns. Of course, we've seen players like AFX and Ghoul around for a little while now, and you would kind of hope, oh wow, Atletico, let's go.
Is that Derpay's actual old jersey, or is he just a Derpay fanboy?
I think it's a Derp signature.
Yeah, probably just a signature. Looks like he's just got like a bit of chalk and scrawled onto it. But it is important though to have some of the older heads. Well, I don't know, older heads is the right way, but maybe experienced heads, right, for this team coming into this year. Because for Ghoul and for AFX, they've been here before, they've done it, but the others maybe not so much.
Yeah, and that means that there's I wouldn't say it's necessarily pressure, maybe responsibility, right, on those guys to be able to lend some experience to the rest of the roster and to really help them find their feet here. The first stage, like most of these teams jumping up from either OCL or teams that have had significant roster changes, going to be a bit of a feeler stage for them to find their where they actually sit in terms of the rest of the league. And the first couple of play days are probably going to be the hardest of those. And it's important that they actually take lessons away from these games. I'm sure they would have learned a lot in their first matchup against Vertex. It was really close. 7-5, one of those games in a best-of-1 format that you could say is a bit of a 50-50 and maybe a little bit unlucky to not get any points in that. So now's their opportunity to show that they can actually take it up against some of the stronger teams like the Chiefs. Maybe not necessarily expecting to get points in this game, but it leans into that discussion, right? Learn a lot, take a lot from it, and push Chiefs as far as they can.
Straight into the hard-hitting question. Vast, is this the worst team in OCN?
I don't know. I don't want to say that, but like I feel like right now from what we've seen, I think so. But like I think they kind of evenly sit with Vertex and Ground Zero. I kind of would put all three of those kind of in the same category, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
I have given you a bit of the bust there. It's probably not the right way to phrase it. I don't think it's fair to them, of course, right? You're right. They're on that kind of same level. There's a lot of unknowns. And right now for an army, I mean, like 7-5 against Vertex, obviously not that far away from them. It's just when you've got those kind of APAC South teams plus Bliss, obviously there's not much room to sort of be able to move up. Let's go to the map vetoes and see where we are heading for game number 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. It's Villa, where we are heading, and for 2 games in a row, Skyscraper was in contention, but Chiefs not wanting to bring it out. So close, guys.
Well, let's be real. Chiefs aren't going to show Skyscraper in OCN, so it's really not that much of a surprise. I would have been absolutely shocked if they let that sneak through, given the high stakes over in APAC South. Would have been cool to see, but won't be the case. Villa, it's basically the OCN staple, right? We have seen it so much. I'm trying to look at, just very briefly at maybe Chiefs' recent results on this particular map. And in fact, they haven't played it this year, right? If I'm reading that correctly. So who knows? The Chiefs are very, very different to how they were in 2021 in terms of their roster.
Vars, what do you make of the bans here? Chiefs banning out Theme Park, Border, and Skyscraper, clearly hiding something.
Oh no, I reckon they're just scared to go to those maps. They're just cowards. But I think Villa is kind of interesting. I think with Chiefs, obviously when you do roster changes, you know, your map pool is going to change. We're kind of seeing that how they kind of played a bit poorly on Club from what we're used to seeing. But with Villa, Ruffle, they used to really like their Villa, so Boydie and Bouncin, they're definitely going to be comfortable on that map. And I think it will probably go well with this new playstyle that they're going for. I can imagine we'll probably see a lot of lurking from Bouncing Bulls.
Jeez, the way you said it there. Just the way he said it.
It's a bit sus. It's a little bit sus. It's just a little bit sus.
Well, I don't know. Such an emphasis on the balls there. Just go with Bouncing, mate. You can just leave it there if you want.
I don't know why I said it like that.
Very quickly, though, obviously going over some of the predictions here. Chiefs, by far and away, the absolute favourites for this game. But what's the Anami win condition, guys?
What's the win condition? Jeez, I didn't know the game was 30 minutes away from starting. What is this? Hit me with the bus.
What's the Onami win condition? How do they find a result here against the Chiefs? And what would that result? It may not even have to be points. 7-5, is that good enough?
I think the best result for Onami getting out of this matchup, like I've said a couple times, is just what they learn from this game. The chances of them winning are pretty slim. It's not impossible. They could well catch Chiefs on a bad day, but the most important thing is they take away something from this matchup, whether that be during the match itself or reviewing it later, right? It's clear that there's going to be a pretty tight battle between these newer teams to try and fight for that Premier relegation spot. And Chiefs ultimately is not your target. You're not fighting them for a spot in those Premier relegations, at least qualifying for them through OCL. So it's a learning experience for them. If you can get points, that's great, but Chiefs are a very, very scary squad.
I really want your thoughts on this one, Vas, because really, when I look at this game for the Chiefs, it's lose-lose, right? You win, you're supposed to win, and you lose, well, you weren't supposed to lose, right? So how does that affect maybe the mental of some of the players going into a game like this? Do they just don't even care about it at all and just know as long as they play their game, the job will get done?
Yeah, I don't think Chiefs will be going into this like, you know, they, you know, want to win. It's kind of like the Bliss situation. I don't know. It's really hard to explain as well. Like, obviously, Chiefs wanted to beat Bliss, right? But it didn't really reflect in the way they played. They kind of just stuck to their defaults. They didn't really do anything crazy, try to surprise Bliss. And I can imagine that's going to be the same today. We might see them play a bit more loose and maybe have a bit more fun. But I don't think Chiefs are going to really bring out too many strategies to try to actively beat Onami. I think they kind of understand their situation here. But just touching on Onami as well for their win condition, I think the way Guz put it was actually really good, and I never really thought about it like that. I think a lot of other teams could value off using, you know, these APAC South teams as learning experience to, you know, propel a lot more further, because yeah, we have all these brand new teams to OCN and they're really behind in terms of like fundamentals and stuff like that. And I think for Onami, I think like realistically the win condition here is literally just play stupidly aggressive, just throw out the teamwork, whatever strategy you think. I generally believe that is the only way they're going to win today.
We'll see how it plays out for them. Girls, you can go have a bit of a break, mate. You've been hard at work with that one game. Now it's time to put you on the bench and say hello to Chelsea making her debut on the Oceanic Nationals. Of course, last week we had the wonderful Mandy coming in. Congratulations on getting onto this wonderful show, Chelsea. Thank you for joining us, being a part of it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling like a mixture of nerves, excitement. I've been watching Oceanic Nationals for the better part of 2 years now, so it's kind of weird being in this position, but I'm going to give it my best, so here I am.
I'm sure you're going to knock it out of the park. Don't worry about that one. Let's head into Villa for our second game of the night. It's the Chiefs, and it is Onami. Of course, as we sort of prefaced on the desk, it is very much the Chiefs going into this one as the clear-cut favourites. For Onami, though, maybe a bit of a learning experience for them in this game to see what they can do against one of the more premier teams in the competition.
Yeah, look, if we look at actually Onami's last game last week, they actually had a pretty close match. So, you know, they had some pretty nutty plays from AFX. I'm actually really keen to see what kind of pull out. And if you kind of look at Chiefs' performance, especially yesterday in Apex South, ending on a loss, like, I don't know what that would do to your confidence. It kind of, all these little minute details start to come into play. So we'll see what happens.
It is indeed the first time we are seeing Villa as well for basically the entirety of Oceanic Nationals, although we're only into the second play day, so we haven't seen too many games. Obviously, for the Chiefs, it's all about making sure they don't want to show too much in terms of the other maps. Villa has, as Gal's kind of put it, become a bit of the home ground for the Oceanic Nationals, so it is a little surprising that into play day 2, that's just the first time we're seeing it. Yana gets banned out here, and then the Thatcher, the Yana ban, somewhat surprising, but maybe the Chiefs wanting to try and take away some of that roam firepower that Onami might bring out, that little run-around game, as they've got one more ban here to close out the ban phase.
And you can see the Valken response really trying to cut off that intel. So
yeah, no, you're right, 100%. Yeah. That's, I mean, to be fair, Valk's probably a bit more of a common ban than anything, and then the Malusi as well, so I mean, look, it's Villa, it's Oceanic Nationals, it's all a bit of fun, but probably not exactly the most staple hardcore bans. I think more than anything, Chiefs quite understanding that Onami want to probably come into this game, have a bit of fun, bring some of that aggression. Obviously, for the Chiefs, we'll be starting on the defense first, Onami on the attack. Villa, typically, defenders will get off to a good start, you would say. 4-2 for the Chiefs should be par for the course. We head to AVG to start with.
Love that site. Honestly, like it's such a fun site to play. It's interesting seeing kind of the different approaches from every angle that you can take to try and enter onto site. So I'm keen to see kind of how Onami plays into this, especially you saying previously, this is the first time we're seeing it this season.
I think that for the Chiefs coming into this game, as I said on the desk, for me, I would hate lose-lose situations, but the best teams probably thrive on it, where they can just have that utter confidence to get the job done. And the community has the same utter confidence as well. 88% in favor of the Chiefs, only 12% backing Onami.
I actually think that's the biggest community gap vote we've seen so far.
I would probably agree with you, yeah. I don't have the 100% like facts on that, like maybe wrong, but it definitely would be up there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of at least top 3, I can say probably confidently from last week. But as you can see, like this is a pretty standard setup. You can see that Digital is obviously pushing onto like different types of sites, trying to like, close those entry points to make it a little bit harder for Onami to get the attack onto site and delay that timer.
Yeah, very early days here though for Onami, going with the Jackal. Should be able to then help try and clear out Chiefs if they are going to be playing off-site. AVG can pretty much just expect them to be trying to hold out study, top brown stairs. A couple of players on site as well. Not probably expecting Chiefs to be too aggressive. As I say that, a swing from Astro from Bounce says hello to Archie. That is somewhat aggressive.
Oh, wow. Okay. We can see if Worthy can actually get that response, but Smack is going to be following up onto that site soon. Bouncing kind of, I think, heard that out, but he's being droned in.
And a big thing for Onami, though, losing this over here probably not going to be all that impactful this early on. I think it's just all about working their way through the round, getting control of 90, trying to clear out player towards brown stairs eventually. Smacker opens up Astro into Trophy. Just trying to work through the checklist is going to be the play here for Anami. Still a minute 50 seconds on the clock. Obviously, it was a very early kill onto Archie, right, from Bouncin, who went for that peek in through Astro. As Havoc's clearing out below, just making sure no more shenanigans. And yeah, getting through over towards 90 is the next step here now for Anami.
You can see Smack is kind of opening up those line of sights for his team to help him get the picks. And you know, you still got Jack on the board trying to catch out if there'll be any roams. Got Worthy playing in Library. But Smack's grenade doesn't quite get through. And the Caillou charge is still there.
Yeah, Clyde Claw still in fact for Digital. That does make 90 still not completely open with a minute left, but at the very least for Anami, they do still have control of 90. Haven't seen much action over towards Brownstairs, but Worthy down in Library. Bit of an off angle, does catch out Havoc, so of course sweeping around on the Jackal, and Bouncing gets rid of Ghoul. That is over towards Study. Chiefs playing rather aggressive somewhat with some of these positions, and Boydie gets so bored that he decides to take out Bouncin.
He thought, you know, let's just give these guys a bit of a chance. Let's just close that gap a little. The smoke canister goes out, cutting off that choke into sight. You see that Digital is primed, ready to see if he can get that kill. Past hallway. Feels like a bit of a stalemate with only 18 seconds left. Oh, and as I said that, Worthy just got a kill on Smacka. This last gas canister goes out. AFX is just getting it from every angle, and oh no, the first round goes to Chiefs.
Well, not really that much of a surprise with the way that that was kind of shaping out, was it?
Obviously, no, absolutely not.
From the get-go, it was the Chiefs, starting with Bouncing through Astro. I actually kind of said I maybe wasn't expecting the Chiefs to be all that aggressive, and lo and behold, they actually were rather in the face of Anami from the get-go, Bouncing pushing through Astro nice and early, and then being able to fall back through 90, back onto site, and then also Worthy down in Library. So less of a Brownstairs control, more of a player sitting inside a Study with them one down below inside a Library. So makes it kind of difficult for Anami because they're going to spend so much more time trying to clear out, hence the Jackal, and then less time on site, less time, and then by then less players as well to go for anything. So look, that was really as clean as a flawless can be, and it, don't get it twisted, it was actually a flawless. Of course, the team kill from Boydie onto Bouncin is the only negative there for the Chiefs in that first round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like when you think about it from a team perspective, when you have such an early pick in the first round, you kind of start to see like, okay, like that little bit of a fumble, that little bit of, oh crap, this is what we're dealing with. So then you can kind of see that they started playing a little bit more passively. They were trying to get their composure on. But at the end of the day, there's 20 seconds left, and they weren't getting any of the util cleared. So, you know, they kind of just had to throw bodies onto site, and we know that Chiefs, they hit their shots. So you got to play a little bit more carefully than that.
Obviously struggled to get open at Vault Wall over towards 90. That ended up being a big detriment. But, I mean, besides that, and even the checklist game that Anami were obviously trying to get through, still kind of struggling to be able to get kills. And, well, hello.
And Havoc's got a kill onto Bouncin. That's amazing. That's a good pick.
That is a very good pick down below.
Obviously puts them at a slight advantage.
Yeah. Probably Bouncing getting a little bit aggressive and maybe trying to just be a bit sneaky down below in basement, and that's going to be quite easy for Havoc's to obviously track down on the Jackal and then gets that first elimination. So big for Anami. Got a one-player advantage. We'll see what they can do with it. Still obviously a lot of time in this round, but no rush.
Absolutely not. You can see they're kind of taking that split push approach. You know, you've got Archie kind of clearing that pantry stairs. Havoc's trying to see if there's any roams to try and stop any nasty surprises coming onto towards Nami, basically.
Sometimes we see with some of these top teams when they go up against opponents they probably think are lesser to them, they do try to be a little bit in your face, be aggressive, and be like that big pesky older brother. Does backfire at times. And then you saw that here with Bouncin. Now Chiefs down a player. But the best teams, even when they do have a bit of fun with that, they do reel it in a bit like, all right, let's get back to site. We've got the 4 plays. We can still win this round. Minute 30 seconds remaining. Smacker onto the Nook through sheets.
We saw like Bouncing, unintentionally pun intended, I guess, bouncing off like yesterday. But you still got Worthy. You still got Ethan. Still got the entire Chiefs to deal with almost 1 minute and 17 seconds. They're playing it quite slow. They're being quite methodical with their approach, but you can see that Digital is on the roam, trying to get any picks.
Can't say that you tend to see Digital on the roam on the flank, generally on site, holding down the final anchor position. Are they ready for this?
But he will find someone. He's on drones, and he picks him. Oh no, Havix, poor thing. Did not actually expect Digital to, like what you said, to be on the roam.
Yeah, no, 100%, and just turned his back at the last second. He honestly had the right idea, expecting the flank and expecting someone from the Chiefs to try and make their way from basement.
Kind of this gunfight off between Smacker, and he does actually end up picking up Digital.
Let's trade. 30 seconds left in the round, and this is where now it's execute time for Anami, pushing onto site.
Absolutely, Worthy gets the kill onto Smacker. Woody approaching site.
15 seconds remaining.
It's really only Ace and Zofia left. Let's see if G59 could actually get this off. Worthy gets to pick onto G5. And again, double kill for Worthy. Just kind of, again, it just didn't feel like Onami just had a control onto this round.
Well, I don't think they had full control. No, obviously landing hadn't been cleared yet. And obviously a large emphasis of Anami's game there was making sure that the flank game from Chiefs was not really going to come too much into effect down below in basement. So maybe less attention over towards, say, red stairs that allowed Worthy to kind of like fall back, hold that position. Obviously that was just awful timing for Havix.
It's never a good feeling to be killed on a drone.
It's never a good feeling to turn your back when you're holding an angle and a player is walking directly to you. And yeah, Worthy hadn't quite been cleared out there. So look, somewhat better from Anami, getting kills, at least getting it to that execution point of the round where they were still in a winnable position, because that first round on Aviator Games was by far and away too one-sided, too early on in the round. That was better, but still, you know, pretty clear that there's a bit of a difference between these two teams as we head down to Kitchen Dining here for the third round. Chiefs looking to go for the World Tour.
Are we going to see Sledge get repicked into Armor?
I think they're just having a bit of fun with it. The Amaru and Sledge being swapped around between Ghoul and Smacker. Of course, both actually already picked it, and then they're just going to swap over. The Amaru, though, in itself, especially for Kitchen Dining, that's a little bit surprising.
I mean, do you think that's the approach they're going to take, is trying that top-down clear?
Well,
and so that's why we got to get them, or a Smacker, at least on site as quick as possible.
Yeah, typically in this position, I would say the Amaru would just go for 90 window and just clear out that top floor and make their way down, or in this instance, straight into Veranda looking to go in towards Study. So yeah, I mean, basically, as you mentioned, top-down clear approach, but do it quickly. But I still don't really, I don't know. In this instance, I don't value the Amaru all that much. I'd rather just bring like a Jackal, and that just really speeds up that process anyway. Second floor, generally not expecting anyone from the Chiefs to be lingering around here. If they are, it's probably more towards Astro than it is on the Study side.
Yeah, well, that's actually an interesting point that you made, because Jackal was picked for the first 2 rounds, and then all of a sudden, I don't think they were probably getting as much information as they wanted from it, so hence the Amaro pick, but we'll see.
Plenty of time to see. In terms of the Chiefs' defensive setup, nothing too crazy. Digital on the Maestro. Castle barricades from Ethan. I imagine there'll be some sort of defense up above on the first floor. Worthy. That's around the second floor, I mean, over towards Astro's side. Master bedroom, 7-0 for Worthy. Just having fun. It's just honestly the way it feels like for the Chiefs right now. And it's forcing Anami to be clearing the second floor. Just spotted him over the left.
Does see Worthy, though, and does pick him off. It's 4v4, 130 seconds. Havix with the double kill, chasing that up to Ethan. That should just go out, but
it gives Anami a little advantage here as well, right? Because not only have they been able to get those kills, that's nice, 4 versus 3, but now they've got vert control as well established above Astro bedroom. So with 1 minute 10 seconds left, you're seeing Ghoul get to work on that Sledge, opening things up. This is a really good opportunity for Anami to get something from this round.
Absolutely. Then you can see Boydie just responded back with kill onto Archie, kind of closing that gap, making a little bit more equal. 3 threes left, less than a minute left on the clock.
Havix is half health though, so obviously does need to be somewhat careful. And this is probably the point where the Amaru is not going to have all that much impact, except maybe the flashes.
I was going to say, yeah, like the flash is probably the most impactful thing that he could probably bring to the table. We'll see that happen very soon with only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and Digital may be expecting the lurk down below in basement, but it's not going to happen here. Nami just don't have the numbers for it. They've got to go straight towards site. Smack is still outside. Same with Ghoul. So now it's just going to be rushing on through Pantry onto site. Chiefs actually now somewhat in a better position here. Should be able to deal with this. And the funnel through onto site. 10 seconds left.
Absolutely.
Ghoul putting the plant down.
10 seconds to go. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Here is down. Digital gets the ping out, but doesn't quite find
Attackers need to
anyone.
protect
You
the
can see that the
position compromised.
Nami is going to play that vertical control to try and stop. Oh, try and stop the defuse, but it doesn't help because Bouncing just got to pick onto Ghoul. Digital is defusing, and they've got to act fast, otherwise they're going to lose this round. It's 1v1. Smack onto Bouncing. And they're just about to find out. Flash goes out, but it's... might be too late. It is.
Oh, I think it's too late.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, it is.
It's a waiting game, and that's basically what they did. They didn't get the one player left on their team, but it doesn't matter because you have to defuse before it goes out, but otherwise you lose that round. So, I mean, good play for Onami on that.
That flash, though, that was the difference maker in the end. If he's not full white, if he doesn't just take that extra half a second to get over to the diffuser, Chiefs probably win that round. Still, nevertheless, a big round for Onami. Much better from them, a little bit cleaner. Still somewhat messy, but you're not really going to beat the Chiefs in a clean manner. This was great, though, from Specker, able to just hop over, get Digital, and then force the 1v1 against Bouncer, who's been in such good form over the, basically since joining the Chiefs. And yeah, that was 0.1 seconds away. So close. Had he got on it, obviously just a little bit sooner. If it wasn't for that flash, probably would have gone the way of the Chiefs. And Nami will take it, though. They don't care how they're going to get the round. They'll take it. And we head back upstairs to Aviator Games.
You can see that Amuro is still into play, but it kind of makes sense on a site like this. Let's see if they can try and, if we get that vault wall. Oh, you can see that the mute jammer will be placed there. Let's see if they can try and get that vault wall open again, now that they know that it's going to be contested.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, they don't have a hard breach, so I'm not sure if that's going to get opened at all. This is where it's a little bit questionable right now from Onami, where obviously going for some sort of rush strategy with the Finka and the Amaru, probably straight into 90 with the Adrenal Surge. Or maybe it's study again. I really, this is a difficult one to sort of ascertain here because it's a weird lineup.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Like, I guess we're just gonna have to see what the play is, because when you think about Chiefs, they're a frag star team, so they're responding back with.
Well, they're not necessarily playing into the lineup composition that they've brought here. Rather, more so sweep across bedroom, Astro side, and less so playing into the Amaru and Finka that they have brought to the table. Whether they're just lurking down below. Yeah, strange composition here from Onami. They have no way to open up that vault wall now, so they're going to need to get picks. And they're going to need to force a lot of 1v1s. And honestly, what they're going to need to do is hope the Chiefs mess up here. Worthy just sitting inside of sheets, just having a day.
So 30 seconds left on the clock.
Loading the magazine. Drones up and running.
See that Smack is trying to get a sight onto Aviator, but is very cautious of his flank on red stairs. Worthy is just having a fun time in Memorial Room, getting all the action.
AFX is getting at least a decent look in from landing, but Chiefs probably not too concerned with that. They've still got players over towards Vault. No real way for Onami to open that up, so they're quite safe in there. And looking at some of the utility, at the very least for Onami, they do have the smokes from AFX and the flashes from Smacker. So pushing it onto site, that's what they're going to have to use. Worthy over towards Kitchen. Nice headshot onto Havocs.
Beautiful. I think they were just concerned about knowing that obviously Worthy got pinged onto Memorial Room, and they're like, okay, well, we can't quite push onto site knowing that there's such a threat around us.
We've got 90 control, but don't really think that's much that's going to come from it. Yeah, no time here either now for Anami. They're going to have to just funnel in onto site. Worthy does get taken down by Smacker. So 4 versus 4, this is it. Execute time onto site.
We're going to see a lot of stuff go down in the next 15 seconds.
A bomb has been located. 10 seconds remaining.
We're in a 3v3 with only 5 seconds left. Diffuser is planted, so it did go quite through. Bouncing, looking to respond back. Smacker onto Bouncing, Ethan onto Smacker with the excellent trade. Binka is still...
Oh, they win this, surely. Oh, cool.
Wow. Frag goes out, but it doesn't quite land. It's either got to play for time or play it so safe.
It's got it.
Fortunately.
Just barely. Like, not so much in the time barely, but the health barely. That was a little closer than they probably would have liked. I mean, the time was also still pretty close as well. But the Chiefs just making a bit of a meal of it towards the end. That round probably shouldn't have been as close as it was.
I mean, we have seen the diffuser gone down twice, so like the effort's been made and they're getting onto site, but they're just not quite getting the picks that they need to try and defend that diffuser.
Well, the Chiefs just having a bit of fun with it, obviously, in this game. No expectations on them to be super clean, to play to a level, like maybe to an APAC South level, and we're seeing that with their play style now, right? Worthy's just basically getting free reign to go and do whatever he wants. Digital, even at one point, was running around and flanking, which is generally more of a hard anchor on site. So they're having some fun with it. Anami technically having some fun with it as well with their lineup compositions. This time they do bring the hard breach, which is nice. Don't know why they didn't bring it in the last round, especially with the Tekka repick. Just a little questionable, but ultimately they do bring the Hibana this time around, and still sticking with the Finka and the Amaru, which I do find a little puzzling because they're just not really playing into that composition and what you would generally, or how you would generally play it when you do bring that lineup. At the very least, it looks like they may actually get off the Finka. So
and try
that's
and get
something,
that Nomad. Yeah.
I still don't know why the Amaru though. Maybe Smack is like an Amaru one trick.
I mean, how much data? I'm like, trying to look at the info sheet that we have. How much data do we have in Smacker? Maybe he just pops off on...
probably very much little to no data.
There you go.
Blame DevMarter stat tracker for that one, don't worry. That 3-1. Of course, Villa, though, to bring it back a little bit, defender-sided. So Chiefs obviously were always going to get off to a good start. Very much more keen to see how things do play out in the second half once Anami sort of get into the defender's role and see how they can go against the Chiefs. I'm also very keen to see how the Chiefs are going to play attacker side, because just have that feeling they're going to just go into this one very loose and have some fun on the attack and force a lot of ones.
Yeah, absolutely. If Onami can try and close this out first half at least with a second round on the belt, it doesn't feel like so much of a steep hill to climb, but I mean, we'll see. Smacka in Art Studio. Where are they getting the first pick? Onto Smacka. That's the armor down.
Yeah, no real big
No,
loss,
yeah, I was gonna
think.
say like, ooh, and nothing of value was lost.
Lose the flashes. That's
But
about
you
it.
can see that like Smacka with 6 kills is really carrying his team here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely getting some kills on the Amaru, that's for sure. In some ways, kind of difficult to question it too much here. Bouncing over towards Dining. Has a bit of help. Yeah, this is
Ooh,
this is very much the Chiefs playing very
chunk
loose.
of health just there. What happened? What happened off screen?
There's still time for Anami in this round, though. You still got your hard breach available. Yeah, you lost Amaru, you lost Smacker. That's fine. 4 versus 5. Chiefs kind of playing off site. So you do have to expect them to be just about anywhere and everywhere. I mean, even down in Laundry here, Worthy 9-2 has been playing off-site the entire game. A chance for AFX there from Bedroom. Now with a minute left, starting to push over towards the site.
Worthy stickers. doesn't quite hit, but at least AFX knows that there's someone playing below. Only a minute left in the round. And 44 out. 40 does go down. Make that a 4v3. Melee kill on Worthy on the melee kill onto Havix. Ethan responds back. It is just raiding orange in the kill feed right now.
Yeah, no chance here for AFX in the 1 versus 3. Chiefs, the firepower just coming way too strong here in the 5th round.
And they've got Diffuser as well.
Flash from AFX, swings into Astra. Can't beat out Ethan though. And the Chiefs are just having a bit of fun here on Villa. It's 1-4. It's not looking good for Anami.
I mean, if you were Anami, what would be your first piece of advice for them? Especially in the second half of the game.
To be completely honest, I'd be probably going in with a better lineup composition than sticking on the Amaru, which I know, again, Smack has been able to find kills. You can find kills on other operators as well. Probably look to try and do a better job at sweeping. I'd be bringing more of the Jackal. We did see it early on. I think it was like first round or second round, maybe both of the first 2 rounds. More Jackal, more sweep across. Try and clear out the roamers, like Worthy, for example. I know, obviously, that's difficult. Easier said than done. I mean, he is the MVP. 10, 2, and 3. And that's why you probably need to do it more as a team. You can't probably just send one person down on a Jackal and be like, oh, go find Worthy. Because you'll probably lose that fight. If you send 2 down, at the very least, you either get a 2 for 0 and you get rid of him, or a 1-for-1 trade. And then it's, you know, at least still 4 versus 4. So ultimately, he's the troublemaker right now. Unless... I mean, there hasn't really been many issues when it comes to the site because we haven't necessarily seen much fighting happening on site towards the very end of games, except for probably Kitchen Dining in the 3rd round. That was about it. Everything else is Chiefs are just finding picks early on and allowing their roam pressure to just catch out Anami towards the mid to late game.
No, absolutely. Trying to look at this defense lineup for Kitchen Dining side, and it's pretty stock standard. I do love seeing an Oryx pick, though, because you can definitely tell that Oryx is probably going to be causing mayhem, roaming, climbing different levels of the sites. You know, instead of having a Jackal to try and prepare against that, stick again with the armor.
Well, final round of the first half here. It was always going to be a tricky one for Anami coming up against the Chiefs. No doubt about that, but haven't quite been able to show much in terms of moving forward. I think more so in the second half. I hope to see a little bit more from Anami, especially on the defense and how they're going to play it too. Do they just bunker down on site and try and allow the Chiefs to have the roam game and then just force the fights on site, or do they get aggressive in their face? Definitely keen to see how that plays out. Ooh. Okay.
Smack gets a nice clean kill onto Worthy.
It's the Amaru. It's got nothing. It literally has nothing to do with the Amaru. Except, I guess you could say the gun. If the gun is just what Smacker absolutely loves.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing against a team like Chiefs, I guess you have to feel comfortable with the most gun you feel comfortable with, I guess. And if that gets you kills, that gets you kills. I mean, who are we to judge except it's a 1-4?
All I know is that Smacker is fragging out, as you said before. 7-5 now, got rid of Worthy. So, I mean, when we spoke about... Oh, hang on. Might be an opportunity here for Digital. If this shoulder peek is clean, it is. Ghoul went for it, and Digital will punish him.
King's going out, giving some intel. He's led to Chief. Only 40 seconds left the round, but it's not looking too good for Anami quite yet. Alibi giving some intel. You can see Smack is retreating back into pantry stairs. The grenades are trying to go out. They know he's there, and they're trying to flush him out.
They go for the style kill, Boydie. He's got that
Exactly.
Nitrocell, he's got that cardiac sensor, 14 seconds left. They know he's over towards backstairs. Or maybe the Smacker just save the KD.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think he's just going to save the KD. It's an unwinnable position for Smacker. Doesn't even
Absolutely.
have diffuser. It's on the other side of the map. First stays at 7-5. That is going to be the first half done. Very clean from the Chiefs. 5-1, and they were 0.1 seconds away from making it 6-0. It has been a very difficult match for Anami. No surprises. Chiefs clearly on a different level, and they've been having some fun with it.
No, absolutely. And I think, like, this is going to be, like, despite, especially last week when we saw Anami play, I think which ended on a 7-5 scoreline. You know, you kind of have to count your points here, and Anami are just kind of letting some rounds slip away because they think Chiefs are too hard. You know, doesn't feel like a super competitive mindset to me.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because there's two ways you can approach this game if you're Anami. It's you can treat it as practice, like, you know, Vast and Guz were kind of discussing on the desk. Really, when you're going up against one of these APAC South teams, you can really try and throw everything you've got at them, see where you're at, see what works, what doesn't work. Or you can take the other mindset approach and say, well, we don't need to beat them. We're probably unlikely to beat them anyway, so let's just save strats. Let's just not really show anything. I'm not a big fan of that mindset. I don't really like that approach. I think the Chiefs proved it last year. For those unaware, of course, Chiefs won just about everything last year. Despite being in APAC South and competing there, they still played to win in Oceanic Nationals. Now, maybe they didn't give 120%. Maybe they might have saved one little thing here or there, but they still played to win. Now, I'm not saying Anami's not playing to win. Of course, the opponent that they've got here is very, very good in the Chiefs, and they were never expected to win. Hence the 88% community vote to the Chiefs and everyone going for the Chiefs. But just some questionable things there on the attacking lineup compositions. The way they played it as well. Yeah, I don't know. It was almost like they were a little bit scared going into the Chiefs at times, but at other times they weren't as scared. They were pushing sites and positions and angles and you know, clearing out Worthy a couple of times. So I don't know. Very confusing first half. The second half, though, that I was kind of, you know, alluding to before, this is where I'm more interested to see how it plays out. Because not only for the way that Anami are going to play, are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to, yeah, go for these kind of spawn peaks?
Yeah.
Or are they going to play on site?
Absolutely. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Let's have a look at the lineup here. We've got Mozzie to kind of capture the drones, Jaeger, Smoke to kind of delay that push, Alibi to grab some intel, and then Mute Jammer. Like, so it's pretty stock standard. Nothing quite throwing the spanner into the works like an Amaru on the defensive line, but we'll see. We got Boydie on the buck trying to open those verticals, those line of sights.
Nice from AFX.
Yes.
Boydie's low as well over towards Brown Stairs. Well, never mind. Boydie now has top of Brown Stairs. That was pretty easy. And I think study controllers as well established here for the Chiefs.
Absolutely.
So this is not looking good for Anami.
No. Archie's got a line onto hallway site. Gets droned out. Is retreating back onto gaming sites. You can kind of see the frenzy that's kind of settling onto Anami. They don't quite feel safe from any angle. Avex does get the kill into digital. There's still 1 minute 30 seconds. The Chiefs aren't letting them get a breath.
Attackers have located a bomb.
No, but I do feel like it has stalled a little bit thanks to that elimination onto digital from Havoc. So that now makes it at least 4 versus 3. And Anami have the manpower now. Havoc's actually still down below, so it throws up a bit of a curveball here. If they all just walk up Brown Stairs, you could have that flank and that swing from Havoc's, but he has stalled out in the library for the time being. In fact, he's pinged out, and Ethan and Worthy are hunting him down. If they find this kill, it'll be 3v3 with 50. Oh my days, Worthy with the wallbang. He did have the intel and he did have the ping, but still, the game sense to know he's right there. 40 seconds left, now 3v3. Brown Stairs control, study control. Archie Gull on site, Smacker over towards 90.
Been entering into study. trying to get that final pick into Aviator. Flash goes onto the Smacker. Lands, but there is no trade. Oh, Ethan just peeked and just got picked off by Ghoul.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, but it is Worthy left, so they aren't quite safe yet.
Yeah, not much time. Has to stick the diffuser, and Smacker has an angle.
Yeah. Onami quite happy with that one, apparently.
I mean, as you would be, anytime you can get around against the Chiefs, why not have a little celebration? And Army get their second round of this game. So at least something on the board there. Much better, though. I liked their composition quite a bit more. This is the lovely shot onto Digital. Sit down. Only a pixel of an angle, but still shot nonetheless. And honestly, pretty decent towards the end, too, in the 3v3. As the Chiefs are pushing onto site, I thought that Anami did a really good job in being able to win their one. Smack is still holding over towards landing. Gets that elimination. Well played to Anami that round. Much better. They do win out AVG, which typically better for the defenders. Now over to Stat Trophy. We'll see if they can keep it up over here. But again, liking this composition. Nice little aggressive nature to it. You still got the smoke, the mute, the maestro in terms of the defense, but the pulse and the mozzie just to give them a little bit of firepower and aggression in trying to shut down the Chiefs early on.
No, absolutely. I think this composition is looking a lot better than their attack. And it's got that flexibility, like you said. It's got that delay push, and it's got that firepower to actually really respond back to the Chiefs' aggressive pushes.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
So I'll bounce and switch over to the Nook. Attacker repick. Finker as well for Worthy, so it's just going to continue to be fun times for the Chiefs, roaming around. See what they can find. Double hard breach though for Digital and Ethan. And Boydie on the buck as well, so they will obviously look to get that first floor control, vertical control from down below, work their way up to Stat Trophy. Big emphasis will be on Astro Stairs eventually later in the round. Especially for Nami, whoever is going to eventually play that Astro position, probably AFX on the smoke. This is where, though, the Chiefs need to make sure that they don't go a little too comfortable and they don't have too much fun. 5-3 scoreline would be quite close with the fact that Nami will be on the defense, of course, here in the second half. So if Nami can string together back-to-back round wins to open up the second half, Chiefs will need to put away the toys and start getting a bit serious here on Villa.
Absolutely. I think Smacker also got pinged out, so they know his location. They know where he is. They'll have to deal with that if they want to try and get onto site. Bounce and keeping a close eye on Vault.
Yeah, so far, pretty standard sweep across from the Chiefs. Bouncing catches out AFX, and that's the smoke gone. He's not a good operator to lose this early on.
Absolutely not.
Ooh.
Especially on a site like this where you want to try and...
Big flank.
Where you want to try and delay your opponents through chokes. Smoke is great with that.
Taking out Bouncing, though, just as powerful, getting him off the board. Such a strong fragger for the Chiefs. Nice flank from Havocs. Coming up Brown Stairs, had a peek over towards 90 and got that kill.
Less than a minute left, and you can see that Ethan is just getting into closet. Oh, wow. Okay. Quite a bit to process here. There's still Digital, Ethan, and Boydie left on the Chiefs.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Only 20 seconds left. And it's only Ghoul to help out the team.
15 seconds to go. 10 seconds to go.
Ghoul on the kill to Boydie, while Digital is putting down the diffuser.
Attackers are activating
The red pings go out, and they're going crazy. and Digital gets the final kill. It does feel a little bit like they're playing with their food.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And
sure.
especially with all the red ping. It's like, they're right here, they're right here, they're right here. And it's just like, I mean, how do you kind of respond back to that without just throwing yourself into the fire?
Definitely a rough game for Anami. It's a
Yeah.
tough one. Match point now for the Chiefs, 6-2. And even then, realistically, it should have been a 6-0 first half, all intents and purposes. And I would say that 7th round AVG to start the second half, much better from Anami. That was probably their best round that we've seen this entire game. In fairness, even that last round wasn't completely awful. Credit to Havix, really, really good flank. Definitely catching, bouncing off guard over towards 9. He probably was not expecting the full map flank all the way over towards Brown Stairs and then peeking down the corridor. I very much liked that. Showed that they can be proactive, that they can have that initiation. So look, it was always going to be a very difficult game for Anami. What I would sort of look at if I was them is to sort of pick this apart, provided that they went into this game absolutely giving everything that they had, then you can pick it apart and you can learn a lot. And that's really all you can ask for against the Chiefs, is to learn, take lessons, to improve, to find ways that you can better yourself. Whether it comes down to lineup competitions, probably not. I mean, the Chiefs are just going to win regardless of what you bring out. So I think at the end of the day, as long as they came into this with the mindset that they can learn and grow from it, then I think they're in a good spot. But if they came into this one already with the defeatist mindset, then that's not a good sign. I don't know, obviously, what mindset they have, so I'm hoping, very much praying, in fact, that it's the learning one.
And this does feel like a very different team from what we saw in the first week, where Anami didn't quite get the win, but it was a close game, and it was extremely tight each round.
Yep.
You know, with Luvika just slightly edging out. So it doesn't feel like I'm watching quite the same team. But you're right. Like, again, let's just hope that they're taking keynotes away from this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously for the Chiefs, less for them in terms of to take away. They've just had a bit of fun, get the job done, and they've kept it really, really clean in terms of making sure that Anami don't end up pushing them and forcing Chiefs to have to play closer to their best. Chiefs have been sloppy in this match. Despite being up 6-2, they haven't been at their absolute best. There's nothing wrong with that. They've still played, obviously, a very high standard of sieging, generally just happy to enjoy Bouncing and Worthy running around and killing everyone. And that's the benefit. When you've got two big fraggers like Bouncing and Worthy, you legitimately don't have to worry too much about your strategies in a match like this. You can just say to both of them, go have fun, go frag out. It's a ranked game, and go and put up 10+ kills each. And that's basically what's played out here on Villa.
Oh, absolutely. And we're just halfway through the match already. We can already see that, you know, Digital's just getting onto site, trying to get that top-down clear.
Yeah, and the Chiefs lineup composition, for what it's worth, is essentially what I wanted Anami to bring. They had the Finker Anami, but instead of the Jackal, they brought the Amira. Digital gets taken down by the Nitrocell of Ghoul, so that's a nice little start there for Anami. But
great little, and the ping goes out.
Yeah.
They know who's on top.
Ooh, one back, though, from Worthy with a nade onto Smacker. And then also, I love the buck here on Villa as well. So the Chiefs lineup just a little bit more to form compared to Anami in the attack. Only 40 seconds left in the round, though, by the way. So 4 versus 4.
Yeah.
So time to get going here with the Chiefs.
You know, Pulse feeding that intel back. Buck opening up those lines. Three v 3 and a 2 with only 15 seconds left on the clock. AFX.
10 seconds left.
Go on to Bordy. And Anami actually, that was a really random round. Because it felt like it started off strong, played so slowly, but then at the end of the day, Anami was just picking them off one by one. Again, like you said before, it just felt like quite sloppy gameplay from Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs there didn't really go in with too much of a plan. I think in kitchen dining, if you're not coordinated, you can get picked apart pretty quickly on site. That's really what Anami have been able to go and do there. full credit to Anami. Played that really, really well and kept it clean on site. Didn't really make many mistakes, if any at all. Obviously, Gaul getting the opening pick with the Nitro Cell kind of then throws the Chiefs a little bit into disarray. Yeah, Worthy got one back, but still, there was so little time remaining. You know, it said it was like 40 seconds left at that 4v4 juncture.
Absolutely. When you think about Chiefs, they kind of thrive in those final moments, so to kind of see them be picked apart like that was just, yeah, not quite the Chiefs that I quite know and watch. But again, we are on Aviator Gaming, which to me, would you say it's which like what like is this that site favor attackers, defenders? You know, when you're trying to get most rounds on the board, you want to try and play against or to your biggest strength, and Anami's looking to get those points.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Well, one thing that Chiefs are going to bring here is also no hard breach. And typically speaking, AVG, I know I mentioned in the first half, Anami had one of their rounds on AVG that they didn't bring a hard breach, and it really backfired for them. They couldn't get open vault, obviously. In fact, they couldn't really get anything open up. In fairness, thinking back to it, for AVG especially, there's not a whole lot really needed to open up, and especially if you are the Chiefs and you have the fragging power of Bouncing and Worthy, you can send them in on the Finker on the Nook and just try and find kills. So it's not end of world. I think we've seen this more at the APAC level at times, where certain teams from Southeast Asia don't bring the hard breach on Villa, especially for Aviator games. Less so in the Oceanic region. I think generally you'll go with a hard breach more often than not. Just makes it a little bit easier, but clearly just not even bothering. And no defense either from Anami, right? Like, so, yeah. I don't know. Right now, again, this is the Chiefs just going into this game or into this particular round with a strategy where they're just going to want to try and frag out, push up Brown stairs, kill the player, which is defended pretty well. You've got the ADSs and you've got the shield top Brown, so it is being defended by Anami. AFX holding around that position. Ghoul inside of Vault. Ethan already the repel onto 90. Hello, Archie. That is not ideal.
With the angle, run out, but doesn't
little
quite...
zip down. Nicely done from Ethan.
Very nicely done. It's not quite often that you actually give your opponents that much time to respond to you when you run out, but AFX gets that nice little pixel peek onto Boydie. 1 minute, 30 seconds left in the round.
Ooh.
And Havix has that 90 control. Just waiting for someone to peek him.
I tell you what, I've seen some good things from Havix. Didn't quite get to watch much of them in the first Playdays. Worthy just tries to rush straight in onto games, gets taken down. AFX stuck inside of Vault. This is much better.
Kind of putting at Chiefs in a bit of a disarray here. Havix throws the Tricell. Doesn't quite get anyone, but AFX gets another kill. Ethan on a smacker. Tries to get... And then... Ghoul just went down into office.
This is winnable. 35 seconds left. Diffuser for Ethan. On the sledge. Can make his way in onto site.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's all the head. Now he knows where both players are, right? So now he knows one over towards landing, one inside of Vault. So Ethan can now push up. 20 seconds, no time is a factor. So that's why you're seeing that full rotate from the play over towards landing, which was Havix. Nice kill onto AFX. And I think he may have actually heard this. He's seen his leg. Now he knows where he is. Has to swing this. Back over towards 90. Ethan now in a position, though, where he has to go for the plant and hope that Havix does not get here in time to stop it. Oh, there was no time anyway.
Wow. Was he kind of just hoping that he would fake the plant and then Havix would just kind of pop out of nowhere and he would get the kill? Because that's kind of what I
think in that instance, it was just too much to do. Too little time. Ethan, to be honest, played that pretty well for the most part. Actually was not expecting him to get the kill onto AFX inside of Vault. In all fairness, that was actually a little bit disappointing from AFX because you knew exactly where Ethan was pushing in. AFX played Vault for the most part really well. Yeah, like just the full little 360 for that split second really threw him off, but really well played from Havix. Yeah, so it was Ethan actually got off the plant at the last second.
Yep.
Needed to stick it. Not sure if that was just a brain fade or if he thought maybe Havix was going to run into his line of sight, get the kill. But either way, you just got to stick the plan.
Yeah. That's essentially what I saw playing out as well. I think he was trying to get really close putting it down to try and lure out Havoc to see if he can get that kill. And it obviously didn't quite work in his favor, and we can kind of see that the attack is being called out by Chiefs.
3 of the 4 rounds last played now have gone the way of Onami. Now, not particularly clean rounds from Onami, and of course still a big deficit because they were down 5-1. But suddenly, it's now only 6-4, and you're only 2 rounds away from forcing overtime against the Chiefs. That's not too bad. And in my eyes, realistically, it should have been a 6-0 first half. Like, it 100% should have been a 6-0 first half. The kitchen dining site win that they got, it was just not a fluke. They still played it well, but Chiefs probably should have been a little cleaner there and won that round. But they've been so much better on this defense. I know it's Villa. I know it's defense Villa. I get that, but Onami are bringing better lineup compositions. They're still bringing a little bit of that aggression. We're seeing Havoc on the roam and on the flanks doing a really good job, especially on the Mozzie. And they're just holding sight a lot better and generally winning their gunfights a lot more often too. And I think it's at about that time now where the Chiefs say, okay, enough is enough. Worthy's had some fun. He's got his 15 kills. Maybe isn't quite working out as well for Bouncin. Let's play into this. Let's finish this game off.
And if you can kind of look at the kill distribution in Onami, you can see that it's quite even, besides Archie on the board, but obviously he's more of that anchor pick. It's quite even split. So like the team's really bringing it in an equal level playing field.
Well, if Onami can win this round, suddenly match point could turn into OT. Which really getting any points from this match from a 5-1 deficit against the Chiefs, really 6-2 deficit as well after that.
Yeah,
it's
we can
quite
see
staggering.
We can see that the Nomad pick is out to try and stop those flanks.
Well, hasn't stopped old mate Smacker.
Voidy is playing it very carefully though in dining. Just knowing that one of the Chiefs is going to pop in here any second.
Yeah, Havoc's still obviously going to be probably the player for Onami that needs to go big and does. Nice little stand-up headshot onto Digital. Sit down. Havoc's has been great for Onami. These will get picked up by Ethan. Chiefs playing this a little slower, which is good. And it also means we've got a game on our hands now. I mean, to be completely honest, the first 8 or so rounds of this match looked like a bronze ranked game. This is better from both teams. They're bringing it back to where it should be. Chiefs obviously taking a bit more time in their approach. And Onami on sight and sensing this is somewhat winnable.
And they're thinking more methodically about the approach. Like Worthy does get the kill on the Havocs, which is a huge pick. That means that one of their top players this round is down. However, we have seen Chiefs break down previously before, so.
Yeah, but this Chiefs in this round are playing this way more methodically, like you said, Chelsea. So this is where, by them taking a bit more time, Bouncing's not running around everywhere. Worthy's already picked up 2 quick kills, still have 3 adrenal surges. And also just watching, like, beautiful. They know that Onami have been playing into these flanks. So watching Astro Stairs, they even throw the nade, and it's perfect from Ethan. And now they've got the numbers advantage. With 25 seconds left, they'll rush onto site. They should execute. It's only down to Ghoul and AFX.
Yeah, and as we can see, like the Chiefs does close it out. Worthy absolutely popping off. That tactical timeout, just really kind of bringing the guys back into play here and just saying, hey, let's finish this off.
Well, the Chiefs get the job done. They were toying around with Onami for really the better half of 10 rounds, and then they just went to a different level in that 11th round. Slowed it down, brought into more of that playstyle that we expect to see from the Chiefs, and said, all right, let's finish this one off. We've had our fun. Worthy, you've had 2 kills. Let's close this one out. They get all 3 points from this matchup. It started off, obviously, in the first half, 5-1 to the Chiefs. Onami started to bring it back, Chelsea. They started to get some rounds. They looked pretty decent on the defense, but the Chiefs obviously too good.
No, they gave us a little bit of hope, but then again, we returned back to what all the predictions were, which was Chiefs getting that landslide victory. Although it didn't look so landslide to me, to be honest.
No, I mean, 7-4 is not a bad scoreline. As I said, there's probably a lot to take away for Onami. The first half was some questionable things. Maybe some of the lineup compositions, the Amaru was a little bit concerning. But hey, had some fun with it. They got some good learning lessons from it. For now, though, of course, we're going to go back over. Well, I'm going to go back over to the desk. Chelsea, we'll see you soon for the next game. But I'll head back over to Guz and Vast, and we'll break things down from this game for Chiefs and Anami. Guz, I'll go straight to you. Not one for the archives, not one to be watched ever again. But I would just hope Anami got some lessons from this game.
Probably going to be a little bit tough, I think, to extract much from that game. I mean, to frame it in the most respectful way possible, Chiefs clearly did not show anything new, and they were, I wouldn't say necessarily quote-unquote toying around, but they weren't treating this like it was a Six Invitational Grand Final by any stretch. So they just did what they had to do to get the job done, and that's all you can expect from them, given the current context of them competing in 2 leagues. Did get a little bit close, I think, towards the end, and Onami clearly showing a bit of fight and a bit of grit to get it that close, but ultimately, at the end of the day, he's too strong.
Vast, what did you make of that first half? Because Anami didn't, in my opinion, offer much in terms of attacking weight.
Yeah, their attacks looked very split. It seems like half of them were kind of lurking, playing quick entry, and the other half were kind of still outside, kind of just sitting on drones, stuff like that. They looked very split. Both teams kind of played very similar in their playstyle. I feel like Chiefs were kind of slow in their attacks, and so were Anami, but the difference was that Chiefs were able to deal with things like dealing with the Cades, opening walls, stuff like that, whereas Onami just really struggled to deal with what Chiefs were doing, dealing with the small things like Cades and power positions.
Second half was better though, Guz, from Anami, and it wasn't the most clean gameplay, and the Chiefs probably were not at their best, but still 3 rounds on the defense for Anami. Not bad against the Chiefs. Was there any sort of takeaways for you from that second half?
I think that the biggest takeaway was just seeing the contrast in, as Vast said, the attacking side being able to deal with a lot of these obstacles. The Chiefs, despite maybe not bringing the most on-meta lineups all the time, or even at times splitting up roles a little bit, they were still able to deal with a lot of those objectives with relative ease, and that was ultimately what got them across the line and being able to accrue enough rounds. And on the flip side, unfortunately, Anami just not quite having enough. I would describe it as not having enough tools in the toolkit, and sometimes just they reached an obstacle and they couldn't quite jump over it. They got stalled out and they couldn't get rounds on the board.
Didn't mind seeing Havoc. I thought Smacker played well on the Amaru. What did you make of the Amaru, Vast? I was losing my mind on the broadcast, but Smacker was adamant.
I was just trying to come up with ideas of why on earth they brought it every single round. I don't know, maybe just wanted the extra 5 seconds for the rappel, maybe just wanted the gun. I literally have zero clue, but look, I honestly, I wish that they would have brought something else. I mean, you've got the attacker repick, like you can drone, see what Chiefs are doing, what setups they're doing, how to counter it. I think if they just brought something a little bit extra that could have helped them deal with these things they were struggling with, like the Cades and stuff like that.
Yeah. Let's go over to the fan favorite. It's Digital, the interview wonder, who, of course, is a staple around the Oceanic Nationals. At this point, we need a little Digital permanent box, mate. Congrats on the win. Bit of an odd one, wasn't it, this game against the Nami, who did some strange things?
No, for sure. We scrimmed these fellas a couple of weeks back, maybe a month back, and yeah, they were definitely interesting. So we sort of expected it, I guess. Tried to, like, I don't know, just have a bit of fun, play into it, but yeah, like we almost, we're looking scary there, but called the tack and then, yeah, closed it out, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of struggled to come up with a question, so I'm just going to ask you something simple. The Yana ban, was there any logic or reason behind that?
We just, I don't know, some of them like that operator, so we can flex off onto others, and we felt like it affects them more than us. I don't know. There's no real, big brain reason as to why we banned it. We just banned it because we could.
Yeah, along similar lines here, mate. Probably not the best game to analyze, but the Amaru in the first half against you guys. Smacker was piling on kills, maybe not having the biggest impact, but what are your thoughts on that?
He likes the gun, I reckon. The gun is really good, so he might crotch on the J8 or something. I don't know, but yeah, nothing really. There was no real, like, oh no, they Amaru'd in here, but it was. I don't even, like, what did he use it for? To be honest, when you had said in the broadcast he'd bring it every round, I was like, oh, okay, didn't even know that. So I don't know. Yeah.
No, it
Interesting
was
one.
legitimately every round, and I don't think
Was
I
it
saw
actually?
one actual repel or grapple into anything. So.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's why I didn't notice it.
Just quickly on that though, because you kind of touched on it, it was getting a little dicey towards that second half. Did notice that Anami were really playing into a lot of the flank play, right? And I think a couple of times Bouncing got caught out, and then you started to bring the Nomad and started to watch angles and stuff. Was that something that you guys sort of touched on? Or like, hey, let's shut this down?
A little bit. It wasn't because we're touch and go on the flanks. I think we knew they were flanking. It was just maybe losing the gunnies. I don't know. But I think the Nomad was more just to get more control of study and stuff and like that, because we brought it twice for the AVG and then once maybe for stat or something. But yeah, no, that's what Nomad does. She helps with the flanks, that's for sure.
And just a quick last one, just because you're so special, Ditch. But last week was a loss against Bliss. What's going on there?
Oh, they can have that one. They can have that one. That's fine.
Best of one?
Yeah. What's that? Sorry.
Best of one?
Best of one. You should ask Bliss how South's going. That's my response. That's what I always say to Oda. If Oda talks to me, if he talks any sort of shit, I always say how South. Because the bloke hasn't made it. He can always play in the little leagues, that bloke.
As always, mate. Shout outs, final thoughts.
How are we talking about Bliss? This isn't even a Bliss game. Like, why am I talking shit about this? Thank you, everyone. Yeah, pretty mediocre game. We'll be back next week for some better ones, I guess. I don't know. I got nothing to say. Thank you to my teammates and you guys for the cast.
Big gameplay, mate. Best of luck next week.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
I guess they're not winning tomorrow if they're rocking up next week.
He
might not have circled that one in the calendar.
Hasn't locked it in.
Hopefully Digital hasn't got a party tomorrow night.
Well, yeah, crazy game in the end, guys. That comes to a crazy interview as well. To sort of sum it all up, Chiefs obviously too good. Anami much better in the second half. First half, some questionable things. That was the TLDR, and hopefully we never have to speak of that game ever again.
Yeah, going into that one, the storyline for Anami was, can they try and take away something from this matchup? It's hard because it was a little bit all over the place, but I think they have at least a VOD they can look back on. There were mistakes that were made. There are also some good highlights. I think you mentioned, the flank game in particular was actually quite strong for Anami. So if they can look to continue to tidy that up, I mean, keen to see how they go against some of the other newer teams in the league.
Well, out of 8 teams in the Oceanic Nationals, 6 of them are all on 3 points. That's going to change, though, after the break. We've got the Knights and Wildcard.
What the hell? Thanks, OCN.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you guys know that we are teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new single, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Apple Music or any other streaming service that you use.
Thank for OCN.
try to be perfect. Do you know what your worth is? You always give, but you don't take. Don't you deserve it? Always running around circles. Gotta be there when they need your care, but you need a break or two. Or two or three. Tryna look after them, gotta look after yourself too. But you can't give away something you don't have to lose. She just wants the love. She just wants the love. She just wants the love. So don't change, no, don't change, no.
What a double! What is going on here?
The bank zone. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times.
Champions, you never count them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
Well, the Chiefs basically tying with an army. They got the job done in the end, though, 7-4. Now we move ahead to what is the match of the day. Knights and Wildcard Gaming to do battle for our third game of Playday number 2. Well, for the Knights, though, guys, of course, no points, as they did lose to Ludovica in Playday 1, but a chance for them to redeem themselves.
Yeah, for sure. This is a big matchup. Two big teams, two big names in the Oceanic region. We kick off by looking at the Knights first, and as you mentioned, Playday 1 didn't quite go to script for them. They almost pushed to overtime, but unfortunately lost 7-5 to Ludovica. This is their opportunity to try and bounce back, get some points on the standings.
And Vast, obviously, for the Knights, they kind of got the old dub against your old team last night in the APAC South region. Does that renew hope for this Knights roster?
I think it definitely sparks a bit of perhaps motivation or a bit more belief in this team, I guess, when you do, 2 roster moves. Especially, I feel like, Knights 2021 really successful, and I'm sure a lot of people were questioning, like, why did these guys do it? I'm sure they have really good reason as well. But yeah, I think, a victory like that against the Chiefs would definitely spark a lot of more belief in, and yeah.
Definitely a team that will not want to go down without a fight. And obviously, though, if they do lose to Wildcard, as we go and have a look at them, it will be a fight that they will have to get themselves into. It'll be a long way back from a 0-point start if they lose this one. For Wildcard, though, of course, they started off in great fashion on Playday 1, 7-1 victory over Ground Zero. And I guess in some ways, guys, now that we saw Ground Zero take down Vertex, that result against GZ looking even better for Wildcard.
Yeah, not a bad little cheeky start, hey, a 7-1. I mean, it doesn't get much more dominant than that, does it? And Wildcard, despite maybe having a couple of teething issues still over in APAC South, OCN is a good opportunity, a bit of a training ground, if you would, for them to continue to build up their form. I think there's still a long way to go for this roster to continue to improve. It's going to be a growing process for them, particularly throughout this first stage. And this is a good test for them, right? I think there's probably a fair few games where, let's be honest, APAC South teams go in and they just sort of go through the motions. But when it's a bit of a rivalry, maybe, between two strong teams, I think there's just that extra incentive to push a little bit harder and try to get a result on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Vast for Wildcard, well, they started off in amazing fashion in terms of APAC South. Since then, it has kind of dwindled a little bit. But against the Knights here, an opportunity to really test themselves, right? Because I would almost kind of put them on that same sort of level, same sort of pedestal at the moment. Maybe Knights at their best edge out Wildcard, but if they take down the Knights tonight, then Wildcard look like they're in a position where they can have a really good go at things, at least in OCN.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I mean, this will be an important matchup for Wildcard, exactly, to see where they sit. But I think with Wildcard, like, something that I'm really impressed by is, like, week by week, it always just seems like they're realizing their issues and they're always like kind of focusing on them. I think for me, 2021, it seemed like I was talking about the same issues for them for forever throughout the whole stage, and it just seems like with their kind of new pickups, it seems like they're I don't really know how to say, but like, it just seems like their approach to the game is slightly more different in a kind of mental capacity.
definitely a rejuvenated lineup heading into 2022 so far. They've already at least been able to pick up some wins. Let's go to the map, Vetos. Hopefully it's another cafe just to spike Guz. I would love that more than
If it's
anything.
cafe, I'm walking away.
Oh, it's Oregon.
Thank God.
No chance of any of the new maps still. I don't think we've seen any of them in the Oceanic Nationals. Of course, that changed in APAC South the other night when we saw, well, we've actually seen now Border and Skyscraper in APAC South. But heading over to Oregon, nothing too crazy about this. It is the second time that we're going to see it in OCN this stage. Still no Clubhouse as that gets banned out by Wildcard. Oregon, in my opinion, used to be a pretty decent map for the old Knights roster, but it's a new Knights roster, Guz.
Yeah, the Knights have played it a couple of times this year. A 1-for-1 record for them. One of those results most recently against Ludovico, and then a little bit further back against Renatus over in APAC South. So a bit of form to go off. The questions really start to shine upon Wildcard. They just haven't played the map this year. You go even further back, and they really didn't touch it all that often, only dabbling in it here and there. And the two results I've got here from Stage 3 were losses against Knights. So that's, a funny head-to-head. And Rhythm, both in OCN. So not a very good track record for them, but obviously very different roster, very different approach to the game, and those results basically mean nothing.
Vast, there was only one person that went for the Knights in the predictions. That was actually Chelsea. Do you sense now that going over to Oregon, plus the Knights v Chiefs result in APAC South, are they favoured in this matchup?
Yeah, I think Oregon is typically, it is a really good map for the Knights. Every time I've seen them play it, they just always look really comfortable. Their aggression's just perfectly coordinated and synergized. So, I don't know. I think Wildcard definitely can play it, but I am curious with that decision. I'm pretty sure it was Wildcard that banned the Clubhouse in the end, if I'm not mistaken. Which is kind of interesting because Knights played it last night, so, there's fresh info off that. What I'm thinking is that they definitely have a game plan for Oregon. They're probably going to have something a little bit different that no one has seen.
Well, they better have that game plan in play. For now, though, we go over to the best host that has ever existed in esports. It's Guz, and we got Chelsea.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Not sure about that one. Thanks to Vast as well on the desk. Chelsea, thank you very much for joining me again here for game number 3, the last one. Just a warm-up. This is the big one. This is the important one, Wildcard and the Knights. And you are the only person that predicted the Knights heading into this game. Please explain that one for me.
Okay, so basically, from what I've gathered, is that everyone put in their predictions a lot earlier than I did, and I saw how confident and composed Knights were yesterday in APAC South, and I think if we look at that and then look at this, going into this game, Wildcard had an extremely strong week last week with a 7-1 win, but I think obviously they were just capitalizing on some nerves. They're not a bad team, they're not an amazing team, but they're a great team that can absolutely basically thrive when they want to. I just think Knights has a little bit more of that consistency and probably is just banking on that rolling factor of getting a win against Chiefs yesterday. That was my prediction, and I thought people would have it too, but then I was the only one that saw my name for Knights. I was like, oh, cool, this is great.
Yeah, that outcast feeling is never great, but...
Well, I mean, you had it for Bliss last week.
True. Very, very true. And that worked out for me, right? Didn't it? I think they won.
No, I think it worked out, yeah.
So here we go. Maybe there you have it. We've already cast the cursed Wildcard out of this game, and Knights will get the dub, but we're heading to the ban phase. Buck Flores off the board first. Pretty standard here on Oregon. Buck, very powerful, especially with secondary hard breach for the hatches, and Flores can clear out a lot of key positions. Valkyrie will continue to get banned out consistently here in competitive Siege, even despite her nerf. I'm all for that. Every time I play ranked, I want Valk absolutely gone and Kaid to follow up. Any thoughts, Charles, about that as a whole? For me, it's not really standing out as being too crazy.
No thoughts. I think, we've just got some technical difficulties here, but as you said, it's pretty stock standard. Personally, I hate dealing with a Kaid on Oregon because there's just so many different ways you have to counter that, and once you have to get that out of the way, it just burns time and seconds. You just delete him, get rid of him.
As I mentioned, unfortunately, a little bit of a tech issue here, a bit of a tech pause. OJ needing to rehost and get himself back into the lobby. And this is the caster nightmare, Chelsea, the pre-round 1 rehost where we have not much to talk about, really, but I guess we can start to have a bit of a discussion maybe as to our expectations heading into this game. We've already said a couple of times now that Wildcard may be the favourites in some eyes, but as you have backed Knights in there, obviously a chance as well. Are we expecting this to be a really close game?
I'm expecting this to be a close game. I think they're quite similarly matched. I just think that sometimes Knights can be a little bit more consistent. If you look at their previous performance, you know, last week, or even like, for example, in Apex South, I just think they've just been playing a little bit cleaner, and I think Wildcard has popped off here and there. I don't know. What do you think, guys?
Look, I obviously picked Wildcard heading into this game, but I think I even mentioned it was like a 60% confidence pick in the sense that I think Knights are still a very realistic shot. And I think on their day, either of these teams can win this matchup. And it leans into the storyline, right, that best of ones throughout the regular season tend to be a little bit more volatile.
Absolutely.
And a lot of it can lean into now the 9-map pool veto and making sure that you get that right as well. And I mean, continuing on from that veto discussion, right, Wildcard, they haven't played Oregon at all this year. They also, going back to stage 3, had some pretty poor results. Now, I don't know if that's reading into it a little bit too much, but it could be the in for the Knights. Maybe it's a map where they thrive and can produce a little bit of a better result here.
No, absolutely. And I think, as you said previously on the desk, it's like, just because I chose Knights doesn't mean I don't think this is a close game or a one-sided game. Like, I think, you know, there's room to interpret that how you will. And as you can see, Knights is on the defense right now.
Community vote. Sorry to butt in. 57% wildcard. So you're still, even the community is not on your side, 43%. But it is really close. And
yeah,
honestly, this literally is always exactly what I think heading into this game. The community reflecting that. Super close. Knights well and truly a shot in this game and expecting it to be super close. But as you mentioned, we head down to basement. Round number 1, the Knights on the defense. And I'm loving this lineup. Nice and aggressive. Sage jumping straight onto the Oryx, and that's going to allow him to have that maneuverability around the map, both vertically and horizontally. And Sage is just such a great player. I think he's criminally underrated. Sometimes his consistency can be a little bit off, but when Sage is at his best, I would pretty confidently put him in the top 5 even in this entire league.
Absolutely. He can really carry that momentum. And as I just want to quickly circle back into, it's like we just saw the attacker repick, and we've seen that the Ying has come out, and I think Ying is great on Oregon because you have so many different choke points that you can actually just like, you know, you can actually just like really funnel in those utilities to different lines and flush out the defense. She's great with that. You've obviously got the Yackle to help out with those roamers. Oh, so I do love seeing a lion pick.
Yes. Pretty oppressive lineup here from the attack, and oppressive not only downstairs, but especially on this roam. And there is a roam being committed to by the Knights, obviously off the back of those operator picks. And the Jackal, as you highlighted, could help in leading the charge, and it's Karo to get the first there onto Quiz, shutting down one of these roamers.
And Josh responds back with the Nitro onto Vincier. Oh my god. That's a lot of action for the first almost minute and a half.
Particularly on Oregon, can definitely lean itself into being one of the slower maps. And I guess the question now arises for the attack, right? Is the roam actually cleared? The Oryx spotted at Sage downstairs, but I'm still maybe seeing some outlines up above. There's at least one player not on site.
You got the sledge down, which kind of ruins any type of like line or openings that you want to make. So it's not the worst pick, but it's also not the best pick. You can see that Pat has just found Josh on top.
That allows him to obviously now open up this attic hatch. And he'll be looking to use those X-Karos not only on this hatch, but the one straight underneath. Oh, it's already open, so it doesn't have to worry about that. I assume that was already pre-opened by the defense to enable the Oryx, but Sage now has been isolated downstairs, and Wildcard have the man advantage heading into the last 45 seconds. So at the moment, you would have to lean into them to be able to close this one out, and it's up to someone from the Knights to try and step up and make a play. Stiggs is inside of blue, and he might be the next contact. It might be the final hope for the Knights in this round.
And hopefully Milo kind of gets that pick. We can kind of see that there's a confrontation just stewing, waiting to happen, because he's kind of got to look to his left. He's kind of got to the right. He is getting flashed out. Styx is playing super carefully.
15 seconds to go. Bomb located by attackers.
And just like that, we're looking at a 1v3 with it's only Juicy left.
Not looking good, but he does find the first. That's OJ down, but the trade from Cairo and Wildcard get that round across the line. A really good start from Cairo to get that opening kill, and he closes it out as well. The roam for the Knights, unfortunately not really working out for them. I don't think they were able to apply enough pressure and waste as much time as they probably would have liked. And in fact, both of the kills on the roam is the one here on White Stairs and the other one over towards Addict from Vinny. Actually, no, it wasn't Vinny, it was Pat. Both pretty straightforward, simple peaks. They weren't relying too heavily on utility. Just a single Jackal scam was enough for the first and then a confident peak from the second. And such is the storyline for this particular objective. It's really quite easy if you're an attacker, if you have a bit of momentum, to continue rolling it through the round. We saw it there from Wildcard, and I think they'll be pretty pleased with that one.
Absolutely. And I think like when you kind of look back on that round as well, you kind of just see that they spent that time top floor clearing and roaming, that they basically didn't get into bottom floor until what, like 40 seconds left? And, you know, in that moment they looked pretty strong, but then as you can see, things started to fumble for the Knights.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Let's see if they can maybe tie it up here in the second round. We head over towards Kids Dorms. This is the iconic Guz Xenox site because this is always the most important objective for some weird reason. So we'll get to see if that continues or not in this duo. But the Knights obviously wanting to step up their game. Bringing the Thunderbird for this second round, an operator that is still a little bit of a niche pick, but I think she can be quite powerful and useful. Place down those Kona stations, allows players on site or even off site if you want to extend aggressively to continually regenerate their health. And yes, Siege obviously has a one headshot mechanic, but there are plenty of occasions where those Kona stations can keep a player alive for just a little bit longer and have a bit of an impact. So I'm keen to see whether or not Quiz has placed those stations aggressively and how Wildcard are going to deal with them.
No, absolutely. See that Pat is trying to get that util clear. We can get his
the shield.
Absolutely did. Trying to get that bedroom control. You know, we got the Finka with her adrenaline surge. Could help this push, but we don't see it being particularly aggressively defended, although I do say that Styx does know that there's people out there. He did get droned out, but he's set on making sure that they don't push his bedroom.
Oh, wow. Okay, Styx winning that engagement onto Vinny. I almost thought he was running into his death, but still finds the first. And that's the best start from the Knights in this round compared to the last. Holding control, getting the first kill, ticking boxes at the moment. Who's down below still needs to be mindful that if he elects to rotate, he doesn't get cut off, because Wildcard, I think, have an inkling that there is a roamer down below, but they didn't know Sage was there. Now a 3 versus 5, and the Knights in a really, really good position to convert this round.
Absolutely, and Sage keeping a nice little, just keeping note of that hole, just seeing if like any of the Wildcard boys will actually push through. Josh just waiting.
A bomb has been located.
Oh.
Gets thrown out.
Oh!
Beautiful pick.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Well, that was quite an easy conversion for the Knights, ultimately getting that first pick and rolling it again. Much like the first round, but obviously roles flipped. And good work there from the Knights. And didn't have to do all that much in terms of special holds or anything like that. Just a bit of confidence, I think, from Styx, who actually showed in the previous Apex South Playday that he is still very, very scary.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. He definitely stepped up yesterday.
Yeah, I think he got...
How many kills did he get?
Like, I can't remember the number of kills, but I think his opening kill
Oh,
conversion
that's right.
was crazy. He was getting almost every opening kill for the Knights, and overall they were absolutely killing that stat. So certainly someone to keep our eye on in this game.
Absolutely. And we're back at basement bomb site. We've got... What do we have to respond? We've got Pat repicking onto the Thermite. That's a slightly different lineup from what we've seen previously. And they're opting out to the... From Finka to Sludge. We'll see. They're still kind of playing around here.
line as well. It's much like their last attempt, right? Going for quite an oppressive lineup. I'm a little bit perplexed by the Sledge pick. I don't think Sledge is particularly useful on this side, but that said, I guess if Knights commit once more to an upstairs hold, there are quite a fair amount of horizontal opportunities, so Vinny could try and capitalize upon that. But I'm keen to see this round actually played out properly, to the death. Let's see how oppressive this lineup really is from the attack. If the Knights can waste a bit of time, force wildcard into a late round execute, that's where we really see operators like the Ying from OJ get activated, Milo on the Lion. Dealing with that as a defender can be really, really, really challenging. So it's important that these players on the roam for the Knights do their job properly, stay alive for as long as possible, and waste a lot of time.
As you can see, wildcard still wanting to do that top-down clear. Just make sure that they just get any roamers or anyone in between sight that could be a threat. And just off camera, you can see that Milo just got a kill into Josh. A great little opening pick for wildcard.
The roam just not quite working out for the Knights at the moment, and even Cairo, who I thought was going to aggress, can instead play passive. Milo looking for one over towards Addict, and that's the power of the Lion scan. You can see that red ping, and I think Wildcard might be able to find a second, but it's actually elsewhere. They're onto Quiz, and it's another strong attacking start for Wildcard.
With a minute 30 seconds left, it's a 4v3. OJ still just entering sight now. Wildcard still on top floor, however, does get the kill into Stigs from Knights. Things are looking a little bit dire for Knights at the moment.
Tough.
They've just made their support and anchors just job a little bit harder.
Sure. Wouldn't want to be Sage or Juicy right now. Ying's still in play, and 3 Candles available in the pocket of OJ as well. So there's a real chance that these final 2 players might not even see their own demise if blinded by those flashes. Wildcard will do their due diligence, however, ensure that they do not throw around this fantastic opportunity to secure the lead. They're going to be patient, try and drone out these remaining players and dump utility on them. Sage over towards Pillar, Juicy with a Nitro on sight.
Hoping that the wildcard will actually drop down into Electric. The Ying goes out and he does drive him out. Sagian does respond back onto OJ. The lovely pick, closing the gap. However, Juicy is only one. Sorry, Sagian is the only one, but Juicy, because Juicy just got picked out.
Oh.
Sagian Vincier.
Oh.
No. No! What were we just saying before?
Sage has done the near impossible to be able to bring that back for the Knights. The pistol for the style points on the final pick. Giggles all around as well for the Knights. They know they got away with that one a little bit.
Scratching his head a little bit there, being like, how, man? How did you?
I'd be scratching my head as well. Sage, I don't know how he did get blinded in that round. Never mind pull off this. Able to get the first there onto Vinny, then denies the plant, or at least did enough to get Pat off the plant, who was actually still alive, mind you.
Oh, wow.
So he didn't actually get that second kill straight away. I thought he did, and I think Sage did as well. So that made it a little bit awkward, but still got it done. And that's, again, we talked about Sage. We pumped up his tires a little bit before, and currently going 6-1. So clearly living up to his name.
No, and like literally what you said previously, when Sage is feeling himself, he's feeling himself, and he tends to kind of carry that momentum throughout the game. So, you know, early days, we're only in round 4, but obviously that is going to shake some of the nerves from Wildcard. You know, you're down to a 3v1, but you can't count your chickens just yet.
100%. Wildcard, a team that maybe garnered a little bit of a reputation last year as being a team that weren't often in a winning position, but when they were, they often let it slip. So maybe echoes of that here in that particular round. But as you also said, Chelsea, very early days, so Wildcard should be able to shrug that one off and get themselves back into this match. But Sage as well going to be scary. Oh, let's hold that thought. Stig's taken down. Cairo going 7-2 as well. So at the moment, we currently have 2 standout players in this game. It's the battle of Cairo and Sage.
Absolutely, and half those kills were done in 1 round, so...
Yes.
You know, it's kind of interesting to see what kind of response Wildcard has here, because, you know, we've got the Nomad pick, Diana to try and stop a bit of the tops of those flanks and gain some more intel for their team. Seer knows someone is in attic. It's just waiting to see what will happen. We'll retreat back into bedroom though.
Yeah, definitely not as an oppressive lineup in the sense of utility here from Wildcard, but no doubt countering that with a lot of information gathering potential. So they should have a good read as to where these roamers are positioned. Vinny clearly cautious of Addict, and Quiz is someone you don't really want to take head on. Wildcard though looking to choke out this position up above.
There you go. Vince here trying to get the swing onto Attic. We'll get Quiz. Juicy's just waiting. He didn't quite see him. He escaped out window.
Yeah, awkward timing. Unfortunate there, but Wildcard, they won't be complaining. Still having the man advantage with 50 seconds left on the clock. Pat with the diffuser in hand, so he's the man to keep our eyes on as we transition towards this late phase of the round. Vinny's still up above, looking to find a pick. He gets a freebie onto Juicy, and now it's Sage and Josh to try and clutch up yet another round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wildcard will get down the plant and stick it.
Attackers
Yep, they will.
Diffuser. Defenders have located the diffuser.
Josh waiting for, trying to go for the defuse. Can't get it. You still have Vince here up top causing havoc.
Ooh.
Josh on the kill with OJ. 1v1. But Vince here is still up there, and he will close out the map.
Close out the map. Yeah. Well done to Wildcard. They've won the game.
Close out the round.
Imagine it was that quick. Siege would be pretty wild if it was.
And then my knight's pick all of a sudden just becomes really sad.
No, it was well played by Vinny on the vert. He got
Absolutely.
at least 2 kills that we captured in that round. The freebie onto Juicy, and then really strong position in the post plant. Well done there by Wildcard to be able to close that one out. Not needing as oppressive as a lineup as we saw previously. Instead, leaning in to that information gathering. Knights will rotate over towards games. They're holding in here. I think the next couple of rounds to close out this half are going to be quite critical to see whether or not we have a team with the lead. I think Wildcard probably at this point in time with 2 rounds on the board. We often say for for an Oregon attack, that's a pretty good pass mark and it should keep you in the realms of competitiveness. Whereas for the Knights, they probably need to be shooting for about 4 rounds here in the half, assuming that it is going to lean slightly towards the defense. So at the moment, still a very, very close game, and Wildcard will be looking to try and stack more rounds on the board.
Yeah, as predicted, I think even though Wildcard are favored to win, we are kind of seeing those closer matchups, those closer 1v1s. I think this will, I mean, I'm not calling overtime yet, but I think with how similarly matched these teams are, it wouldn't surprise me.
Don't know if we've had an overtime yet tonight. I could be mistaken. No, we in fact have not. We have not had an overtime at all so far in OCN 2022, so that could be a first. Talk about first. Quiz looking for the opener. Lands a shot or 2 onto Cairo, but both will survive. Wildcard pretty persistent on trying to get this map control, and Milo actually to drop Sage. So that's the key player for the Knights dealt with pretty early in this round.
Absolutely. Quiz retreating back into kitchen. Kind of seeing more of that passive play, while Stigs is holding onto trophy. There's 3 players out onto balcony right now. They can try and get a pick here in 2. Things will start to work in their favor.
Saw Stigs play this position last time with pretty good success, but needs to be careful he doesn't overcommit here. Knights are already a player down, and Wildcard will throw a couple of bodies, I feel, at this position to try and take it. Pat progresses forward. as Wildcard look to try and open up game's wall. The Thatcher EMP will deal with that mute jammer. As Wildcard look to progress forward. Good pressure below as well from Cairo.
UC's the only one left into bug. Oh, no, actually, that's true. There's still 2 left on top site. With only a minute left of the round, they're committed to trying to get at least... Oh, hold on. These outlines are whack. There's 2 on top. Yeah, there's 2 on top.
You'll get used to it. It's it can be pretty hard to see. Red outlines, orange floor. Look, it's not the most ideal color choice, but we have to make do. Josh, he's inside of attic, so there's 2 on site, 1 off site, 1 below as well. Pat to fall first, Quiz finds 1 as well. The Wildcard now find themselves on the back foot.
And with 30 seconds left in the round, it's just turned to a 3v3. Cairo begins to kill. The flashbang goes out. The screen's just white. Everyone's getting blinded. Josh and Kid's Dorms does get the pick onto Cairo. Second pick onto Milo. Beautiful defense. Beautiful hold.
Not bad. Not bad there from the Knights. They needed that one. Able to get it on the board. It looked like it was wildcards for probably the majority of that round, to be completely honest. They got that opening pick. They were able to have really good presence down below with Cairo and Milo buddying up, and then their take and control of the game's wall as well was quite strong, but as can sometimes be the case, that final push in towards the objective itself was quite challenging, and the Knights, off the back of a flank down below as well, able to bring that one back. So now things continue to stay super, super close in this game. Knights, if they win this, 2-4, it starts to look like maybe the Knights are gaining a little bit of momentum, and Wildcard looking to even out this half with a 3-3. Well, let me go down below. The mirror in play as well here from the Knights, but much like we've seen so far in this game, Chelsea Wildcard leaning into that super oppressive lineup again.
Absolutely. And I think if we can see correctly, Repicker might be going onto the Jackal. Again, they're bringing in that sledge for the basement hold.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So, you know, it didn't quite work out for them last round. So is it kind of just one of those things where we're starting to see a little bit of comfort picks here, or,
I don't know,
are we trying to at least adapt to this, to the situation? Because if we think back to only a couple rounds ago, you know, this would be a kind of a scary site to push if I was Wildcard.
Yeah, for sure. Personally, I would probably prefer to see a Yana picked instead of Sledge. I'm assuming part of the reason Vinny is electing to repick onto the Sledge is for the grenades, obviously quite powerful. But why not bring the Yana, add on top of the Jackal in terms of gaining utility? I mean, that said, on the flip side, Knights are still continuing to commit to the 3rd floor hold, and having a bit of soft breach potential in the Sledge is actually quite useful. So it's a bit of an interesting dynamic, and if Vinny can make it work, all power to him. We'll have to see whether or not it actually is effective. These Legion Mines causing issues, though, at the moment for Wildcard. I believe there's a player inside of Kitchen as well as Cairo looks to push.
Does take quite a bit of damage from Kitchen. Milo's on the... Milo seems like he's going to try and catch Cairo onto, from Dining Hall. Sledge opening up those line of sights, trying to see if he can help out his teammates. Minute and a half, and I feel like they're just barely kind of clearing the floor and actually trying to get a good hold onto sight.
Yeah, for sure. I think at this point in time, with 70 seconds left, the Knights have well and truly won that early round battle. They haven't lost any players. They're now back in towards site with safety, but they just need to be a little bit careful now. Wildcard will begin to encroach onto the site. Pat as well with hard breach, likely open up any hatches that were reinforced, and the rest of the team now gathering information, whether that be with the Jackal scans, whether that be with plenty of drones still available for this attack. So the job's not over for the Knights. The hardest part of the round is still yet to come. 40 seconds left, and within the next 20 of those, Wildcard will be looking to push through, and there's a fierce resistance in their way from the Knights.
Absolutely, and you can kind of see that Knights are responding by just hunkering down, just making sure that those angles, those approaches are all covered. Biggs does get flashed out, and Mandela does go out. Quiz does get the kill onto double kill for Quiz. Triple. Okay, but does get traded by Pyro. 5 seconds left. And Knights will clearly take that round. Played it just, in my opinion, just a slightly just too passive.
Yeah, good
Just
luck out there.
Yeah, it just allowed Knights to kind of just really get those lines and just wait for the push. Because, you know, they did throw out the util, but it just wasn't converting. They weren't following up with it. They weren't actually, like, more or less trying to get those players out of their key anchor spots. And, you know, the triple kill was an insane play.
Sure was. Quiz, arguably the win condition in that round.
Yeah.
For the Knights being able to bunker down in that position. 3 kills in any round is huge, but the fact that he was able to disrupt the drop and then disrupt main stairs and really prevent Wildcard from trading out that pick was pretty critical and alleviated a lot of pressure from the remaining defenders on the site itself. That obviously leaves the scoreline 4-2 as we conclude that first half. And for both teams, I think that's a decent result. I would say Wildcard might be a little bit upset with some of the rounds not going their way. There are a couple that were quite close, but ultimately, I think most competitive teams will tell you that a 2-4 scoreline, it's fine. Either team from this position is in a good position to win out. And I'm keen to see what Wildcard commit to here on this basement defense. Obviously, that's where they're going for the first round. And it looks like, much like their counterparts in the Knights, we're going to see quite an aggressive roam. And looking at the Knights lineup, I'm honestly not having much faith in this lineup being great to countering a roam. We're not seeing the Jackal that we saw from Wildcard. We're not seeing the Ying to offer Candela's late round.
Absolutely, and you can kind of see that they opted in for the Twitch, try and get that util clear. The Finka, arguably, yeah, for the push. You know, you got the hard breacher, Habana to try and assist with that. Again, looking at doing that top-down clear, but they are getting into site pretty fast. So hopefully they're not going to waste too much time and have to feel like they're going to have to like basically rush through chokes to try and get onto site.
100%. That's probably one of the most tricky parts on attacking Oregon, is trying to push through choke points. And one way in which Knight's can alleviate that pressure is by clearing some of these roamers. We see Cairo up at Attic, under pressure from Quiz. I don't know how many players are aiding this roamer up above. Surely Cairo isn't on his lonesome. I think he might be. Alex to drop down. Vinny and Stiggs get chunked elsewhere as they look to continually hold over towards rear stage. But there is going to come a point in time where Wildcard are going to fall off this position. And this is almost deja vu of the last round, right? Knights, they roamed,
Yeah.
they got back to site, they held on, and Wildcard will be looking to do something very, very similar here.
And I mean, like, as I said previously, I feel like these teams are quite similarly matched. If you can waste, you know, Knights' time up on top floor just enough to try and, you know, dwindle down their time left to push sites, and what you then do is just rotate back and just wait for them to push. You know, like you were saying, they don't really have the util to try and clear out those choke points. Should be easy pickings for Wildcard, but I guess we'll see.
Sure will. Next few moves from Knights will be critical as they look to open up some of these hatches. Juicy, pretty free real estate for him on the hatches, and now we get to see how the Knights post themselves up for the push. It looks like maybe they're shaping up for laundry. Cairo could be the first to greet them. But Wildcard need to lean into their utilities. Still at least one deployable, or maybe even two still standing. They also have the Warden in play as well, which could counter the smokes from Twitch.
And with 20 seconds left, we still have all players alive.
Oh.
Saying that though, Vincier will get the kill onto Quiz. OJ prepping that grenade. Doesn't quite pick. Oh, a flawless round.
Sure was, and that's the power of the Warden, getting the first, getting the last. That smoke for the Knights, they thought that was their golden ticket. Let's just walk into the site through the smoke. They won't see us, but unfortunately for them, Vinny was well and truly ready. A fantastic pick for him. And I got to say, that's a misplay by the Knights. You've got to attack a repick. There's no excuse for not knowing what the site setup is. Sure, maybe you don't want to sacrifice drains for getting in towards the objective, but I think in this current meta, you've got to be willing to sacrifice at least 1 or 2 to, at minimum, identify operators, never mind a setup. And I guess the Knights maybe not seeing the Warden, or maybe just being a little bit greedy and expecting the Warden not to have an impact in that round. Either way, well played there by Vinny and the rest of the team. Very much deja vu of the previous round, right? Being able to waste time on the roam, bunker down on site, and the time was against the attack.
No, absolutely. And we're going to see if, you know, having that top floor bomb site will probably change up their lineup a little bit more.
10 seconds left.
You can see that there's already attacker repick kind of being discussed.
5 seconds to insertion.
Couple of changes could be coming into play, but if we have a look at Wildcard's lineup, we can see the Malusi's, no surprise pick, the Wamai, Smoke, Mute. I mean, it's pretty stock standard, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
That's not.
Milo and Juicy trading each other in the first 20 seconds of this round. Let's go.
Where was that? What? That is so weird. And the fact that they, I think it was front door, the fact that they both traded one another at the same time that early into the round, you do not see that every day of the week.
Wildcard's like, I'm going to play aggressive. And the Knights is like, okay, hello. I was just trying to enter site and now I see you. So, I mean.
I will say, that is a win though for Wildcard. You look at the Knights lineup, they don't have another hard breach. So that is going to severely compromise them for the remainder of the round. Sure, you can try and play but not below and find picks. But ultimately getting in sight will be tough. OJ though feeds Sage. So now with the man advantage, the Knights might be able to actually make this work.
Stagion just getting into site, checking if lobby is clear. And this is probably where like that Yakul pick would have been great to see, because as you can see that Stagion just had to check his angles just to make sure that he wasn't going to get flanked. So maybe opt in for some of that U2 clear, but then again, the Iana drones are so valuable sometimes, especially in pushing top floor.
100%. Kyra now probing down below, probably knowing that he needs to try and find a pick. Vinny as well had the same idea, but Josh will shut him down, and I can't believe it. Despite losing the Thermite first, the Knights are probably going to be able to win this round, and with Kyra rather falling, it's all but confirmed. Pat the last up.
Oh no, he was proned. But still, I feel like even though he anticipated the prone, he just didn't quite get the kill first.
Sure didn't. Unfortunate there for Pat, but the 1v4, I mean, let's be honest, probably not a realistic prospect. Well done by the Knights. Losing the hard breach first, still able to bring it back. It was a quick second from Sage in that round for his team, and from there they steamrolled it. You saw Wildcard, there was panic stations. They were roaming down below. They had a double roam to try and find a pick back, knowing that the late round trade was not going to be favorable, and neither player had any impact at all in that round. And now Knights find themselves on penultimate match point. They're only one round away from getting their first points towards the standings.
Again, it's kind of that back and forth a little bit. Like, it only takes one round to really close the gap, and then all of a sudden, you know, it feels like Wildcard's right back in there. But as I was saying previously at the beginning of the match, I feel like when Knights feel themselves, they really feel themselves, and they kind of carry that momentum through. So I feel like, you know, still early days, but I feel like it is looking favorable for the team.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
The Knights are probably in the favoured position, but kids dorms, as the meme continues, it is going to be a pretty important objective for them to be able to try and secure this match point and at least really put the foot on the throat of Wildcard, who have been cruising a little bit in this game and unfortunately just haven't quite had it in them. I don't think they've been able to find that extra gear that they've needed, and it's Sage.
Sage will get that pick into bedroom or front bedroom, really, but does take quite a big chunk of health. Finker responding back with the adrenaline surge. Lucy looking to open up this closet wall. We'll get that open. Perfect.
Already so much pressure on Wildcard though, right? A player down, the wall open. It's really just not looking
I
good
feel
at all.
I mean, we've been in these situations before, but, you know, not quite on a pro level. Josh will get a little bit of health taken away from him as he does kind of just chilling into bathroom.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Always really wants to try and flush out Addict. But no one to contest that area.
Ooh, this is aggressive. Very, very aggressive. OJ elsewhere, they finds 2. The Knights are trying to push in towards the site. But they've absolutely bolted it. Stig's now in the 1v4. This should be wild cards around.
Yeah, and he'll get his mate up in the process. No. It's not looking too good for Stigs, but he was having such an impressive performance yesterday. I want to believe. I want to hashtag believe. My predictions need that.
Not looking good, I'll be honest. Maybe a bit of bias for my prediction, but it is not looking good. It would be a miracle if Stigs was able to pull this one off. Yes, he had a great day in APAC, but this would be something else.
We still do have 50 seconds left, so he is playing it quite passive. Is he just delaying the inevitable? And absolutely he is. OJ will get that final pick.
Yeah, what a round from OJ. We didn't quite catch all of it, just the back end, but doing huge work there with the DMR. Getting at least, I think, 3 kills in that round minimum.
Stretching his arms. He's like, guys, come on.
Hey, let's be honest. He didn't do anything before that, so it was about time he woke up. Just memes. Keeps it close though, right? Now it's only a
Keeps
1
it so
round
close.
margin.
Keeps the game alive.
It does. Base we now open for wild card as well. You would assume this is defender-sided for them. Wasn't obviously quite successful last time, but they can turn their fortunes around. It would be 5-5, and then we see that fierce 11th round battle for that first team to get match point. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, of course. They wildcards still need to be able to close this one out. Once again, leaning into the Warden. So it's up to the Knights to not respond, please, with smokes and flashes. We saw that last time. It was their demise. And if they do it here, you might get a slightly annoyed Guz on the stream.
I think you're going to get
No!
what you wished for.
It's the one operator you do not want to pick. Okay,
no,
he did it.
We're good.
We got baited. We got baited by Sage. He's just memeing. Still has smokes though, so he has to be careful. His smoke did not do good things from the last time.
You can see that, we're just prepping to kind of get onto site. Josh is going to be entering the big tower. Can't quite see, but it doesn't seem like there's anyone to really kind of contest the upper area. Would be wrong, though.
Pretty sure. Curry is on the top floor, and there's a couple of roamers elsewhere, so relatively aggressive here from Wildcard, wanting to dwindle down numbers and time leading into that final push. I'm loving the mute jammers as well from Curry. Quite aggressive on the top floor to deny some of this information gathering, and the Knights aren't leaning into the Jackal like Wildcard were. Juicy meanwhile pushes over towards Dining, but I think those players inside of Kitchen have already vacated the area, so Wildcard not wanting to sacrifice any lives in the pursuit of this map control.
Absolutely not. I think Kairo's just hanging out in garage, trying to see if he can probably get a pick while they enter meeting, but we'll find out soon. Playing it quite methodically, quite slow, just really just checking all angles. Now we'll just see Sagian enter meeting.
Cairo is being so patient here. He's in the position of his life. He hasn't been droned. If he times it well, he's going to get a couple of picks, especially if the Knights push over towards.
Yeah, they absolutely
laundry.
have no idea he's there. It's just whether or not he can try and utilize that time to use that at the most inopportune time.
For sure. It could also cost Wildcard, right? If Knights push quickly on towards site, 5v4, they're probably not going to win that. So Cairo probably the win condition here for Wildcard, or their lose condition if they can't get the job done. Stigs gets the first onto Milo. 3 on site now for Wildcard.
Yep.
That's the kid.
Beautiful work from Cairo. His patience really played off there. Stage on the kill. 20 seconds left. We're in a 2v3. Cairo is still waiting and meeting, but does get picked from Josh from behind. That's the threat gone.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
10 seconds left in a 3v1.
10 seconds remaining. A bomb has been located.
Sears got to play it out, but he will close that gap with a 1v2.
Oh.
Well, finds another kill. Diffuser is down.
Oh!
Oh, but Quiz just got it. That would have been an insane play.
Wow, sure would have been. Vinny on the verge of the 1v3 clutch, but could not make it work. Quiz just survives, gets the pick. Now Knights claiming match point. That was Wildcard's fantastic opportunity to really kickstart a bit of momentum their way. And it kicked off nicely for them. Cairo on the flank, got the diffuser on the ground, and then Vinny, sharp shot onto Josh, the second onto Stigs. He tried to lean into time. He just wanted to survive, but felt as if he needed to peek. Maybe he didn't need to. It was about a second to go, so super, super close, but couldn't quite land that shot. That SMG obviously with a lot of kick, and Vinny just unable to control it.
And I think what we find that, especially in those final moments in the games, what kind of kicks through a player's head is like, okay, I need to get this kill, when in fact, like, you could have just played for time, really. I mean, with 1v1, you can really afford to kind of, you know, take a step back and just really think about the objective here.
Yeah, 100%. I would love to see that scenario play out where Vinny elects not the peak. I feel like maybe he still could have had like an elbow pointing out or a knee or something. It can always be a little bit awkward and might have died anyway.
Absolutely.
So it's super 50-50. Ultimately, really, should it have gotten in that position? No. Knights got the first pick. They're only 3 on site. They let a player flank them, and then it was also a 3-1 advantage. So the Knights almost at every stage should have, in theory, won out that round. Ultimately, they did. That's how we find ourselves in position 6 for the scoreline. The Knights, Playday 1 was a little bit unfortunate for them. Didn't quite get any points on the board, but now they've come back looking to make a statement here against Wildcard. 1 round away from claiming 3 towards the standings, and it's once again a basement defense from Wildcard.
I'm reloading.
As my friend would say, time to make a new door.
And what I find that the Knights do super well is like they just play so methodically and sometimes so clean that, you know, they don't need those early round picks or that super aggressive play. They can kind of just take that momentum, step back, and just take their time with pushing the site.
New Gem is again on the roam here for Wildcard, looking to deny some of this information gathering potential from the Knights. Only have 6 drones remaining. So we'll have to see whether or not that plays a part in how this round concludes. Maybe even the match. I do like the Ying pick here from Sage, but Vinny's still playing the Warden, so who knows how that's going to play out. Still a little bit nervous here for Knights on this final push. The smokes as well. If Vinny positions himself well here in this final round, it's going to be how they win the round. He'll be able to absolutely cut through this attack, so it's super important that the Knights do not feed him picks.
Absolutely, and you know, you've got that electrical hatch open now. Kind of almost a minute left in the game, starting to kind of see how this is going to play out. Droning out for intel, playing it super safe. You know, on match point, you want to make sure that you're making the smartest decisions to try and get you this map. And note that I said map, not round. It is the appropriate time to say that now.
You're saying that because you predicted them, didn't you? But Milo, he says no. He gets the first, and Kari looks to find another, but Stigs trades.
Wildcard and Knights really trading kill feeds here.
Oh. Oh. No.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Pat in the difficult position, just try and see if he can pull it off. Juicy will now put down the user. Yep, successfully gets it down, and now it's Pat in a 1v2. Stigs does have such little health left, but runs into him. Didn't even see if he was there. And the GGs go out.
Wow, what a way to conclude that game. I almost thought Wildcard would be able to push overtime, push that envelope a little bit further, but not meant to be. The Knights, they get the win, they get their first points in Stage 1 here of 2022, and they look pretty pumped with that performance. Obviously Wildcard, a difficult opponent, but ultimately, I think the Knights truly deserved that match. They played some really, really solid Siege. It was hard fought by both rosters, and at the end of the day, they were just a little bit too good.
Absolutely, and it says a 7-4 scoreline, but there were some really great, insane plays by Wildcard. So, you know, it doesn't quite feel like that was that big gap. Like, it still felt so close every round.
For sure. I'm just a little bit upset, just trying to revel in that loss of my prediction. I know you're probably going to rub it in a little bit, Charles, but...
No. I'm keeping it low. I'm not going to rub anything in. I am in no position to. I just watched APAC South yesterday, and I was like, Knights looks like they did a good job, so I'm going to choose Knights.
Well, you could relax and enjoy that victory, Charles. But we'll throw it back to the desk. Xenox and Vast, break it down.
Hey, where are you going, guys? You're on the desk too, mate.
I'm still here. I was ready to walk off. no cap. I was just about to turn my mic down and walk off.
Jeez, come on. I thought you were the best host in the business. What's this? Amateur hour. In the end, though, Knights get the job done. Really not too many surprises, though. I'll go to you on this one, Vast. Ultimately, there is a bit of a turn in form. First, they take down the Chiefs. Now they take down Wildcard. Admittedly, I've put my predictions in too early here. No, it's backfired.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely did the same. But yeah, I think what we saw was pretty well a textbook kind of Oregon from Knights. You know, very spread out, heavy roams, really aggressive. And yeah, I think they're slowly starting to just find themselves a bit more. I think, there have been a bit of growing pains, but I think the last week has definitely shown that, they're starting to feel a bit more like themselves.
In the end, Wildcard, not an awful effort, Guz, but if the Knights are firing on all cylinders, they are still the better team. For Wildcard, where does that really put them now in the pecking order?
Really hard to say. I think both teams, I don't know how many people agree with me, but they both played a similar brand of Oregon. It felt like their approaches and whatnot to a lot of the objectives were quite similar, and I think Wildcard at the end of the day were just simply outclassed. The Knights were playing a little bit tighter and were able to get that result across the line, and ultimately there were a couple of 50-50 rounds, which for the most part leaned into the Knights. I think the threat factor as well was Sage. Yes, Cairo played a decent game for Wildcard, but Wildcard didn't quite have that same sort of threat X factor on their team to be that win condition to get rounds across the line.
Well, the other thing to note as well, Fast, it was only a couple of weeks ago that Wildcard beat Knights 7-2 in APAC South. That was on Villa. So what a turnaround that we've seen basically from the Knights within 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really impressive stuff, but I think that game, honestly, like, almost every round could have gone either way. I mean, those 2 1v3s were just insane. But yeah, there were so many rounds that it came really close, like 2v2s and stuff like that. So it really was a close game despite maybe what the scoreline represents. But yeah, I think, in those 2 weeks or whatever, however long it was, Knights have definitely made a lot of improvements. And you always see in their tweets and stuff like that and Lucy's interviews, they're always, just striving to improve week by week, and it always kind of reflects in their gameplay.
Definitely noticeable. 7-4 result in the end. 3 of the last 4 rounds to the Knights to sort of pull away a bit. Not awful signs though for Wildcard. Cairo continues to be pretty much amazing, Guz, to really, for lack of a better word. Vinny played well. But what about Milo? A bit quiet over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, he was playing a little bit more of a flex role today, particularly on their attacks. There seems to be this mentality, at least this is what it looks like from the outside, where Milo is sort of I referred to it as like a ping pong ball in one of the other games, where he's always seemingly just tagging up with another player to try and initiate things and provide coverage and a bit of support. We saw that it was actually against the Knights, funnily enough, at the first Playday of APAC South, where he was running around constantly trying to aid in holding key positions. And similarly today, right, if it was down below, he'd aid in those players clearing, etc. So I don't know if looking at the numbers for him is all that important, really, but obviously it is concerning when teams that we know can frag out aren't, and whether or not that's actually one of the key contributing factors to whether or not they lost the game, I'm probably not in a position to say, but is a little bit disappointing for sure.
Well, the Knights win, so we get a Don interview from Juicy coming in off the back of the 3 points that they just gained against Wildcard. Congratulations on the win, Juicy. Still looking like Father Christmas going on over here.
Yeah, still there.
Still there. It's been a bit of a flip 2 weeks, because obviously 2 weeks ago, as I sort of mentioned just then, Wildcard beat you guys 7-2. Since then, the improvement from your team has been quite notable, and that's in both OCN and in APAC South.
Yeah, I think every play there that goes past, we get a bit more comfortable playing with each other. You know, we had that roster last year for a long time, so any changes we're going to take a little bit to settle in. So we're just, you know, growing pains as it is, and you know, we'll get there eventually. But happy with how things are going on along at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Juice really well played today. From the outside, it looked like it was actually quite an intense game. Like, it was quite back and forth. A lot of the rounds were quite close. By OCN standards, was the heart rate up a little bit during this one?
I think it was just, I don't know, it seemed more fun tonight. We were having a bit of fun with each other, laughing around after Sage clutched that round as well. In the, what was it, 1v3 or 1v4, it was a bit hype from us. So, I don't know, it just felt a bit different tonight and felt good to get it up. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have Chiefs tomorrow night. I think in 2021, it's a bit of an understatement to say that a bit of a rivalry has brewed with you guys. Surely this is the season that someone, you know, knocks Chiefs off the OCN kind of pedestal. So is that going to be you guys, or?
I don't know, we'll give them a run for their money as we always do, but I don't know, it's always fun.
Someone's got to shut up Digital. He's you know, he's been way too loud.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be a fun game against the Chiefs. It always is, and it's a good rivalry to have good competitive teams with us. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Now, Juicy, I know this is the OCN, but I can't help but ask, because we don't really get the opportunity to ask before games. But in APAC South, you've got IG, then you've got Direwolves. As a team, you must thrive for that sort of challenge to close out a stage and to try and get top 4.
We're looking forward to it. I think, like I said before, as each player goes past, we're getting more comfortable with each other, and to finish out with those 2 games, it'll be a good challenge for us. So to see where we're at, I suppose, at the moment. So if we can get those couple of dubs or get away with some points, it'll be a really good feeling, and we'll see what we end up.
Final shout-outs, as always, mate. You know the drill.
Thanks to my team, the broadcast, for everything you guys do for us. And yeah, just thanks to everything. It's always doesn't happen without you guys, as I always say. So thank you.
Best of luck tomorrow night, but most importantly, best of luck over the next 2 weeks in APAC South. You've got some big games. You're going to need it, but you guys are in top form. It's good to see.
Lovely. Thank you, guys.
Well, the Knights' resurgence is strong over the last few weeks. Suddenly, they've now got points at OCN. They're fighting for top 4 in APAC South. That's really all you can ask for, guys, for a team that, of course, changed up its roster, like many teams over the break. And suddenly, all things looking pretty good. Of course, in terms of OCN now, we've got 7 teams, by the way, all on 3 points. There's only one team that hasn't got any points. It's unfortunately Onami. That is going to change though very shortly, guys, because, of course, later on we've got Ludovica and Bliss to close out the night.
Yeah, sounds like it's shaping up to be a close little stage so far, and it has felt like most of the games have been fair contests in the sense that they've been quite close, and even on a round-to-round basis, much like the game just gone. Wildcard had their opportunities, didn't quite capitalize. Knights had theirs and were able to do so, and ultimately, I think actually Juicy probably framed it quite nicely. It was just a fun game to watch, right? It was not your traditional boring game of Oregon. It was something a little bit more exciting, and both teams thriving in that environment, which makes it exciting to watch. And hopefully, if the Knights can continue this form, as Vast touched on, the Chiefs might actually have a challenge this year.
Well, they may well. For now, we go to a short break. When we come back, it's our final match of the night. Ludovica versus Bliss.
Thank for OCN.
Light me up.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
It's a beautiful day for a pickle sandwich. Pickle sandwich. Shit. Oh, come on. Oh, jeez. Thank f for OCN.
The bank side, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? The 50
Champions, he never counted out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't Well, everyone's on 3 points, but that's going to change. No, it's not, because Anami's going to get 3 as well. But it's Team Bliss and Ludovica coming up after this as, well, one of them is going to have to go to 6 points and to the top of the standings. And, well, technically, from a round differential perspective, it is 1 and 2 playing each other, but it's only Playday 2, so none of that really matters. Ludovica and Team Bliss, we got rid of Guz. Chelsea's coming over to the desk to say hello. Chelsea, how were your first casts?
Look, it was a bit rough, a bit rocky, but I feel like as I kind of like get talking, as I kind of get into the momentum, I will get better. It was really weird and different matches, especially that match, the first match that we saw, or at least I casted, was just so strange and just so not quite OCN. But then you kind of saw like some normalcy return back with, you know, Wildcard and Knights, which I predicted to win, which is not a flex. I just think Knights do a really good job. So I'm just, yeah, it's been good. It's been a day. Wins and lows.
Big brain prediction on the Knights. Let's go into the team lineups. Ludovica, I'll go over to you on this one. Vast, the team that has, well, I mean, the majority of the old overt lineup. Of course, Shaq and Logic come in to join Twin, Edpan, and Sawyer. I mean, we know what these guys are capable of, but the question is, can they go to that next step? That next step being top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think last week, you know, I kind of questioned this lineup a lot. I think, well, I thought losing Kyra and Elements, they would have just lost way too much frag power, and they would struggle to kind of keep playing the playstyle that we know them play. And I mean, yeah, against Knights, they showed that, you know, they haven't changed their playstyle. They want to, you know, play that really aggressive loose playstyle that we saw them do in Stage 3 last year. But yeah, I was really impressed with Logic. I think he looked like he really fit in well with his team. Kind of looked like he's been, you know, playing with them for a while. With Shaq, I think everyone, you know, knows Shaq is a bit of an OG. He did struggle to kind of get in the game, but I think, you know, as the game progressed, he got a lot more comfortable with the guys. And yeah, they kind of impressed me, I guess.
We'll see if they can continue to impress their opponents for tonight. Of course, Team Bliss. Chelsea, they don't really need too much introduction. Of course, it's not entirely the old Bliss. Fisher Guy and God Legion coming and joining the team over from the Chiefs. Realistically, the best team outside of the APAC South teams.
No, absolutely. And we saw their performance last week. I think, you know, obviously kind of addressing that elephant in the room. You know, Fisher Guy. Now on Bliss, you know, Bliss only wins their ones. You know, you could throw all the stereotypes out there, but like last week, you know, was a great example and maybe the stock standard of what we're going to see this season. You know, Bliss looking like probably one of the strongest teams, but are they stronger than Chiefs in their current form? I'm, you know, on Ludovica's side, or Ludovica, you know, obviously had a pretty strong game last week as well. kind of a newer roster as much as these other new teams, and really kind of already setting a statement and a standard. So I'm keen to see how many rounds they get.
Obviously, for Team Bliss, anything they do in the regular season, let's be honest, Vast isn't really going to matter because they have higher expectations now off the back of what happened in 2021. Because really, the entire year last year for Team Bliss was, of course, the old Team Bliss, and still pretty much this one as well, was getting it job done to get into the APAC South. They didn't quite get that. It's all about the best of ones, v best of threes. Even if they find success in Stage 1 and in the regular season, it's hard to give them the credits, isn't it?
Yeah, but I just think, I don't know, maybe it's a bit biased coming from me because I've teamed with Fisho and God, but I just know Fisho, and I know that he's just going to bring, you know, just so much experience and just big brain. I mean, I don't know, Fisho always knew how to deal with BO3s, and I think, I mean, look, can't say for certain, right, because it depends, you know, the reception of the rest of the team. You know, they could still struggle. Maybe he's not able to, you know, kind of provide that knowledge. I don't know. It's different players, but I really like to think that this is like, you know, the new hope for Bliss and BO3s.
Hopefully for their sake. Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for our final game of the night here for Oceanic Nationals Playdate number 2. And we're going to Bank, which is, well, if Villa was the map of OCN in 2021, it's probably going to end up being Bank at some point because we've seen it at a high prevalence in APAC South. It is actually the first time seeing it for Oceanic Nationals. Skyscraper was towards the end, Bliss electing to not go there, so still none of the new maps in the Oceanic Nationals. But Chelsea, any thoughts that you want to mention here about going to Bank for this game between Ludovica and Bliss?
This is the first time we're seeing Bank this season, and obviously Ludovica being a new team and obviously no quite new history with this map. Maybe we're going to see some really interesting plays, some interesting strategies, you know, for this decider map. I'm interested to see how this plays out and kind of just sit back and watch and have them continue their narrative.
Vast, any thoughts going over to Bank in terms of maybe play styles, who it might favor? Obviously, Bank is proving to be slightly attacker-sided. Does that play into either of these two teams?
I don't really think it gives any team an advantage, but I think Bank, it's not really your aggressive map. There's a lot of mini games, a lot of util clearing that you just can't avoid, right? So I think it really comes down to who's coordinating better, whose comms, you know, are on point, who's adapting better, playing the mini games, util clears a lot better.
I guess we can start to talk about maybe just predictions and seeing who's going to win this game. Of course, both teams winning in Playday 1, Chelsea. Who did you end up predicting for this one?
I chose Team Bliss, much like our other counterparts on this desk.
Yeah, I think Vast, I guess final thoughts from you as well. Do you still stand by Team Bliss against Ludovica?
Yeah, now seeing Bank, I don't know, that's given me a lot more confidence, to be honest.
All right, well, nice and easy, short and sharp. Let's see if the game itself will be short and sharp. Let's go over to Guz and see what he's got in the weather room. Guz, how are you?
Thanks, Jake. It's a chilly 10 degrees out here. No, it's actually really hot under these 6 or however many bloody lights I've got here. I mean, I feel like I'm shining like the sun. But yeah, super keen to jump into this one. It's not cafe, so I'm smiling. We haven't seen Bank yet tonight. In fact, we haven't seen it throughout the entire stage. So it should be fun. And I think Ludovica are a really strong roster. So I'm keen to see whether or not they have it against Bliss, who we keep, or at least I keep thinking in the back of my mind, are the super team, the super threat here in OCN.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thought process, right? But they've got to prove it, just as if the old Bliss roster had to prove it last year and kind of fell short in the final hurdle. This one's going to have to do the same as well. Ludovica versus Team Bliss, heading over to Bank. Bliss, by far and away the favorites here to close this one out. Very much best of the rest, and in some cases, some would maybe even predict better than some of the APAC South teams. But they had that exact same title last year, guys. It didn't do that much, did it?
You can't keep bringing up old wounds, mate.
If I was on the Bliss bandwagon for all of 2021, I might just be on the opposite here. Until Odin Repix can change my mind, we'll see how we go. Thatcher's the first one banned off the board by Ludovica.
Fisho was really excited about that Thatcher ban, so I don't know if they were like expecting it or something. I don't know. That was a bit weird. Maybe completely unrelated, but Habana followed up. Almost a must ban here on Bank. There's rumor has it there's at least 65 hatches on this map, so getting rid of Habana makes things spicy for the attack. That prompts the Kaid ban in response, as Team Bliss don't want to have to deal with having Mav as a must pick. Ludovica to close things out. It's the Valk. Across the board, very standard.
I think probably for the night tonight, that's the most normal looking band lineup that we've actually seen. To be fair, Oregon Knights wildcard was pretty much on the money as well. So we head into our final game tonight, Ludovica and Team Bliss. Ludovica will be on the defense, Bliss on the attack. So we'll be looking to see if Bliss can get off to a good start. And it's staff open area where we're heading to for our first site of choice, courtesy of Ludovica. Of course, 3 members of the old overt roster elements gone. Cairo, who is a superstar on wildcard, gone as well, replaced by Shaq and Logic. And for Team Bliss, of course, as many know, Fisher Guy and Godleech are both making their way over from the Chiefs to replace Todd and Jigsaw. Wow, that is very one-sided community vote.
Just a smidge. I think I would give Ludovica a little bit more credit than that. I'd be sitting them at least 30% heading into this matchup. I know that's maybe only a fraction of an incremental increase, but what am I even saying? An incremental increase? What the hell is that? What I'm trying to say is I'd give them a bit more of a shot than 20% in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if they push at least 5 rounds here on this map, but I guess that question will be answered as to whether or not it's possible. How strong a Bliss are they really? That super team here in OCN that are going to be a huge threat for a spot in APAC. On paper, this squad is absolutely cracked. I don't think they could have picked up 2 better players than Fisher and Gold Legion, but we'll have to see whether or not they actually bind together nicely and actually form a decent squad of 5.
What do you think of Ed Pan's name? How would you pronounce that? Edam for me?
It's Edamame.
Edamame? I don't know. I like Edam for me.
It's Edamame.
Or I could just call him Ed Pan.
Oh, you could. Who's Log, by the way?
Logic?
Yeah. I don't know how he even got that name.
Log? Actually, that's true.
Like 3 letters, that's got to be rare. There'd only be a few thousand combinations or whatever the number would end up being.
We'll see if he plays like a log. Hopefully not for his sake, as Repix makes his way into executive. Oda's apparently almost dead. Not sure how that one transpires as Twent gets taken down by Oda. An early exchange as Team Blizz seemingly aggressive here on the attack, pushing in second floor. Of course, open area staff, so first floor, and Repix gets rid of Edpan. Team Blizz just waltzing into bank.
Simple as that. Easy pickings in the first round. It's tough to come back from this. Logic getting lit up as well. Fisher to find that. 5 versus 2. The round's over before it begins.
Yeah, so do we want to just, you know, like wave the white flag, move on to the second round? This was very, very easy, which is a little concerning. Hopefully this is not going to end up being more of a normality. Back over towards Beepers. Still at least eyes over towards main stairs. You find a kill, bring it back to 4. Not impossible, not likely. Does get droned out. And Bliss actually playing this really well because they've put on the accelerator at the start, then they've taken the foot off the throttle, and then the pedal, and then they've gone full gung-ho again at the end here. Completely dictating that entire round from start to finish.
Well, there's not much to unpack from that one other than
break
Bliss,
it down, Guz.
Bliss do good and Ludovica do bad. Quick map control, easy as that. Finding picks, no trades. I mean, really doesn't get much more straightforward than that for an attack. Bliss will be filled with that one. Yeah, don't really want to go much more into it, honestly.
I think it's one of those ones, though, looking back, while we didn't get to see because we weren't on Oda's point of view, he did get taken down low early, so I think there was maybe an opportunity for someone on Ludovica. Don't know who it was. Could have got that kill onto Oda. You get the opening pick. Maybe things don't then snowball the way that they did. So it's sometimes those little moments that we don't even get to quite see play out. And then all of a sudden, it just snowballs in the other direction. So credit to Bliss. Hit their shots. Made it look very easy. Oda's very much enjoying the repick. Went and glanced into 0 in the first round, by the way. Now 0 apparently into OSA. We saw an OSA actually on bank. Must have been APAC South, obviously. Can't remember the team off the top of my head. Help me here, Guzzler. And they played it in server with that weird long-range sight. Which team was it? I can't even remember.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The OSA putting the shield down inside of server when they opened up the sight line.
Yeah, a couple of teams have experimented. I think Chiefs were the most successful actually getting a plant down with one, from memory. I'm still not a huge fan of it, but
it didn't work.
We'll see if this works.
We'll see if this works this time. It didn't work last time. Shaq playing in an interesting position though, inside a server with the shield. There is a downside to this where he could get pinched on the backside of server here if, for whatever reason, Team Bliss eventually sends someone down blue stairs. Oh, Twent's pushed up too.
Oh, that's well played.
Yeah, this might just catch them off guard. Oda's very, very low. The nade didn't get the down though.
Did a chunk of damage. I think they were hoping the shield would break, but not the case. Bliss wanting to still commit. Fisho in tow. Oh, the Nook through Garage. Pretty typical here on Bank, but God Legion. His position
blind
compromised.
Spray? Like, shouldn't have God Legion information there on the Nook. I think Sawyer's just peeked that and taken a shot.
I'm not sure if God Legion actually activated the cloak earlier or not.
Right.
Perhaps.
Twent's just taking a bit of damage back. This is a weird minigame, actually, for Locker CCTV around tunnel and server. To be fair, to the credit of Ludovica, it is working. We've still got the shield up, Shaq's still alive, and Twent putting a lot of work in with this shotgun. But hello, Fisher guy, the fragger. He's got 4 kills, and suddenly it's 3 versus 3.
Yeah, not really sure if you're watching OCN right now or a Gold 3 ranked game, because that is a very strange minigame that you do not see in competitive. But either way, make of that what you will. Ultimately, it's a 3 versus 3, so it's now essentially reset. Fisher low, so as he goes for the plant, needs to be mindful of smoke canisters and that nitro from Ed. I was going to say ED.
ED.
It's Ed Pan. That name is awful. Please change it back.
Oh, it's absolutely awful. Still 40 seconds left in the round, which is quite staggering because it feels like it's been going on forever. As the gas canisters get thrown out by Sawyer, has one more. This will be the last one to get thrown out. Well, Legion over towards elevators has been loitering, but now that with only 24 seconds left, it's going to have to go for that flank down main stairs and eventually try and really put the pressure in from behind them. It is being watched though. Does he expect the close range angle from Ed Pan? No, he does not. Nice swing. Now they can focus over towards server. They got the numbers. It's an easy one. Fisher guy, even if he gets it down, yeah, it won't matter. They know he's there. They know he's planting. Easy round in the end as a lot of the action was towards the start of the round.
Certainly not quite as clean as round number 1. Ludovica having to get their hands dirty, particularly over towards the dirt tunnel connecting into server, but they won out that trade, ultimately in a decent position late round in the 3v3. Really good read onto God Legion as well, and able to essentially deny his entire game plan, ultimately leaning nicely into their hands. And a good response after a pretty sketchy first round.
Yeah, I mean, the first round was... See, this is the problem with a round like that first round. Do you say it's Ludovica that were awful, or just Bliss was super clean? I think it was more so the latter. I honestly believe Bliss were just super, super clean. And Ludovica responding very, very well in that second round. And then not an awful setup. I mean, I think you can expose Shaq in that server room position, but because you've also got Twent holding that spot inside a server as well, so you're committing to server, it does then kind of reinforce Shaq's position with the shield. But I don't know. I feel like really, really good teams will probably be able to deal with that.
Fisher on 4 kills and 1 death. I don't think I've ever seen Fisher leading the kill count for his team. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It's not his role.
It's kind of hard when Worthy's on your team.
Was. I wonder if Fisher can be the difference maker, though, not only just in this game, of course, but overall. Fast talking about his impact on the desk. Clearly got a big brain and can help lead a team.
Who is the main fragger, do you reckon, on this Bliss roster? Or even is there one?
That's a good question.
A very even spread of talent.
Any of them, I think, honestly.
Yeah.
Outside of Fish, who ironically is currently the kill leader. You have to back in God Legion on the entry and Repix as well. Even Oda. Those 3 for me would be the big hitters. And then Shade. Able to anchor down and Fish to lead.
Or dropped.
Why are we dropping, boys?
Redacted.
Which offered into the objective.
Well, actually, the objective is up above.
April Fool's Day. Should have done a joke.
Yeah, I don't really like doing April Fool's jokes.
Ah, you're such an old man.
Yeah,
You're so old and you're so old and grumpy.
Nothing too special inside of this third round at the moment, other than Guz's awful opinion of humour. Much slower approach from Team Bliss in comparison to the opening round, which did play into their favour. Very fast, brutal opening round, and now they've really slowed it down.
Oh. Explosion over towards top square. Don't know the origin of that, but
Bomb located by attackers.
doesn't take much health away from Fisho. Bliss wanting to get control over towards top square. Lines aside in towards the objective, but it's proving to be harder in practice than it is in theory. Shade's still probing down below, but yet to really find a pick. Both teams are just trying to hold on here. Bliss obviously wanting to try and find an opening pick to find something, but Fisho likes to just send it. There is a player right there.
Oh, no, you can't allow this. He's watching. You can
Hello?
see him, Twent, and he finally gets it. That was ballsy from Fisho, guy. But the fact that it almost worked is even worse. And now, Diffuser's stuck on site next to the bomb chassis as God Legion gets rid of the player inside of Elevator. Oh, that was clean. He should get even more here, almost towards front desk. Cleaned up everyone, but in the end got no one. And Ludovica just winning all of the gunfights. This round is just bizarre. And the drop prone shot from Shaq to get rid of Repix. Sitting in the hallway prone. What am I watching?
Look, I love you, Fish. You're a legend. I don't know if you made that call, but whoever did, that was a very interesting decision to just send it in for the plant when you didn't have very good control, and the player on the rappel is not actually looking anywhere near janitor.
Oh, yeah, that's...
It was a little bit interesting. I respect the endeavor, but ultimately it was the demise there for Team Bliss. And credit to Ludovica, right? Twent in particular, really composed to deny the plant, and the rest of the team swept through and found picks.
Yeah, just one of those moments where, okay, boys, it's all open. We can go in. Do we go for a sneaky plant? And they figure, yeah, why not? And it just completely backfires. And 2 good rounds in a row now for Ludovica. They take the lead here, 2-1, heading into the 4th round. Open area staff for the 2nd time around. It was won by Bliss in the opening round very convincingly. So far, that opening round is the only round that has been convincing for either team, really. Although that wasn't too bad from Ludovica in the end. It was like 4-1 and then got the final kill anyway. I honestly thought Godlegion was going to get a couple more kills over towards front desk, but he seemingly just missed a lot of those shots. Not easy shots and was on the move, but thought he was going to do a little bit more damage than he actually did. Strange round.
Has been a bit of a funny one thus far. Maestro play here. Round number 4, an operator seemingly doesn't get a whole lot of play, but if there is a map where he does, it is Bank. I guess it's just the nature in which a lot of the mini games play out is he could be quite viable in getting information, denying plants, etc. Bliss thrive in this environment though. We saw it round 1, the top down clear, the sweep across, the pattern established very much in the current meta, entering over towards CEO, getting that vert on top of towers and archives, preventing those rotations, and then really applying pressure and flushing out these players, backing them into essentially what open area is. It's a corner at the end of the day. Very tricky to rotate out of once you have a lot of the map control here on Bank. So Bliss did it well last time, and they'll be looking to execute that again.
Well, it is Sawyer season. Ludovica playing into that. No? Well, last year it was the Sawyer Lando. Now it's Sawyer season. Must know something, clearly. He's read the script.
Maybe. Could be their year. Hard to tell. Oda up above for 0. Yep. Another pretty powerful operator here on Bank, but it's Shaq on the boost, on top of the desk to find the first on to Fisho guy. don't know how many of those Selmas were already used in this round, but Bliss's potential for hard breach now might be compromised, and Oda's the only one left with a secondary hard breach.
Twink gets rid of Shade, and suddenly it's just been all Ludovica since the conclusion of round 1. Essentially, Bliss have not really been able to get going. They got stalled out in Locker CCTV with the server room hold, and CO Executive, they made their own mistakes, as Oda does find an easy elimination onto Logic. Well, keep shooting, Sawyer. Don't stop. You got ED. Oh, I almost said ED as well. God damn, that name is awful. Edpan with the blue stairs flank. Didn't work. Didn't help, in fact, as Sawyer did eventually get eliminated. And God Legend just waltz onto site, but it's the Shack Attack who gets that elimination. Boom, shakalaka.
Well played there by Shaq. I gotta say, Jake, you've got a bit early on that one. What if he hits a nutty play in playoffs or something? You've already used it in the second play day.
No, I don't care. I had to use it.
I can tell you're trying to hold it in, but you can help yourself.
Just don't know. Is he gonna get a double like that again? I don't know.
Yeah, never know.
No, but honestly, 3 rounds now to the good for Ludovica, and they are looking like the better team.
Long have we waited? Bliss overrated.
Oh,
hashtag Bliss down.
Oh my. It's clear that you just.
Do I have to hand back my hoodie now?
You just don't like Team Bliss. It's clear.
It is quite clear. I just don't like them.
Yeah.
They did send me a free hoodie, so maybe I should be a bit nicer to them. I don't know. I might have to send it back.
It is a nice hoodie.
It is. Hope Bliss are actually going all right. They're, for those who don't know, their headquarters, it's in Queensland, I believe. It was flooded.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Did you say they bought a yacht?
They did buy a yacht. They posted it on their Twitter today. It's quite a nice yacht. They don't have to worry about flooding now because it's on the water.
That was a pretty good April Fool's joke.
Wait, it wasn't real?
No, I don't know. I think Bliss have got some money. I don't know if they've got $60 million worth for a yacht.
If Bliss can afford to pay this roster, surely they can afford a yacht.
Jeez. How much do you reckon Oda's on? 10
He's
million
on at least 30,000 a month.
30,000 a month?
At least. That's what I'd be paying him. That's what he's worth.
It's a lot of KFC.
It is. That's how he affords his KFC.
Oh, Repics. Well, I think this is what Bliss need to do now is go back to the way they played in round 1. Aggressive, hunt down kills, get on the front foot. Maybe not play into Ludovica's playstyle, especially here on Locker CCTV with that server room hold. Could go for a bit more of a vault or main stairs approach. See what Bliss elect to do here, but still, I mean, a long way to go. We have seen Bank at times is very much a 50-50 kind of map where defenders can definitely have success.
Pretty methodical thus far from Bliss, top down, just ensuring they cross their T's, dot their I's before they prep for the final execute. Time management not too bad. Slowly encroach on the midway point here of the 5th round. Logic was taken low, so that's something he'll need to be mindful of for the remainder of this particular one. As Bliss just continue to push forward. Hatch is now being blown with that secondary hard breach gadget. One of the upsides of bringing Capitao, an operator that really has dropped off the face of the planet in the last couple of years.
Into a black hole of an abyss. Twen is getting so eager. Oh no! Oh, he's still got the kill to Oda! How does he get to shoot the drone and Oda? I thought he made the mistake that as soon as that drone came through, you got to just let it go by.
I thought it was the perfect bait. That it was a bit of a skeet shooting session there for Twent, but still found the pick. Now Shaq.
Well, that's the Capitao gone too.
Oh.
Oh, too easy for Shaq. Couldn't quite get back over to his little hut though. The Adrenal Surge will get Fisher Guy back up and standing. Fortunately, they've still got the diffuser, and the Thermite can now open this wall up. 45 seconds remaining. Bliss have the man advantage, and Logic is extremely low health, but Sawyer still has 3 gas babes, and Edpan with a Nitro Cell. This round's not over yet.
Yeah, still very winnable for the defense. First smoke goes out. It's going to force Fisho back. Bliss likely need to send it deep, try and find trades to win it out.
A bomb has been located. 15 seconds left. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. 10 seconds left.
Wow, okay. This is really starting to get super exciting. Ludovica clearly switched on in this particular match. A good start for them, and it's going to prompt the tactical timeout in response from Team Bliss. It's actually starting to get a little bit out of control. It really has spiraled. 4 rounds straight. It's gone by quite quickly. It was a good start for Bliss, but we really have dropped off here.
Well, the opening round was not a good start. It was an amazing start. They cleaned up Ludovica so quickly, so easily, and so effortlessly. Oh my god, just stop, Jake.
Wait, what are you trying to say?
No. But, and just like my last phrase there, it's gone absolutely horribly for Team Bliss ever since. 4 rounds in a row on Locker CCTV, CO Executive, open area stuff. So basically everywhere on this map, Ludovica are getting what they want. And even when maybe things aren't quite going all that well, in this instance, for example, in the 5th round, Ludovica down a player, not much time left, and they still just pull it out. I mean, Logic actually with some big plays at the end there as well. Now up to 5-2, Twent 6-3. Big moment here for Team Bliss if they can get anything to close out this final first half. Otherwise, 5-1 is a long way to come back from.
If they lose this round, yeah, it is an absolute trek for them to get back in this match. Sure, you'll be on the defense, and it may well lend itself into that overall on this map, but even still, that margin, doesn't matter what the stats are, it's going to be super tough to hold on to. So
10 seconds to go.
this round's big. And this is a big test, I think, for the mental capacity of Bliss. We'll have to see how strong that fortitude is. Clearly, that was a bit of a talking point maybe last year, where particularly through best-of-3 series, it may not have been good enough to get results across the line. But even now in this best-of-1, it's already going to be tested in the second Playday. You saw him! At least he got the kill.
A long way to go, though, right? I mean, had the advantage in the last round. They couldn't quite finish with it, though. Get rid of Sawyer. Okay, Jaeger's off the board. Not a big deal. ADS is already down. Question is, how do they now capitalize with this one-man advantage to close out the first half? Bliss honestly need to win this round.
Sure do. Oda's still leaning into Ashe. I'd love to know the reasoning behind the Ashe pick. Ashe, particularly off the back of her weapon nerfs, really has dropped off the face of the planet. More often than not, you're better off picking someone like a Zofia or a Yana, both of which they already have on the roster. So I don't know who that 5th could necessarily be, but not too sure about the decision-making behind that one, and it hasn't been all that fruitful in terms of finding picks. Oh, Jade, what was that?
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Almost took off. Well, he ended up taking half of his health, almost took all of it. And they've just lost a Heart Breacher here, just quietly, but that is going to make things very difficult for Bliss in terms of being able to open up top square. It's, well, now impossible.
These long lines of sight up through the top of square do go both ways, and Logic gets lit up, but the hard breach off the board, devastating. Oda activates on the Ashe to drop Twent, so it's a delayed trade. Team Bliss now have a significant advantage as Ludovica leak picks and Logic's isolated out towards the west with a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much to it this round, though, right? Logic gets the headshot onto Shade, but plant down, and they'll just play it off the repel. So this is the half. It'll be 2-4. Not a whole lot from that round. I think it's basically more just how CO Executive kind of plays out a little bit. Off-site, being able to find those picks, and Team Bliss just this time around were able to really hit their shots. I think they dealt with Janitor a little bit better. Despite losing Fisher Guy, they didn't crumble. A better round from Bliss to at least close out the half off the back of the timeout. And Repix gets the final kill onto Logic. So 2-4 scoreline. Heading into the second half, and we'll see if Bliss can control the game, just like Ludovica did on the defense here on Bank.
Yeah, good job there by Bliss locking out that round. That means they claim round 1 and round 6, everything in between. Didn't quite go their way, but we'll have to see now. Can Ludovica actually hold on to this lead? Because it is only a couple of rounds, and based on how the map's played out so far, I probably wouldn't be too surprised if it leans towards the defense. It's been a little bit messy, a little bit hectic. That's the way these two have clashed on this map. We head back downstairs for round number 7, first in the second half, and I love this lineup from Bliss. We've got the Vigil in play, as well as the Mute Mozzie combo, as well as Castle. Smoke, obviously a staple on this objective, but those 4, they can roam, they can cause a lot of chaos here and try and waste a lot of time. This is going to be a good test for Ludovica, who didn't bring a Jackal. Batches banned, which also not picked. I don't know if they're going to necessarily repick into this, but it's not looking like that'll be the case.
Is this going to be the open area hold from Bliss?
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I think it might be more than open area. Top floor as well. They'll probably be looking to contest them straight off the bat over towards the C overpel. Unless Ludovica could just send it straight through dirt.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm sort of thinking, right? Isn't top, like, if you're trying to hold CO executive for Locker CCTV, you are really susceptible to a rush on site through tunnel into server. We have seen, can't honestly remember who it was, hold stuff open area, locking it up with the castle barricade, making it hard to get in there, and then being able to drop down the hatch. But I wonder if Bliss is just taking this a little bit too far up above. Very curious to see how this is going to play out, because server room control already established. That castle barricade's not going to matter. And they've left this wall soft. In fact, they've left both walls soft.
Yeah, quite peculiar. Reinforcements used elsewhere. Didn't even elect
This is bizarre.
Didn't even put shotgun holes, for example, to make it a bit more challenging. But it is quite strange, and it puts a lot of pressure now on Fisho inside of red. And his call here is critical. If he calls the rotation too early for the rest of the team, they could well get caught off on those rotations. They could find it hard to get back towards the site. I think at the moment, Ludovica are off to a fantastic opening phase of the round. Logic's down. Repix does trade, however, so I guess that does stabilize things just a little bit.
This is literally Bliss just playing like it's a ranked game, just off site, looking for roams and looking for these easy picks. Now they've got at least the Bliss's side, if Shaq doesn't win out here, in a late round flank potential. Odo goes down to Twent. That's such a big moment here. Repix needs to win this. If he loses this fight, that's the round. Nice shot onto Shaq. I thought maybe Shaq was going to win out, started shooting first, but Repix hit the shots. And that's the difference. Final gas bait from Fisher Guy with a minute left. That is the earliest that we've got to a point on Locker CCTV where the smoke has fully expended those gas babes.
Kendall's to respond. That could mask a plant. Ludovica looking to play off this. Again,
Oh, this is...
have they placed it too shallow?
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Oh! They haven't watched, though, from bot square hatch. Repix and Shay just picked up 2 quick kills onto Twent and Sawyer. The plan was in play in front of us. You can see what Ludovica were trying to do, and Team Bliss has shut this one down. This is a bizarre round of Locker CCTV. Definitely not the norm. It's not a conventional round at all. It's Bizarro Land, but it works out for Team Bliss.
Bizarro Land's one way to put it. This is... I don't know. Don't really know what to say, honestly. How did they... Who's covering what?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where Twent is in that. Okay, so Twent was pushing up blue stairs. It was a timing issue. He had the right idea, and obviously trying to cover bot square, but just got there a little too late.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Definitely one of those kind of rounds and one of those plays where you could see the plan in action from Ludovica and what they were trying to achieve. Just couldn't quite achieve it. And you know what? In the end, I think the way that Team Bliss actually played it really threw them off guard, because had that been the kind of game where you play into it from a normal defensive approach, try and play into the smokes, for example, and denying that server room push and you know, reinforcing the walls, etc. I actually think that would have played into Ludovica. So credit to Bliss.
10 seconds to
Not that they realized what they were actually accomplishing.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, we shift our attention now over towards open area.
Defuse a bomb.
Carlson play a Rooney as well, so barricades likely to be quite aggressive. And I would assume Ludovica are going to go for top-down take. Initial repels would suggest so. Flores going to get some airtime as well. I feel like Flores is particularly potent on Bank. I think he could still maybe have an impact, clear some util out.
Oh.
Scout ahead. Oh, I almost thought that drone was actually going to get Logic killed there by blocking a bullet, but he still wins that engagement and Shade caught off guard.
Yeah, going back, we don't really see Flores that much on Bank. Thinking about open area staff. What is there? I mean, get rid of the Banshees, got the Evil Eyes, Castle Barricades. A little bit clear. It's not probably the most important, but yeah, don't hate it either.
Buck, quite powerful here on Bank. Secondary hard breach, allowing him to be quite versatile and open up 2 hatches up above. I'm assuming we'll also get to work with the skeleton key in a moment as well. Flush out archives, flush out towers. Fisher as well, probably on the menu as well if he's not careful. In fact, he's already going to retreat back down the stairs. It's been a good start again here for Ludovica. Man advantage off the back of that opening kill onto Shade. Towards archives from top square. From this point onwards, they've been very disciplined and just ensuring they get this map control quite safely.
I think even Bliss have been quite disciplined as well. I mean, they lost Shade early, but otherwise holding their positions, holding their angles, making sure that Ludovica aren't getting too much territory for free. Kind of know how this is going to play out. The big one is Fisher Guy. Sitting over towards Servo. If he goes for that blue stairs flank late in the round, it could catch off Ludovica. But at this point, everyone in this bloody region should know about the blue stairs flank and how potent it can be in an open area staff site. Zoya inside of electrical and doesn't have a player in his sight, but has an angle onto site now. Oh, spotted through the wall. Twent's got him covered there. That's God Legion going down. And Ludovica's attack just too clean at the moment. Logic spraying main stairs like he's seen a ghost. Fisher Guy has somehow ended up over into stock. Drops down. Doesn't matter though. It's being covered by Twent.
Almost thought there was a small, very small chance that Fisher could pop the head of the planter and maybe survive for a couple more seconds, but not to be. Ludovica playing some really solid Bank at the moment, getting the fundamentals down pat. Opening kill in that last round as well, serving them really, really nicely. And I think, honestly, Bliss were overly cautious there. They didn't try and re-aggress and maybe find a pick back. They're not backing themselves in with some of the best fraggers in the region to be able to initiate some aggressive plays. It proved to be costly. You're not going to win out a 5v4 trade with your backs against the wall on that site. Really, really tough at the best of times. So not really sure what's going on in the Bliss camp at the moment. I don't think they're really playing at their best. And Ludovica, again, to their credit, playing really solid at the moment.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to sort of dissect because we don't still have a large sample size to go off. You're only really looking back to Playday 1, Bliss taking down the Chiefs, and I think that would have caused alarm for excitement, obviously. You could say the same, though, for Ludovica taking down the Knights. So, in all honesty, this is the kind of game coming into it that it's the kind of matchup that maybe you would generally get, like for Playday 5 or Playday 6, where you've got that kind of sample size, but only had the one game for both of these. So, in terms of like Bliss's result versus Chiefs or Ludovica's result versus Knights, we don't have other games to back up those kind of results and to give us a semblance of an understanding of where these teams are at. But right now, great signs for Ludovica, obviously. And we know what this Bliss team is capable of. mean, they showed it to us in Playday 1. They will be thereabouts, but I would say right now, out of the teams vying for an APAC South slot, these two look like the best.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree. Question then arises, are they at a level good enough to actually fight for their spot in promotion? But we don't have to worry about getting an answer for that anytime soon. The homework for that is due in like 6 months' time. So
6 months? Oh, that's beautiful.
we might have to leave it to the last second. I know you'd probably leave it to the last second to make that
I
call.
left all of my uni assignments to the last second.
Yeah, I am not surprised in the slightest.
I'm sure you did as well.
I 100% did.
Nothing too crazy early on here in the 9th round. Ability thrown out both ways.
For the most part, the mid rounds here have been super cautious for both teams. Just, I don't want to say the B word, but it's almost been a bit like that. B word being boring.
I don't know what other B word you would be referring to in that instance.
I just wanted to make it sure to make it clear to the audience.
Right.
Twent on Glaz, actually. This is a little bit exciting. Glaz is very far removed from the current meta. Playing him on the repel for the crosses. Might be able to output a significant amount of damage. Smokes as well in play. But Repix is on the Warden.
First initial trades, a minute left in the round. Don't necessarily mind this from Ludovica. They, by all means, in this match have been quite proactive in their approach. Oh, Shaq, beautiful game sense. Shaq's been playing pretty well here. 5-5 and 3 now, along with Logic. You look at those two, of course, joining the old Avert roster as Colton gets rid of Edpan. Final EE1D deployed from Shaq, pushing up Nana. Oh, gets the elimination onto Repix. I have no idea what Repix was doing there. And Sawyer's in and planting, and Twent on the Glaz will get rid of Fisher Guy. 3 kills for the Glaz in the round. And Gold Legion in a 1 versus 3 in an unwinnable position. Literally. It's match point Ludovica.
I can't believe what is going on right now. The triple from the Glaz. Shaq with 2 clean kills. They are absolutely riding a high at the moment. Match point. Wow. This early into the game.
This has suddenly turned into a very one-sided game, right? Because you kind of, if you were to discredit the opening round, which was a very, very good round for Bliss, and you don't want to discredit it, obviously, but since that point in time, it's been 6-2 in favor of Ludovica, and it's been a pretty comfortable 6-2. They haven't necessarily been pushed all that much. Yes, to close out the first half, we saw Bliss take CO Executive, and obviously to open up the second half, Locker CCTV. But even that particular round, it felt more like Ludovica made some little mistakes more than Bliss did anything too crazy. Still, it's been such an impressive performance from Ludovica. Shaq's been playing well, Logic, Twent, and Sawyer and Edpan. I mean, well, Edpan's been a little bit, well, dumb for me, but Sawyer's...
It's Edamame.
No. In this instance, because he's 3-7, it's a down for me. If he plays better, I'll say it however he wants to say it.
Okay. I don't think he's had to do a whole lot this game. He's been leaving it up to his teammates and been working out. 6-3. Wow. Not expect this result heading into the day, and maybe we were a little bit too critical of them, or a little bit overrated perhaps Team Bliss. It's almost difficult to picture that they've only played 1 official as this roster, this being their second. And it's going to take them some time. No good having a high skill ceiling if it takes you a long time to reach it. Each stage is critical, and these two teams, like you said, they could be battling it out for a spot at Premier Relegations, and that means that the points that they get throughout each stage are going to be really, really important. And Bliss let points slip throughout the first stage or 2, then it could come back to bite them.
Well, we head back down for Locker CCTV, which was won by Team Bliss to open up this second half. Barely, though. put it lightly, and it looks as if Ludovic are going to try and employ a similar strategy. Although, maybe not. Similar lineup, but on the other side of the map, and over towards elevators with the OSA.
Again, slow mid-burn. Shaq will get in over towards open area, and I'm assuming use secondary hard breach to eventually open up these hatches. Skeleton key for a couple of quick rotations. Burst out these desks as well to get extra vision through the hatches once they are opened. It's not ED, it's Ed Pan. Over towards top blue. Needs to change his name, but if they win, I guess he has a pass to be called whatever he wants. No one posted up behind this deployable shield. He'll need to unequip it so he can vault over. Now able to get it back out. Scout ahead. There is a player inside of server though. How are they going to deal with this one?
Well, why not just send in the Candelas and Sawyer, and Gold Legend can't do anything about it. 55 seconds remaining in the round, and it's the opening kill that goes the way of Ludovica here on match point of our final game of the night. And the OSA has had some, well, comparable success this time. It's been interesting to watch Edpan really moving around with these shields.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Gaspape goes out nice and early in response, but 2 left for Fisher Guy with 30 seconds. If he times it right, he can deny a lot of time. But Edpan obviously setting up for this plant, and this time they will have someone watching that bot square hatch.
More denial, more nitro cells expended. Fisher with another smoke. It hits perfectly and forced back. 15 seconds left. This is going to be very, very touch and go for the attack.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, that doesn't help.
Oh,
maybe
no.
Bliss. Oh, well, maybe Shade was sensing what was about to happen. Twent planting the diffuser down. They have been able to get... Oh, they got to deny!
You're out of time.
That is an incredible yokai. And saves the round and the game for Team Bliss. Match point still for Ludovica. I'm not going to lie, guys. Completely forgot about the Echo. Completely forgot about the yokai drone.
Yeah, I overlooked it as well. I thought I was really looking at the nitro cell denial as well as the smoke canisters from Fisher to be the determining factor in that round. But Oda stepping up, and right at the end of that round when he whipped it out, we switched across. I was internally screaming, "Go back to Oda!" And unfortunately, Mandy did. Thank you very much. And we saw that denial.
Oh, well, thank God it was Shade that got disconnected and not Oda. Otherwise, they definitely would have lost that round. Clean work from Oda to keep Bliss in this game. But it's not like it's smooth sailing, guys. It's not all happy days. It's been a bit of a rough one on Bank. Ludovica have looked amazing. Even again in that round, Bliss had to work for it. They had to rely on that yokai drone being kept alive until the end. We saw the OSA being difficult to deal with. Edpan really putting those talent shields to work, and not just in server room, but even over towards elevators, like really getting as much as you can out of that operator. Credit to Ludovica, they've been great to watch, but it's Bliss that get a much needed round.
I think Ludovic will be a little bit upset that they were unable to convert that round. And just one small piece of utility made or break it for them. But fortunately for them, they have a pretty significant buffer, right? They had the 3-round lead heading into that one. Now it's down to 2. Still a couple of opportunities for them to get it across the line. They even have the momentum, I think, still at this point in time. It really depends how they respond to that last round. If they get a little bit frustrated and tilted at the fact that they didn't clear that util, well, maybe that'll impact them. But at the same time, there is this moment of rest at the moment for them to just quickly reset. And I think that'll be fine.
The other thing to note as well in the second half, the only site Bliss have won is Locker CCTV. So that's obviously locked away now. So for Bliss, they're going to need to sort of turn a new leaf on open area and CO Executive. Will need to win on both of those sites if they're to get at least to overtime. So they're still up against it. By all means, it is still Ludovica's game to win from here. Not impossible for Bliss, but they didn't look as likely to winning on open area and CO Executive. So we'll see what happens in round 11 and potentially 12 if needed. No surprise, of course, we're just waiting to probably get Shade back into the lobby to obviously close this game out. It is our final game of the night, of course, here for Playday 2. A reminder, tomorrow we are back again for Playday 3. It's a back-to-back little night of OCN.
Well, we are back.
Well, we're not back, but you know what I mean. Who is it? Dev and Mandy? And the other guy? I can't remember his name. Monday?
It's Saturday tomorrow.
Oh, no, I thought that was his name.
It might be.
No,
Can we go back? I don't know if you're listening, Brendan, or if it's possible. Can we go back to Sawyer's webcam, please? There's just something in it that caught my eye. What is this chess set in the background? Like, what's going on here? Is this man a bit of a chess fiend, perhaps?
Looks like a bit of a chess connoisseur, yeah. I mean...
Maybe that's how he devises some of the strategies. Maybe that's how he's got a strategic mind. All the chess.
Those are some very, very big pieces.
Maybe he's just really, really small.
Oh, maybe. But see, that board, the chess board itself, doesn't look that massive. Although maybe it's
just the way it's leaned up. Yeah, I think it might actually be quite a large chess board.
But the chess pieces look absolutely huge. I mean, that is probably the biggest chess pieces I've ever seen.
Yeah. I don't know, it might be a question for the interview. I'm assuming Sawyer's probably doing the interview if they win. And that's looking like it may well be on the cards. So.
Or on the chessboard.
Maybe.
It is actually Sawyer that would be doing the interview. Oda for Bliss if they can somehow get back into this game. Long way to go though, of course, as they, as I said, have to win the next 2 rounds on 2 sites that they've not won on defense. So the only thing is now that this break is going on for a little bit longer, does that take away all of the momentum that Ludovica had? Because, I mean, they've lost Locker CCTV. Now there's an extended break. Suddenly, when things were looking super amazing, they got match point and it was 6-3 scoreline. You're thinking, oh boy, they're about to finish this off. Oh, what a quick 10 minutes, how quickly things can change.
Not on me. I don't know if that came through the stream.
I didn't hear anything.
I just, I don't know. I don't even know what it was. Bit of a burp, half burp. I completely zoned out of what you were saying. I will be honest. It's getting a little bit late in the night. We didn't finish before 10. So 10 is when my brain switches off. So I keep pushing through. This is an abnormally long rehost. I don't know why this is taking so long, but hopefully it's coming to an end soon. Unfortunate, obviously, Shade dropping out in the previous round for anyone that has just joined in.
I have a feeling they've remade the lobby. That's my gut.
That would probably... I mean, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
Probably a sound bug, let's be honest. No, apparently not. Apparently just a full PC restart. Thank you to our wonderful producer, Brendan. Interesting. Okay. Maybe they're on an HDD. They don't have the SSD, apparently. Are we still sponsored by...
No.
Well, you can buy it from wherever you want.
Please make sure you buy an SSD if you're playing ranked. There is nothing worse than getting in a game and waiting for one person on a shit toaster PC to take a minute to load into every single round. It's one of the most frustrating things. Well, Shade's finally loaded up, so we're good.
Is there an SSD you would recommend for those watching?
I don't want to drop brand names on stream, Jake. Stop baiting me. I would just recommend a fast one. With lots of storage.
One
that fits in your budget.
One that goes super fast. One that goes zoomies.
Yep.
All right, let's get back into it. We had a bit of an extended break there. All the players back into the lobby. And fortunately, no restart. So we get to keep the KDs, which is nice. 6-4, match point Ludovica. So they got to match point at 6-3. Bliss, of course, have responded with another Lockers CCTV round win, but that's now locked away. At least until OT, if we get there. They must win on open area staff and CEO executive.
Again, Warden getting a bit of playtime. Seems to be a trend tonight. Warden being used quite extensively, but in terms of this round in particular, it's not going to hard counter a Ying, for example, but there might be smokes on the board, and that's obviously a powerful tool the attack to use to push into particular parts of the map. But Rubrix, depending on his position, should be able to try and shut that down. Switch over towards Edpan though. He's down in basement, making potentially a play up blue. I don't think that's going to be too much of a threat though at this stage in the round. The mid round, I tell you what, it has been so slow.
I don't mind it though, because I think honestly it just means both teams obviously playing this as...
I think they're really respecting each other, to be honest.
Exactly. Compared to some of the games that we had earlier tonight. Some of those mid rounds were, well, fun and exciting to watch. Maybe not the best kind of siege.
A little bit wild. Need to see the Osa's impact in this round. Went to be able to lean into these Vulcan shields and can post them up, particularly over towards top square, and make some long lines of sight. Could even elect to place them on windows, but I don't think that's really been on the meta for a lot of teams. And Gold Legion has 2 impacts, so it'd be a pretty easy counter from the Wamai.
Shields, guys.
Did I say Vulcan shields? Alan. I said Vulcan shields a couple of times.
Those are gone.
Yeah, they are gone.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Honestly, a lot of time is gone as well. Only a minute and 5 seconds remaining.
His top square is open from Sawyer. He can post himself up in the rappel on the cross, and he leaves the diffuser in his wake. I can only assume that the planned position is either going to be behind the wardrobe or maybe even behind the desk itself. Maybe even Twent gets a shield down to try and facilitate a plant. That could be a play.
Yeah, get the shield down and then quickly get the plant down as well.
Shade's dead.
Shade, bye-bye. Great ping, and Edie. Edpan gets the nade elimination. Talon shield down from Twent. So now to the diffuser goes. Is there anything that Blitz can do to stop this? Well, Twent got off of it, but now straight back on, and Sawyer on the rappel. And yeah, they're just finding all of the kills that they want. That's the diffuser down, and it's also now in their 5 versus 1. I think maybe Oda was trying to play again into that Yokai drone. It may have saved them in the last round, but it's not going to save them this time around. Some interesting strategies coming out from Ludovica, guys. We may not see the top teams replicate this, but I like it. It's something a little bit different.
Sure is. Desperate attempt from Oda to try and save this game, but it's Ludovica, the GG's in the chat. Slayer and the boys, they were playing chess, and unfortunately for Bliss, they were stranded playing checkers. Well played in the end there, and a solid bank performance to round out the night.
That was not bad from you there, guys. Well done. Yeah, Ludovica, by the way, top of the standings here for Oceanic Nationals. It's only 2 play days, but it's 6 points from their first 2 games. They knock off the Knights, they knock off Team Bliss. Who's up next? For Ludovica, 7-4 on bank. They take it home, and they looked good doing it, guys.
My chess analogy was way more exciting than that. Come on, you were just yelling.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's what some really want from their casters. Just bring more hype.
I honestly don't really know how to take this game all that seriously. It's a super weird one. Ludovica, at the end of the day, throwing up some interesting strats. They made him stick. Bliss, I don't know. Was I overestimating them? I don't know. I don't feel like they were ever really in that game.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from Ludovica with the Osa. We'll obviously look into more of that over the course of this stage. Great stuff for Team Bliss. It's just one game, right? So obviously they won't look too much into it for now. We say goodnight to you guys. So
I'm off to sleep. Bye.
Nice little sleep, and we head back over to the desk with Chelsea and Vast so we can break down this final game together like a family. In the end, guys and girls, obviously, Ludovica, too good. Very, very good, Chelsea, in fact. Team Bliss, they, well, looked a little bit asleep at times.
No, absolutely. I've just been like, I think like overall our mindsets going to the game was very different. And just seeing how clean and how methodical and how insanely good at game sense Ludovica was, like completely has changed my mind about them.
Vast, have you changed your mind at all? Because I tell you what, I think even though I might be changing my mind too.
Yeah, I kind of feel a bit embarrassed for what I was saying on the pre-show, but I think they played good. Like, I think they had a good game plan, and it was kind of apparent that they did have one coming to this game, at Full Bliss specifically, and I'm sure we'll get into that in the interview. But yeah, I think as well on the other side for Bliss, it was just, I think we all know it was a really sloppy game from them. A lot of questionable decisions coming out from them.
Definitely, I think for Bliss, they were a little bit more sloppy than we tend to see them at times, Chelsea. But that doesn't take anything away from Ludovica, who played very, very well. But for Team Bliss, did we maybe get too excited for their Playday 1 result against the Chiefs? They've still got a bit of work to do with this new roster. Chelsea?
Sorry, my mic just dropped out.
Ah, right. No, that's all right.
How awkward.
I won't take it personal. No, that's fine. No, but obviously Team Bliss, they took down the Chiefs. Everyone was talking about this new roster for Shikai and God Legion coming to the team. But it's still, like all the other teams that have made changes, going to be some growing pains. Is this all it is for them?
Honestly, I feel like I don't know too much about this lineup and Bliss to kind of like really make a call on that this season. Like, I feel like, you know, the script writers for this season have obviously been shaken up, but no, seriously, I don't really have much expectations of what they've previously done. Like, this is a new team that's forming. There's new outside variables that are probably affecting their gameplay, as you said. Like, there's so many different factors involved, and so I'm just kind of waiting to see how Saturday plays out and how next Friday plays out before like I can really like make a judgment. But right now, like what I'm seeing from Ludovica is such a strong team.
It's a good point. You know, obviously we do need to see a little bit more. It's early days. It's only 2 Playdays gone, but it's hard to not get excited about Ludovica Vast. Of course, they've taken down Knights. Now they've taken down Bliss. 6 points in the bag, and we talk about teams that are going to be eventually vying for an APAC South slot. Early days, and again, don't want to get too excited, but it's good signs for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good feat, Knights and Bliss in your first 2 Playdays with 2, you know, big roster changes. I think that they'll be very happy, and I mean, yeah, it's a lot of really good signs for them. I think that their goal, obviously, is very apparent, APAC South, like a lot of other OCN teams, and I think this is a good trajectory, but it does beg the question, you know, we kind of thought the same about Bliss in week 1, right? But then now we are seeing perhaps some growing pains that we didn't see in week 1. And, you know, the same thing could happen for Ludovica. But yeah, I think that they honestly just played really well today. Something I kind of want to note about the way they played, I thought their discipline was actually really good today. It just seemed like they picked their moments like really, like they were really calculated, picked their moments very wisely when to be aggressive. And usually we're seeing, like, we're not used to seeing them kind of play like that. So I definitely want to talk to Sawyer about that, but I thought that was something that really impressed me with them today.
Yeah, well, we're not going to have Sawyer today. It's Logic coming in for a chat from Ludovica, fresh off of their win against Team Bliss. Congratulations on the win. And also, not just for the team, but for yourself and for Shaq coming in and joining the older Vert guys, off to a flying start. You take down Knights, you take down Bliss. Really the perfect start.
Yeah, oh, thank you, Heaps. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. I had to take Sawyer away from you guys. I do feel bad for that, but here I am anyway, you know, just trying to flex my big brain on the broadcast for everyone.
Oh, you big brain. Well, that will lead to my question. So, something I talked about is I felt like you guys had, I don't know, it just seemed like you had a really good read on Bliss today on, you know, when to be aggressive. We're kind of used to seeing, you know, well, Overt, not really you, but the old lineup be really aggressive from start to finish. Today it was a bit more disciplined and calculated. Is that kind of perhaps maybe a change of game plan for Bliss?
Well, I mean, I've been really sick the last week. You know, we've been trying to practice as best as we can coming up for this Bliss game. We came in knowing they're a very solid team. These new pickups that they have, they definitely play different, and they required us to be a little bit more passive, choose our moments a lot more wisely, because at the end of the day, they can calculate. You know, they can counter us quite easily. They do have the potential there to do that. They have the fragging power, and you know, we just kind of said, hey, let's stick to our own guns. That we know what we're good at. We know what we can do in the lobby, and let's just, you know, try and show that. I actually don't think I answered you. I'm so sorry. No. Sorry, you guys are really quiet for me. Yeah, sorry, I'm not
well,
sure.
I'll just jump in. I'll just jump in there. No, I think you make like a really good point. You know, obviously you had some really convincing rounds. You know, you kind of pushed Bliss to their limit, basically, and you know, proved us all wrong. And, you know, you said before you're developing that kind of narrative as a team. Is there any other teams in this league that you're actually threatened by, or was this kind of like the peak, or, you know, who are you kind of expecting that kind of push and pull from?
Chiefs and Wildcard for sure. I think they're my personal, I guess, rivals as such. I really can't wait to verse them. I think they're going to be a great challenge for us. But at the end of the day, I think every team has potential to come in and do great. You know, I think every team has shown that they can perform at some type of level. You know, even today, that Ground Zero game, I think both teams played sloppier than I think they can. But I also think they both, showed great things, which I think will come out tomorrow in our game against Ground Zero.
Logic, you don't really have to answer this one, but it's more of an overall question for the team, because at least to me, I'm already on the bandwagon here. You guys are looking great. Over the course of the year, is it going to maybe get to a point where you might say, hey, APAC South promo rallies might come up at some point, we might want to hold some strides, or do you go into the mindset that, say, like Chiefs brought last year to OCN, where you're like, no, let's play our best, let's be the best version of us that we can be, regardless of others?
I can't give too much away, I guess. I think there's going to be a bit of this, a bit of that, hey? I think at the moment our goal is definitely, I mean, we have to make it to, I guess we have to get the opportunity for South Rellos. We do have a lot of people we have to contend against. I mean, Bliss, you know, no matter what happened today, I think it was just a bad day on their behalf. I'm sure that they'll bounce back, and I can nearly confidently say they guaranteed themselves a spot in South Rellos. They are a very solid team. So, you know, we're just out here trying to play our best Siege, see what we can do. I mean, there's a long way before South Rellos, so not really much I can say about that.
Professional bloody answer, mate. Jeez, you are top notch on these interviews. Any final shout outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, big shout out to everyone that supports us. You know, it's been great. We've had lots of people in and, you know, just sending us messages, sending us good lucks, and that's great. Big thank you to Cairo. I mean, he left a lot of good stuff for us, and he he was a great teammate before he left. I'm really happy that he got onto Wildcard, so big thanks to him, and thank you to you guys for the cast today.
No worries, mate. Just a reminder, by the way, Cairo's in 4th at the moment. You guys are in 1st, so I don't know if he's made the right move. Looking great for Ludovica this year. Best of luck to the rest of the year.
Thank you.
No, it's all fun. Cairo, of course, having a great time on Wildcard. Obviously, Vast, though, Ludovica, it's hard to not get too excited. What a great start to the stage. 6 points from their first 2 games. The opponents they've beaten as well. Does it set expectations on this team now, right? When they go and play the likes of Anami and Vertex, they'll be considered the favorites.
Yeah, I think they're starting to kind of build that expectation, especially off the back of Stage 3. There's a lot of hype around Overt. Are they the team that can contest for that APAC South spot? And it's going to be a long year, and we're gonna track their journey, and I think it is quite exciting.
It certainly is. Let's go and have a look at the results from today's matches for Playday 2 here for the Ocean Internationals. And pretty much a similar scorecard across the board, 7-5, then 7-4, 7-4, and 7-4. Chelsea, any major standouts for you?
I think it's, lost to not really address the elephant in the room, which is the Ludovica win and the Knights win, which probably were the most decisive, or some of the most decisive, picks, even the community vote, even the caster panel. So, it's just a really testament that these roster changes have really shaken up the way that the old narrative used to be. Like, Chiefs and Bliss at the top aren't quite looking like they're at the top, and they got these new teams coming in, probably looking to shake things up.
Yeah, even the Ground Zero Vertex game was quite decisive as well. Let's go and actually have a look at those predictions and see where everyone was at the start of the night, and, well, I guess where we've finished by the end of it, and it's not for good viewing for pretty much the majority of us. You did get the Knights one, Chelsea, which is big, but everyone is essentially 3-5, except for you, Vast. 4-4, Big Brain, yourself, and Mandy, and then poor old Turtle, 2-6. What's going on there?
Yeah, just a bit standard, to be honest. I don't know, Turtle, you might need to copy my predictions, to be honest.
Well, take us through it, Vast, because in the end, Ground Zero over Vertex, I mean, that probably wasn't like a lock-in. You were just probably, what, 50-50?
Yeah, that one was definitely 50-50, but I think, as we talked about earlier, I just feel like I don't know, I feel like there was a bit more in Ground Zero than perhaps we thought. But it really was a close game. It could have gone either way, that one. Chiefs is was a bit of an obvious one. I think the wildcard one, kind of surprising. It's kind of, well, not surprising, but it's kind of, I don't know, insane not seeing that many Knights supporters. I don't know.
To be fair, again, I think there was probably many of us that put that prediction in well before the Knights showed what they've got in APAC South, and then of course they continued that form into tonight, and then of course, well, I mean, before tonight, definitely Bliss going as favourites, but now Ludovica, I think that's that bandwagon is definitely going to be full by tomorrow. Let's go to our MVP of the night, and you don't really need any introductions because he is just the MVP. It's Worthy. Massive game, 18, 7, and 5, plus 3 on the entry, 82% cost as well. Chelsea, obviously we've seen Worthy do massive things over 2021. It's still good to see that he is continuing to play to that high standard here in 2022.
Absolutely. I think, you know, he's been the most consistent, the most impressive player across early this season and even previous seasons. Let's see if he can get it up to basically get that overall MVP season.
Yeah, could very well be back-to-back full MVP seasons for Worthy. Vast, you know, you've obviously spent a lot of time around Worthy. He just seems to have that work ethic. I mean, that's from an outside perspective, but would you back that up on the internal?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just crazy seeing this guy run around with SMG-11, like just getting 18 kills. Like, just roaming with that gun is ridiculous. I can't even get that many kills with like Vigil or Jaeger's gun.
That's why you're on the desk, mate.
That's why I'm on the desk. That's why I'm here, because I can't do what Worthy does. But it's just crazy seeing how consistent he's been over the year. And to just stay at that level, playing the ops he's playing, it's just, I don't know, it's ridiculous.
Let's go and have a look at the standings at the conclusion of Playday 2 and see where everyone stands. And well, as we know, Ludovica now up to 6 points from the first 2 Playdays. They'll be looking to continue that winning streak going into tomorrow. Unfortunately for Onami, 0 points from the first 2 games does mean it's very unlikely for top 4. Not impossible, just unlikely. And then a big spread of 3 points, which is good to see, Chelsea, because it just means we've got a nice, even kind of tournament happening here for Stage 1.
Yeah, if you look at these top 3 placings and at the beginning of the season and you told me what would this look like in my week of, you know, debut casting, I wouldn't have said that. But that's why it makes this season so exciting. You know, whether you're an old fan returning to this season or if you're new and just joining in for the first time, like, you got to admit, like, there are some awesome new teams to get behind and some awesome new players that are just pulling out clutch plays.
Yep. Well, 3 Knights, but actually, where are they actually located? I think it must be 6.
I didn't want to piss off production by pointing that out.
You know what? They got, come on, guys.
Knights so good they placed 3 times.
Clearly, we know production's favorite team is the Knights. Vast, at the end of the day, though, it's only 2 play days. It's hard to really look too much into this anyway. The only real takeaway is probably Ludovica on 6 points, isn't it? Like, that's the big one for me. The teams they've beaten, Knights and Bliss, big points. They're going to have opportunities to really get points against the likes of Vertex and Onami. Not a given, not, you know, it's not exactly 100% going to happen. Then you got Ground Zero. They go into those teams as into those games as favorites. If they get the results from that, that's probably top 4 for Ludovica.
Yeah, that definitely would be top 4. I mean, that's what 2 of the top 5, top 4 hardest teams in OCN, and they've just kind of embarrassed them, I want to say. And yeah, I mean, if they can, you know, show those other lower teams a bit more, you know, a bit of respect, and take them seriously and get those points, it's looking really good for them. But for the rest of the teams, you know, we've got the rest of the teams except for Onami on 3 points, so it's really too early to say. But yeah, I really want a tight OCN. I don't want it to be, you know, clearly, you know, 4 teams just dominating. I want it to be like how it was in Stage 3, like, you know, the last few games, it was just, you know, who the hell is going to win this kind of thing.
Definitely when it's the most exciting. Final thoughts here before we throw to the ending of the show. Chelsea, a big debut from yourself. How are you feeling at the end of Playday 2?
I'm feeling very like, I'm sorry or you're welcome. No, I honestly learned a lot. It is not easy talking on camera to hundreds, if not thousands of people. So, you know, I'm keen to be a part of this season. I'm keen to keep going, and I'm keen to keep following these teams. And I'm excited for OCN this season. As like Vas said before, you know, this is a really great season that's like shaking up already in its early days.
Definitely. Vas, any final thoughts before we close?
Not too much else to add. just as I mentioned before, just want it to be, you know, a close season, makes it more exciting, and it makes our jobs, you know, a lot more entertaining, and we're able to, you know, provide a better cast when it is, you know, close games and not just, I don't know, the same teams just beating the same people.
Definitely. So that's us done for today, though, for Playday 2. Of course, tomorrow will be Playday 3. It's a double header. We'll be back. It'll be the other crew, though. It'll be Mandy, Dev, and the Monday. They'll be taking you through tomorrow's games. Inside a freezer, headshot, easy one for Neptune. Another one on site, gets pinged down. Oh, that was clean from Neptune. Did have the ping, did have the call out, but still a nutty little shot. Massive for Vertex, because this round looked like it was going to be a round that Ground Zero should be able to win. Supremacist 7-3-2. But it's no Vex who puts him into the grave. Top white stairs, still a play, but he's pinged out, is he not? Yes, he is. So that's Kaken, who gets pinged out. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Oh, Brendo gets it done! I went way too early. Egg on my face. Ground Zero come through with the win on site, holding down the final anchor position. Are they ready for this?
But he will find someone. He's on drones, and he picks him. Oh no, Havoc's poor thing.
Ethan already the rappel onto 90. Hello, Archie. That is not ideal.
With the
angle,
run help, but doesn't
little
quite.
zip down. Nicely done from Ethan.
Very nicely done. It's here. No. No! What were we just saying before?
Stage has done the near impossible to be able to bring that back for the Knights. They can find something with Fisho. Alexa just send it. There is a player right there.
Oh, no, you can't allow this. He's watching. You can
Hello?
see him. And he finally gets it. Didn't work. Didn't help, in fact. Soya did eventually get eliminated, and God Legend just waltz onto site, but it's the Shack Attack who gets that elimination. Boom, shakalaka!
Well played there by Shaq. I gotta say, Jake, you've got a bit early on that one. What if he hits a nutty play in playoffs or something? You've already used it in the second play day.
No, I don't care. I had to use it.
Oh. Thank for OCN.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
Oh, fuck. Shit. Thank f for OCN.
No, these jeans are red, should rethink what you knew before. She just wants a love, love, love. She just wants a love, 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 love. She just wants a love, love, love. So don't change, no, don't change, no. Got love in your DNA. They should have your name up in lights now. It would take the Hollywood sign out. Well, no, don't you ever have no doubts. I'll be cheering your side loud. They should have your name up in lights now. It would take the Hollywood sign out. Well, sometimes the rain must fall down so the sky can be found. She just wants to love.